Yo, hi, how are we doing? Hope we're doing good. Hello. Alright. Thank you, Frog, as usual. Hi, Sumax, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Anime fan. Well, anime fan. Welcome back from a cruise. Was it nice? Hopefully it was nice. Well, you didn't hit an iceberg, so things did go well, I guess. Hi, GT. It's the slime guy that breeds shiny Pokemon. I'll be sure he's not a Ditto in disguise. That's it. I'm sending a black man to colonize your bussy. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Shadow Clips. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, football day. Yeah, I know. I've got 2 large videos that I have to watch. Like, your videos are too large. 45 minutes is crazy work. I'm doing well. How have you been? I'm doing alright. Man. I've got too many big videos. Chill a little. 45 minutes is crazy. I need to run I will run these on 1.25 times. I will not sit there for like an hour and 30-minute reaction. We will not get done any videos at all at that rate. It's just the truth. It is just the truth. Some of these are too large. Okay, let me check a few things. We'll start off with something lighter, right? Day 6 done. Day 6 done. Congratulations, Scumper. Alrighty, do my video because I missed yesterday's stream, so I'm just curious. No, I did not. And I don't know if I'm gonna do it at all because I've already took 2 large videos. The True Crime video that I still have to do is 45 minutes. The Zuma 11 video is 45 minutes, and that yours is also 45 minutes. That's just too much. That is just too much. I have to split these up. White man, what's that? I'm used to white supremacy, a colonizer man. No. Since he's white, I need to send the black man to colonize him. Colonize his bussy. It was fun. We got to check out the islands just outside Australia. Had to fly to Sydney to get on the cruise. Got to see the Sydney Bridge at the Opera House. Nice. France is cooked. What happened to the French now? What happened to the French now? Apparently. Interesting. But they're French. They're always cooked. My video is funny. That doesn't matter if it's just too large. It's just too much. It's just too much. Regardless of how funny it is. It's still... it's the size. It's the size of the video. That's the problem. Like, both of these videos combined... Like, both of the 45-minute videos combined are 3 hours together already, probably. Very likely. Almost 3 hours. It's just too much. And then another 45-minute video? That's 3 videos in almost 4 hours, which is crazy. Or 3.5. Man, just hope he won't stop by at the convenience store. Goodness gracious. We're starting like this, huh? But yeah, we'll start with something smaller. We'll start with something smaller first. Anyways, I think we'll just jump over. Yoink. Quality babies. I have something to say for every color. Apparently. Apparently. Racist to I hate everyone. Behavior. That's what it is. I hate everyone. Crazy. Alright. The first one is rather normal, rather chill. We're gonna see some brain rotting behavior, but that's it. Also got start with something smaller. Are you going to look in the mirror? I heard cats don't like water. And so I can't just drown you. Anyways, be glad I don't shove 2 videos about 7 deadly sins at you. 2-hour video, 2-hour video. Nah, bro, I wouldn't watch that. That wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen. That would not happen. Why is this apple laughing? I can send white men to colonize your... You know what? Anyways. First one of the day. We start with something. We start with something. Are women destroying their own dating pool by the Dadvocate? We've watched this woman before. We've watched this lady before, so might as well do another round. Let's see. Let's see if women, the women, are doing that. We're probably gonna hear some red flags, aren't we? This is probably gonna be a video about red flags. I could see it. Let's go.
Welcome back to another Dadvocate video.
It's a cat. That's a cat. I'll take the cat.
Is that Cora? You want them to like the video already? Oh, you also wanted me to tell them that YouTube memberships and Patreon memberships come with early access to videos and members-only lives? What can I say? She's a smart cat. One thing Cora and I have noticed is that women are getting a lot pickier, aren't they? I mean, you can't escape it. It's the bar is in hell here. It's men ain't shit here. We've got ick lists. Have you seen the ick lists? Men can't ride bikes. They can't order girly drinks. They can't...
Where's the guy with the ick list? Like, which number is he? He must be in the thousands, right? He must be in the thousands with his, like, things that women think is icky. I hate that word, by the way. But that's what I've seen.
Swim funny, they can't bowl funny. Every day online, it seems, I am warned as a woman that some tiny, superficial, almost meaningless trait is actually a deadly quality in a man that I need to avoid at all costs. And I get having high standards. I get having strong boundaries. I think that people are allowed to have as high of standards for their own dating preferences as they want. I'm not telling you that you can't say that you need a 6-foot-tall, well-hung millionaire. I will say you might be culling your dating market herd.
The women that say this. Well, I can say that you can't, because you quite literally, it's impossible. What you were asking for is essentially impossible. It is impossible. You're not just cutting your dating pool, you're eliminating your dating pool. Because why would these men pick you? That's the question. Why would this is like always like the delusion. People say we have a male loneliness epidemic. I think it's a female delusion epidemic. The last time we saw him, wasn't he at 400 or some? He's probably in the he must be in the thousands. He must be in the thousands already.
Expeditiously. I do fear that a lot of these new standards, requirements, or ick lists are just things that are causing us to destroy our own dating pool. There are definitely very fair standards, like refusing to date a guy who doesn't have a job, or refusing to date a girl who can't drive. I can understand not wanting to date a guy if he's obsessed with sports, if you hate sports. I can understand not wanting to date a woman who is obsessed with going out partying if you're a total introvert. But how many good men are we throwing right in the garbage over arbitrary bullshit that we heard from women online? Let me give you just one example of this.
The biggest red flag that you should ever have in a man is if he likes anime.
Anime as the biggest red flag.
That was my first thought.
Anime? Oh, bro. Damn, it's over. That's like most young men already. They're already out of the picture. Crazy work. Well, we're cooked. I'm a red flag. I'm a neon red flag, chat.
Biggest?
I know that it's not all women thinking as such because a lot of women are anime fans.
Yeah, we don't claim her.
It's just sad that a girl could find a guy that is perfect, that checks all the green boxes, but wouldn't give him the time of day because he loves anime. Because she considers that as the biggest red flag. Not him being a player, a cheater, a lying piece of shit, or him putting his hands on women in a violent way. Nah. He loves anime, that's a no-go, that's a red flag.
The creators.
That's just crazy. That's a red flag. You're a red flag, but your frog's a red flag, true and real. But I'm still a red flag, according to some women. I mean, these are the same women, by the way. These are not just the same women, by the way. Some of these women are also, right, that watch anime now, were the same women that when we were young, we dudes were young, were made fun of. And now they're trying to gaslight us into believing that we were not bullied. Like me, choose me, love me. What are you saying about that, Gumper?
Sent that to me as a guy named Greg Michaels. You should definitely go check him out. But really, we had the exact same reaction. Like, the biggest red flag, a guy's biggest red flag. You're saying as if he...
Remember, apparently, when we look at, like, the lists of least attractive, anime was less attractive than corn and gambling, or was it comics? I think it was comics. One of the two. That should tell you something. That should tell you something. If we're at that point where like gambling is like lower on the list than anime or comics or whatever nerd stuff, I have questions.
He likes anime. Some women out there, they truly have no sense of self-preservation whatsoever. To me, either I'm reading way too into this or I'm just good at pattern recognition, but she strikes me as the kind of person who learned very early on in life, probably because there was really no sense of urgency for her to do anything else, that being popular, being socially accepted is the number one most important thing above all else. Above ensuring that a man has emotional stability, can control his temper and attitude even during hard times, is friendly and humble and takes care of others. No, her number one priority is making sure that she is not seen with some weeb. Like, I'm sorry, but that's all it really comes down to, is that she was conditioned to believe that anybody who watches anime is...
So, it basically comes down to status. You don't want to be seen with somebody that has low status. That makes sense. That makes sense for like 80% of the time. I guess, yeah. I see that.
Is a nerd, an outcast, someone you just don't want to be seen with. She never grew out of that need to have these cliques and to attempt to be the queen bee of the cool girls. This is a person who established an us versus them at a very early age and is probably just never going to change. I can tell you this is certainly a person who has never actually gotten to know someone who likes anime. Or she's just universally recognized as such a judgmental person that the people in her life who do like anime would never talk to her about it. Because the only reason that anime used to be seen as nerdy or weird back in the day is because it wasn't widely circulated. It wasn't viral, it wasn't super popular, and so people just didn't really understand it. Let's be honest, America was also really mad at...
But now it's more popular and the people are still weird, but a different kind of weird. A very different kind of weird. A destructive kind of weird. Huh. The times never really changed, just the problems.
Japan for a while. We know now that watching cartoons as adults is perfectly fine, and if we would have known it back then, we wouldn't have completely outcast those people. The only reason those people were outcast was because of people like the person who made this video, not because there's anything actually wrong with anime. Let's take a pretty well-known anime like Pokemon, for example. Talk about a show and a game that has united generations. People are already playing Pokemon with their kids. Where is the red flag there? You want to know something else funny? I bet you every gym crush she has ever had has Dragon Ball Z music on their playlist.
Or has watched Dragon Ball Z. Not like the connection between anime and gym and people that go to the gym is just it's there. It's just there. It's always been kind of like it is a strong one. This is a strong one for sure. The connection between those two things. It is. It just is.
While they're lifting. Now, because of some cultural differences, I can see how some people see anime as maybe being like more perverted than typical American cartoons. Fan service is a thing, but getting on a high horse about it and pretending like American culture is so much more morally superior and above that is delusional. Like, come on, we can be gross too. But more importantly, there is so much more to anime than
Well, if you think about it, yes. But we also have a lot more degenerate shit in regular shows. Which the question is, which one's worse? The ones portrayed by actual people or the ones portrayed by fictional characters?
that. There is probably an anime for every single interest out there in the world. You like to cook, there's an anime for that. You like farming, there's an anime for that. Fashion, anime. Like, really think about this. You have decided that the most dangerous and harmful quality that a man could possibly exhibit is being interested in a form of animation that can take on
What are way worse? Being an alcoholic, gambling, being aggressive, beating women, once they're forcefully sex with you. I'm running out of ideas, but there's probably so many that are way worse. But anime was on that list.
so many various shapes, sizes, worlds, and imaginations. That was the worst thing you could ever think of. And you might be thinking, well, when you phrase it like that, it doesn't sound so bad. Guess what? Because it's never been bad. What I described is what anime has always been. It's just so short-sighted and reductionist to automatically assume that anyone who likes anime must be nerdy or antisocial or childish. Hayao Miyazaki's work, for example, is not only stunningly gorgeous with some of the most well-written characters you will ever see, but his work also focuses on compassion, community, resilience, and how our place in nature will be remembered. The reason so many athletes love the story of Naruto, for example, is because it focuses a lot on the bonds between rivals and teammates, as well as things like forgiveness.
Also being an underdog. Boys love the underdog. Have you not noticed when men write stories? The dude is always like look at the shows. Like the dude is always like just either a normal odd dude or like kind of a loser kind of guy. Like the underdog. That's just always something that's also there. Like men who don't subscribe to you, a red flag, clearly. No, anime fan service is worse than the new LGBT Transformers. They them Transformer.
One Piece is an amazing anime about pirates, which a lot of people treasure for all of their themes of loyalty, friendship, sacrifice. The art's cool, the storylines are great, but guess what? Anime is also good for the economy. Remember the Turkey-Syria earthquakes in 2023? Pokemon donated $5 million to restoration efforts. The creator of One Piece, Oda, also donated $8 million to relief efforts. Anime conventions have raised millions of dollars for hospitals and research as well. Yeah, I'm sorry, but my final response is that if you're gonna call a guy a red flag just for watching anime, that says way more about about you than him. Saying it's the biggest red flag tells me that you care more about clout and image than you do about sincerity, honesty, character. Anime fans are engaging with stories that talk about friendship, perseverance, and creativity. You're obsessing about how your boyfriend's hobbies are gonna look on your Instagram story.
Didn't the woman completely crash out because her husband, was it husband or boyfriend, liked Lego too much, and she was losing it, and then he started behaving completely differently towards her, right? Like completely off, and then she regretted it. I remember that one. Just man, we all programmed to overly support the underdog. I'd say female writers usually create fully baked characters. That's why, for example, there's like a lot of Mary Sues that are written by women. Like I feel like women unfortunately tend to have fully baked characters. I don't know, established characters. The loser type is usually not written, like rarely written by women. Saying that liking anime is the biggest red flag means that I dodged the bullet. Pretty much. If that's the biggest red flag, like where would she place getting beaten? Where would she place that? Right? Where would she place that? Or somebody being a criminal, right? Like being a criminal should be leagues above that. Where does she place that in this case?
Which one of those is the real red flag? And like I always say, you're allowed to have whatever kind of preferences that you want for dating. If she doesn't like anime, she doesn't get it, it's not her thing.
She can have any type of preferences. You can have any type of preferences. I will just rate them with a cat bag. Like 0 to 5 cat bags.
And she'd rather date someone with more common interests, that's fine. But calling liking it the
cat food bags, that's what I meant.
Biggest red flag is the thing that I just can't get past. You definitely don't have to date anybody who likes anime. It's just that why are you painting them to other people as people who are dangerous? When we have men, like Greg said, actually laying hands on women, emotionally harming them, cheating.
And yet, you can complain about that all you want, but there's women 100% wanting to date Chris Brown and sleep with Chris Brown. Yeah, no. Yeah, and for example, the creator of Rita of Healer is a woman. Shocker, I know. Isn't the creator of My Dress Up Darling also a woman? If I remember correctly. I'm still using my 4G data for my phone. Wi-Fi's still down. Damn. Also, hi Zoom. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well so far.
On them. You'd rather get cheated on than know that your man watched an episode of Fairy Tale? Honey, I'm home. Oh my god! Oh, thank god. That's just another woman in our bed. I thought you were reading Inuyasha. Okay. Time to go over our monthly bill. What is this? Oh, thank God, it's just a gambling addiction. I thought he was buying anime again. I'm just gonna check his drawers for something. Oh, God. Oh, thank God, it's just a crack pipe. I thought it was manga. Do you hear how crazy that sounds? And again, like, maybe this is a good thing. I'm glad that she is letting this all be known so that people who like anime and are good men can just avoid that situation.
See, that's the great part. That's the peak part, right? That's the great part right there. About like everyone like posting their nonsense online and stuff, right? That's the great part. You can filter these people. The moment you find out your partner has a TikTok or anything like that, you can immediately, or the person you're dating, not the partner, but the person if you're dating, it's already too late. But your partner, like wait a minute, restart. If you're in a relationship, it's already over. When you find out the person you're dating has a TikTok, you can immediately check that, and then you straight up know what this person is like, and then you can easily decide if they have to go or not. and most of the time they have to go.
But I do want to pose the question because I have my own theories. Do you think that there's a chance that her immediate judgment and dismissal of hobbies and interests that don't particularly align with her own are going to bleed negatively into other aspects of her dating life, even if they don't involve people who like anime? Because I myself definitely don't watch as much anime as my husband does, but if I were to hear someone making fun of someone else just for liking anime, I would think a lot less of that person. I just think she's a bully who likes to pick on nerds. And I don't think she realizes how much of the cool guys that she actually loves.
No, you need to realize when they say they want nerds, they don't mean they don't mean the dude, like they don't mean McLovin. They don't mean the people like the kids from Stranger Things. When they say they want nerds, they mean Henry Cavill. They mean a buff dude who I don't know, plays a video game once a week maybe. That's the kind of nerd they're looking. They're not looking for an actual like nerdy nerd.
Likes are secretly nerds. I think this take is going to come back and bite her hard. But what do you guys think? Do you think there's any truth to there being red flags behind people who really like anime? How would you feel if one of your friends or someone you knew had this opinion? Have you ever had a potential partner say something like this to you? I want to know what you guys think about this one. It made me a little bit mad, but you tell me what you think. If you enjoyed my commentary, please like the video, subscribe to my channel for more, and you can even turn on the notification bell if you want some alerts on when I go live. All right, that's about all I've got for you today.
That's pretty much the end of the video. What can we say with this one, huh? If their greatest red flag, if their greatest red flag is something banal, run the other way. If their greatest red flag is not something like I don't know, like cheating or criminal, or like being a criminal or anything crazy, right? Everything like real evil, run the other way. If like her greatest red flag is, I don't know, anime, playing video games, whatever it is, right? Yeah, you gotta go. Then, nah, bro, nah. That's not the woman that's worth it. Run the other way. Run as fast as you can. Get out of there. Get out of there. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Was my cat okay? You hear him? He's complaining a lot. He's doing it again. He's meowing at an intense rate. It's dumb, but it's true. It's true. The same can be said for women that say they want a dude with a dad bod, and then they show you Jason Momoa. Same thing. Straight up same thing. True rich nerd. Regular nerd. Yeah, that's exactly. That is the problem. They say what they want, but they don't actually, well... Meow. He has a deep voice, doesn't he? Bro has a deep voice. That's why he does that. He's trying to impress you guys. He's actually trying to impress you guys. It is what it is. All right, we want to see something stupid? Let's look at something genuinely weird and stupid.
When you're
That's gonna be very interesting. This will be something. And hear cat, yeah. Sometimes you hear him, sometimes you don't hear him. It depends how close he is. Open your mouth. Speak. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. Autistic girlfriend fetish is creepy. By Cyber Noob. It's gonna be very interesting. Very, very interesting. What they mean by nerd is a guaranteed successful in the future nerd. Yeah, basically. This is gonna be very interesting. because I love watching these videos and like seeing it really odd and weird shit. And we're gonna see really odd and weird shit. Let's go. Let's see.
When your girlfriend has the
You
tism.
see me out with her, you gotta know she neurodivergent. You know, them neurotypical freaks.
Hi, hello, and welcome back to my
What the fuck? insert the Drake meme. Insert that one. Neurotypical women. Neurodivergent women. Yay! What is this? Oh no, this is not also super cute. Since when does she have this?
unboxing video. This is my brand new autistic girlfriend. She comes with a food aversion pack, which is just so attractive. It makes my little guy stand straight up to the ceiling. And it has the spontaneous meltdown feature, which is randomized and usually pisses me off to an unimaginable degree, but it's tolerable because I'm A-okay if the brain gone tweak. I know, I'm a hero, picking up
Wait, what?
unimaginable degree, but it's tolerable because I'm
She say she a little autistic, babe, but I'm A-okay if the brain gone tweak. Hey, I have likely a bunch of autistic men watching me. Does some girl want to pick those up? Yo, girls, you can literally shop. You can literally shop retarded men at my channel. Go ahead. I got plenty. I got a few. Just got a few retarded women, but I got plenty of retarded men. Go ahead, pick some. They're dying for love.
A-okay if the brain gone tweak. I know, I'm a hero, picking up all the rejected scrap women off the streets and putting them in my rescue shelter for biological anomalies. Every time I scroll through Tism Talk, and I swear to God, every person who uses that word unironically
Tism Talk. That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
deserves to have indescribable things happen to their families, starting with the eldest downward. I feel like a deep-sea biologist discovering a new form of life that subsists entirely on darkness and misery. The algorithm keeps coughing up these creatures
The lion does not concern himself. The lioness just recently realized why they live longer than the lion. That's something. The lion does not concern him. The lion does only concern himself with a full life, not a long life. Nope, I'm not. No, I'm not. Pick this man up. He's right here.
and it's like a little gift and also a blight on my existence, so that's cool. Now don't confuse this with an actual human being who is autistic and also a girlfriend. No, that's a person. This is a product where the selling point is infantilization that we repackage as innocent. Social awkwardness ensures that she never leaves the house. Special interests are just preloaded conversation trees that you can activate when you're bored. And a collection of cute stims or noises that require a big, strong man to patiently manage. It's not about finding a partner you connect with who happens to be autistic, it's about acquiring a human-shaped accessory that you think is too broken to ever challenge you, which, speaking of rancid self-destructive desires, ad time. See this? You know what I'm doing? Hell. It's hell, actually. 32 credits in one semester. I don't even know what I was thinking, but I'm stressed. And to cope with that,
Fume is disgusting. Fume will not be supported. Anyways, girls, nah. Autistic girls. No, no, F off. Pick up this man. Come on, he's right here. He needs a mommy needs to pick up this little boy. Come on.
right, let's get into the slop fest. First thing on the to-do list, I want my girlfriend to be disabled and mentally ill because it's hot. So what, do you have a problem with that?
Well, well, here's a little anecdote. There's a VTuber out there who lets people do autism tests. And like he just has an fetish. He as an autistic man has a fetish for autistic people. It is really weird. He makes them do the tism test and like calls them the hot people. Calls it the hot people test. It's really interesting. It's really interesting.
This is my favorite part of the procedure, starting at the pulsating mass of maggots cosplay as a dating preference. And before even looking at the exhibits, this isn't some niche, dark side of TikTok phenomenon. This is a shockingly common desire festering in the unlit corners of the male psyche. It's this crazed idea that if a woman doesn't have a preset of struggles and symptoms for you to consume, she's somehow boring. That a normal girl, whatever the hell that's meant to imply, that her personality is a featureless expanse of dust until it's decorated with an exhilarating statement piece of symptoms. So what if I'm a man with zero emotional depth? Entertain me with your suffering, you magnificent, damaged little creature. Dance around me like one of those marmosets. It's misogyny, it's a fetish, it's making out the often agonizing reality of living with these disorders into a quirky accessory like a little belt, all just to cope with your personality having the gravitational pull of a dead moth. Okay, hold on. A touch of the tism. No, I refuse. It's such a condescending
Manifesting an alt bisexual baddie with a touch of the tism. Who has top tier music taste that makes you their special interest for you. The hottest thing a woman can have. Autism.
so belittling phrase. It feels like it should be physically painful to say. It sounds like you're ordering a trivial morning coffee. Yeah, I'll have my regular, but with oat milk and a touch of the tism. And look, I know the whole tism thing is supposed to be a joke, okay? I'm aware it spawned in some back alley laboratory of irony as some silly little thing, but it has since escaped containment, and now it's been so overused and bled dry of any meaning that it's just become a cutesy little synonym for quirky that neurotypical people slap onto any minor quirk. People who say this, their most interesting personality trait has got to be their Amazon Prime subscription. It's just backwash of a joke. But yeah, I would rather floss my teeth with my own.
I think a term that I've noticed that gets thrown around a lot in general is the term hyperfixation. Sorry, but your hobby isn't a hyperfixation. You're a normal person with a hobby. You don't hyperfixate. It's used for somebody who has struggles, who has a mental health issue. This is not for like any random dude interested in, I don't know, Transformers or something. Calm the heck down. To be fair, that word is mostly used by women. Sorry, but your interest in adult novels is not a hyperfixation. At worst, you're a corn addict.
Optic nerve, then utter that phrase seriously. It's like a Build-A-Bear. She has to be alt, bisexual, have good taste in music, and she has to have the autism feature where her special interest is you. How convenient. This just sounds like evil Mr. Beast's idea. Hey guys, today I'm programming a sentient Spotify playlist to worship you. I'm going to destroy 5 women's neurological wirings to force them into an obsession with you, because you're likely too boring to achieve that on your own.
I've realized recently I can't date a normal girl. I need a girl with a touch of the tism.
There it is again. The second bullet.
This is so absurd. I can't be serious with this. This is so absurd. This is so absurd. This is genuinely absurd. I need a woman with a touch of the tism.
From the same gun. The fact that your conversational skills are so poor that you can only interact with a woman who has a special interest she can monologue at you about is not a crime of normal girls. It's a reflection of you. Your personality is a vacuum-sealed bag of room-temperatured air, a featureless void, and you're angry that other people aren't sprinting across continents to puncture and inflate it with their own essence. My personality is so boring. I need my girlfriend to have a government-recognized disability just so that I have something to talk about at dinner.
Because like a lot of normal girls ain't got no personality. I need a girl that can talk to me for 15 minutes about why petunia's her favorite flower.
He wants a dating app, but instead of swiping on human beings, it's their diagnoses. She has anxiety.
I mean, to a degree, he's not wrong. To a degree, he's not wrong. A lot of women don't have a personality. Not because they're because they're normal, but because they just have no personality. He's not completely wrong. A lot of women do that does seem like the case, right? But I also feel like that's they don't really have to pull that off because, well, they're not the ones needing to entertain the other gender. So I guess that's where that comes from, usually.
Pass. Oh, but she has autism with a hyperfixation on the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Super giga ultra mega ultra trillion omega like. These guys don't want girlfriends. They want to play The Sims. And guess what? That's free now. You can go and do that and have all the fun in the world being a despicable, unlovable person. It's like the people who only adopt 3-legged.
In addition of that, I don't think the interest in women with autism I think it might also come from the fact that it's something to take. Basically someone you can take care of. Or like you feel you can take care of them. That I could see it coming from that position too. It doesn't need to be necessarily malicious, but that could also be the reason. Because men do have that innate desire to take care of a woman. And for a lot of normal women, you can't really do that. Just an idea. The female was critical for a while. Yeah. Just notice you're trying to copy Shua. No, probably not.
Get dogs so that they can get the sympathy and feel like a savior hero. He wants a woman who can talk for 15 minutes about petunias. He wants a
that could also be the reason, like to feel like a hero, right? Which also comes again with the natural desire to take care of a woman. I don't know. I don't see. It can be malicious if it's if it's sexualized. That's the question. Then I could see it being malicious. It really depends on the context.
Reading Wikipedia page that also happens to be a woman that he can sleep with. He's not attracted to an autistic woman, he's attracted to a characteristic that he finds convenient and entertaining. If a toxic relationship is supposed to be bad, then why does it feel so good? I'll answer your question with another question. If drinking antifreeze is bad, why does it have such a sweet Skittle taste?
Simple. Because it's the dopamine. That's why. Simple. That's what it is. It's the dopamine. It's the dopamine that gives you the kick of it feeling nice. It's like this constant up and down of like, basically like she loves me not, she loves me not. That's why it feels good, because your brain's fucked. How about a boyfriend with autism? If you're specifically going for men with autism, I will also give you the side eye. I will also question. Weird woman?
Right before it systematically shuts down all of your organs. This isn't romance, and he knows that. He's just being edgy to TikTok audio. You're feeling the adrenaline spike of a disorder. Congratulations, you might just have one yourself. He's just self-aware enough to know that what he's doing is gross, but not self-aware enough to actually stop doing it because TikTok rewards these types of posts. First of all, the username. I'm always burning inside. How subtle. Okay, I'm rebranding to has bubonic plague, and it might be 1346, but we'll never know. The cherry on top of the shit Sunday is the hashtag, the holy grail of plausible deniability. Hashtag not romanticizing. Hey guys, I'm gonna go set fire to an orphanage holding a gas can and a lit
Wait, he didn't even mention anything from about autism. Even wait, did the hashtags have anything? Wait a minute.
He's burning inside. How subtle. Okay, I'm rebranding to has bubonic plague, and it might be 1346, but we'll never know. The cherry on top of the shit Sunday is the hashtag, the holy grail.
I don't see anything. And not romanticizing. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Plausible deniability. Hashtag not romanticizing. Hey guys, I'm gonna go set fire to an orphanage holding a gas can and a lit match and then scream hashtag not an arsonist as the flames dance around the children. It is the most pathetic attempt to have it both ways. He gets to post his moody aestheticized, look at me, I'm so dark and damaged content for validation and interactions, but then he also gets to hold up his flimsy little cardboard shield of a hashtag to deflect any criticism. Yeah, I may be turning critical misunderstood human struggles into a costume, but if you point out that I'm playing dress up, I'm gonna get really mad at you. Do you see this shield? You can't penetrate this. Life short. Get that girl with BPD pregnant. Wow, you might just possess.
Don't. I've seen too many BPD VTubers to know where that's going. Don't. Do not do the BPD girl. Do not. I've seen where this is going. I know three VTubers that are completely deranged because of that. Do not. This is not worth it.
All the romantic charm of a biohazard warning on a drum of medical waste. And though this particular strain of a video specifies borderline personality disorder, the motive is identical. The precise brand of psychological condition doesn't matter to these people because they're not looking for a person, they're looking to get off on codependency. The name of the diagnosis is just a different key to the same law. This is the mating call of a man who sees a car crash victim flipped upside down and a big chunk of metal on fire and goes, you know what would be fun? Roasting marshmallows. I've always wanted one of these.
True. Hi Yuri, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. BPD? Yes, BPD.
And yeah, I may have caused the accident, but life's too short not to. He's looking for a plot line to excite his life, not a relationship. Honestly, people like you should just invest in an ant farm. You can shake it around, feed it fun treats, It fits your criteria. He wants to turn another person's intense emotional dysregulation, their fear of abandonment, and their debilitating disorder into his own docuseries to pop on when everything else is boring. It's the most profound form of selfishness imaginable, LARPing as some sort of edgy romantic nihilism. Now let's wade into the next septic tank of manic pixie dream girl. Friend? Daughter. Kind of. It's time for evil. POV, you're talking to your girlfriend, and you realize she's just an autistic kid who just happens to be pretty.
Have you ever
What the fuck? What are these? What are we doing? Leave them alone like this. What the heck? Why must we do this? Since when has this become a thing? Just like sexualizing, right? Just sexualizing like mental health issues. Hi, Sleeping Fox. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I mean, we have seen that with like right. I've seen that as well, right? I've seen that as well. Women doing this, right? This is also like, while we're talking about girlfriends, I've seen women do this. Like women being like, I want an autistic, nerdy, boyfriend. I'm like, or like I want a depressed boyfriend, right? Like this, like so I can take care of him kind of energy, right? This is like the same thing. I don't know if it's purely malicious. Like I don't know. I wouldn't put it purely malicious, but it is a weird fetishization.
had dreams that you have?
Let's just let that marinate out in the open air. You realize she's just an autistic kid. Kid? That is a grown woman. That is your girlfriend. She can vote. She can pay taxes. She's not a child you found wandering alone in the aisles of Target. That's not a realization, my guy. That's a projection. That is your brain deciding to project a creepy paternalistic fantasy onto your partner that you have reduced to the status of a helpless child who you, the big strong man, get to manage. How to put parent controls on my adult girlfriend's phone. Race car bed for grown woman. It is the most profoundly infantilizing sentiment I've ever seen on this app, I think. Who just happens to be pretty. It's like you're describing a rescue animal. Yeah, she's missing a leg and she's terrified of loud noises, but she just happens to have a really cute face and the mind of a child. But look, she's also aesthetically pleasing. So what do you love about your partner? Well, she's really pretty and it's so cute when she needs help tying her shoes and getting past the childproof safety locks on the kitchen cabinets. She doesn't, but I imagine she does, and I find that very fulfilling. You've boiled this woman down to 2 bullet points: her diagnosis and her attractiveness. That's it. He does not view this as a relationship between 2 equals. The choice to use this kid audio isn't a coincidence either. It's a weird paternalistic delusion playing out, and it's unspeakably gross and probably a hostage situation. Next we have not just a video, it's a saga, a whole profound—
I mean, she played, in a way, also long, I guess?
Cognitive dissonance trilogy of wanting to also be seen as a little kid. Autistic and chronically ill women need to be with wealthy partners who have the softest, most preschool teacher-toned energy. Stop. Just stop right there. Preschool—
Oh, wait, that's why I'm saying this is like a two-edged sword. This is 2 sides of the coin. You have the ill women wanting these partners specifically, though, 2 in this case, right? Because she probably folds into that category. That's why she made this TikTok. It's like a double-edged sword. Both sides want this. It's mutual, it feels like now. Should have not put that in here. This should be an animated series. Season 4 is here. Now I've watched the series when I was 8. Now they're still making it. Mr. Bean. I'm reading Mr. Beast. Completely cooked. Mr. Bean animated series. Okay. Now they're still making it sometimes from 2002 to 2025. Yeah, but the kid show has become more and more ass. It has become more and more ass. I don't know, old is better. The old one is way better. Like by leagues. It's like the same thing with like SpongeBob and everything that still continues nowadays. It's just incredibly, the modern stuff is incredibly ass.
Teacher-toned energy. What the hell are you talking about? That is not a preference. That's a shrieking air raid siren signaling that you need to be treated like a precious, simple-minded creature that might break if you use words with more than 2 syllables. You don't want a partner. You want a well-funded, live-in nanny who will never, ever ask you to do your own taxes or pay a phone bill or iPad bill. I don't know if that's a thing. The phrase preschool teacher-toned energy should be a class 1 carcinogen. You want your boyfriend to talk to you like you're 5 minutes away from a drool-soaked nap time. You want him to put your scribble artwork on the fridge and give you a gold star.
She wants to be baby talked to. Like baby talk with dogs. Who's a good girl? Yeah, you're a good girl.
Star for not eating Oreos off the ground. This is a fetish bait dog whistle. It's so clear what the power dynamic is here, and you can immediately see that the entire relationship is a transactional arrangement. Her childlike status in exchange for his financial security and veneer of fatherly authority. Gross. I just shivered and the skin slipped off my bones, by the way. The incredibly small but sane portion of TikTok saw this and left trillion comments, and she responded by backpedaling.
Describing the energy of a potential partner is not the same as describing how we want to be interacted with.
What are we saying? That's the same thing. Is he supposed to just, I don't know, radiate preschool teacher energy through the walls with 5G while he speaks to you like a functioning adult? Is this some kind of vibrational frequency I don't know about? Do you just want a man that looks exhausted and smells faintly of goldfish crackers? These people are just not real. I can't imagine them in real life situations, so you're here for the senior analyst.
But they are real. And they're not in real life situations. That's the problem. You don't see these people outside. They're just chronically at home. They're just chronically at home. That's what it is. TikTok. This is from TikTok. Yes, some of these clips are from TikTok. They're probably all from TikTok. Because this is where this weird trend originates from, which is TikTok.
Position. Oh, I don't know how to write with a pencil yet. Okay. What is your name? C-Y-B... Stop. Okay, one question. What skills do you bring to this company? Well, I have the energy of a very hard worker. Great. But will you actually do the work? That's not the same thing. And it's very weird that you're asking me that. I can already feel the bad faith arguments brewing down beneath me. So let me pregame the inevitable plague of whataboutism commenters that will shortly descend upon this video like a swarm of locusts. What's wrong with wanting someone nice? Are you saying disabled people don't deserve kindness? She didn't just say patient. She didn't say a good listener. She didn't say a kind, empathetic man. She said preschool teacher toned energy. Why that specific job? Think about it. What is the fundamental dynamic between a preschool teacher and a child? It's an authority figure managing a developing, often irrational, screaming and sticky human being that's like 1 foot tall. The entire relationship is built on a power imbalance. You don't negotiate with a 3-year-old who is screaming because their sock feels weird. You manage them. Now,
but isn't it in core though manipulative? Isn't it just technically? See, isn't it just technically weaponized incompetence that this woman essentially is like using, right? She's essentially using weaponized incompetence. She's like acting like basically like a toddler, maybe a bit harsh. It doesn't fit perfectly, but you get the idea. While her partner needs to do everything. So is it technically just also weaponized incompetence?
imagine your romantic partner. Well, let's be honest, none of you have that. You're subscribed to this channel. They're supposed to be your equal.
Hey! How dare you! I'm about to punch your little avatar. How dare you? I'm engaged, I have, you know.
Cool. Now imagine you're upset about your job, you're stressed about rent, and this person looks at you with a soft smile and says, "It sounds like someone needs a nap in a juice box." I would rather be called an incompetent creature and be submerged in a vat of lukewarm battery acid infested with silverfish. I would choose without hesitation to slide naked down a 50-foot Gillette razor blade before being slingshotted into the sun.
Using this comment.
Sounds like a cool experience, though, not gonna lie. Forgive me. I am late. I was sweat gaming Dead Cells. Hey, that's mean. Hi, Joe. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. And, for being late, there's only one thing that will happen. I'm gonna send the white man to colonize your pussy. Gage, congratulations. I don't know what that means. I will be married. I will be married. Soonish. That's what that means.
To address a bunch of the comments in that video that are similar to this. Show me where it says that the autistic, chronically ill, disabled person isn't working in the original video. Where does it say that?
No one gives a fermented rat's ass about your LinkedIn profile. We were all little
That's a new one. I haven't heard fermented rat's ass. That's crazy work. I've never heard that one. That one goes... That's a fine addition to my collection, Poke. Did you see the nose piercing? Yeah. Yeah. But they're not, right? They're not a septum piercing, right? They're not a septum piercing, so I wouldn't classify them as... She doesn't have... the septum piercing theory does not apply here.
up on the part where you demanded a caregiver who could fund your entire existence.
A disabled person wanting a partner to be financially well off or financially stable is not selfish. It does not mean that we are going to be dependent on them for everything.
And then she swaps out the word wealthy for financially stable. Wealthy and financially stable are two completely different universes. One is we can afford to pay our bills, and the other is I can afford to treat my adult girlfriend like a pampered toddler for the rest of her life. She said wealthy, and now she's acting shocked that people heard preschool teacher energy combined with wealthy and somehow arrived at unpaid caregiver. You posted the job description. You literally put an ad out for a rich dude to treat you like a child, and now you're mad that people are reading the ad back to you. It's weaponized incompetence dressed up as a quirky need, and guess what? There's a post-credits scene when they aren't the masculine provider and protector type that wants to solve all of my problems and give me a soft life. Masculine provider and protector wants to solve all my problems, give me a soft life. Just say you want a new dad. Just admit you're looking for a new father who you can also make out with.
I mean, to be fair, that's not really crazy. That's like most women, that's like most women, that's like most women from our parents' generation, to be fair, who are essentially like that, right? I wouldn't say that's anything saying this, like, of course, with everything before that, that's crazy, because, right, the combination of that, of the information before that, but this TikTok standing on its own isn't really a criticism. She looks like a Karen. That's true.
It's so much faster. You want a living, breathing manifestation of a financial portfolio of a small nation with a hero complex who will build a pillow fort around your entire existence so that you never have to deal with anything. And your entire life pre-chewed for you and fed to you like a baby bird. This video is just the ultimate self-report. It incinerates all of the backpedaling she did before. All of the, oh, I just meant the energy, or, oh, I just meant financially stable, gone. This whole soft life trend is just the trad wife aesthetic with better SEO. Before moving on, I want to clarify something before this next guy poorly explains it himself. Is autism tragically—
Hey, if you found a guy that wants to afford you being a housewife, I mean, go ahead. Go ahead. I feel like still better than working for a boss who doesn't give a rat's ass and work in a dead-end job that will never pay you more for the next 50 to 60 years. Might as well just become the housewife at this point. I see no issue.
Underdiagnosed in women due to medical bias and different social presentations? Yes, absolutely, it's a serious issue. Having said that, this is not a helpful contribution to the discourse.
I think your girlfriend low-key is autistic. Ladies, keep scrolling. This is just for the boys. Autism is diagnosed 4 times as much in boys as it is in girls, so I feel like it's underdiagnosed in girls because they're better at masking. Because when you think about it, right, a guy—
Nah, I think just guys get autism more. That's literally it. Just like many other issues, guys are worse in school. Guys more often struggle from learning like deficiencies, right? From like they struggle to read, they struggle to do they struggle more with like learning disabilities, whatever you want to call them. I don't know, but yeah, that's just more common. And funnily enough, women who struggle with learning disabilities, or girls that struggle in school, also usually have more testosterone. The more you know.
That's a little quiet.
Nature designed us to be more stupid. Where is the compensation for that handicap?
Awkward, has a rock collection, thinks he's a wizard. You're like, oh yeah, that guy, you got the neurodivergizzle. You look at a lady who has a crystal collection, which they're minerals, but kind of like rocks, sells witchcraft on Etsy or TikTok Shop, and everybody's like this.
Nah, there's a difference. There's a difference between autism and a woman being insane. I would classify that as, like, if you believe in the magic of rocks, I'm concerned. Same like with like astrology, which literally is just racism for white women.
This is the most neurotypical woman in Austin, Texas.
This is WebMD in the physical form of a man in absurd sunglasses. Or they like x-ray spectacles that show you the autism particles instead of bones. This is a condescending tutorial for men to pathologize their girlfriends as personalities. The symptoms he lists. A crystal collection is the same as a rock collection. Selling witchy things on Etsy is the same as thinking you're a wizard. This is the pattern recognition ability of a concussed toddler. It's like saying a chef is the same as an arsonist.
I'm a wizard, not a wizard.
because both of them use fire. He takes normal, trendy female interests and glues a clinical sounding label onto them. My eyes keep doing this thing every few seconds where they close and open again. I think I'm stimming and infected with autism.
So, I don't know, is your girlfriend's love language really physical touch, or does she just have sensory issues? Is she stimming?
To all my fellow men, we need to never understand our partners, never see them as people with hobbies, but as a collection of intriguing symptoms to be deciphered. They don't have hobbies. We need to reclassify them.
You got the neurodivergizzle up in the, you know, you got the teasy fasheezy.
And the language. 0 words were spoken.
What the fuck? That's what? Bro. I think bro is not okay. I think homie is not okay.
These are the wet, guttural sounds an organ makes as it's being rejected by its host's body. The death rattles of the English language. This isn't helping anyone. This is just giving a generation of guys a whole new set of pseudo-intellectual vocabulary to mansplain their own girlfriends to them. Oh, she's not angry that I forgot her birthday. She's just having an autistic meltdown. She doesn't have a passion for art. She's just hyperfixated. It's a new, improved way to be dismissive while seeming as if you're understanding. It's truly bizarre how the pastime of using overconsumption to quiet the screaming void of an unfulfilled life is starting to slowly exhaust all material goods, and soon all that's going to be left is to begin consuming people themselves. People would rather voluntarily strap themselves into a psychological Iron Maiden than have a boring partner. This is it, what we have all been training for. Autism, rap, all time.
Nah, this can't be real. I don't understand what he's saying. Me neither. I didn't understand a word of what he was saying. Don't worry about it. We're not speaking the same language at this point. Autism rap.
Topsy. There's good songs, there are mid songs, and then there are songs so fundamentally broken they feel less like music and more like a cry for help typed out by a hostage. Songs you'd have to take apart with tweezers just to understand the full scope of the disaster. This is contrast to the creator, the patient zero of this plague, and here he is pretending he has no idea what's going on. Wait, what's wrong with the lyrics? You wrote them. You know what's wrong. God, I hate interaction bait. Previous to excavating clips for this video, I had never seen this man on planet Earth. His genius page is pretty boring too. I don't think this guy has ever made a good song, which checks out when she says, I'm a little neurospicy, so I play her this. This right here is why the song exists for this guy. This isn't a joke. This is a weapon. Oh, you're neurodivergent?
I'm a little neurospicy. What? What? Wait, is that the dude doing the hot people test? Wait a minute.
It's cool. That's my biggest turn on. He's basically just running around with a little butterfly net like a villain who specializes in capturing and cataloging lonely women. Because unfortunately, there are people who enjoy being treated this way and desire fetishization because they lack self-worth and probably a therapist. To avoid my entire channel being struck down by Zeus, I can't play the song, but I'll improvise just for you. And I told her, I don't discriminate. I love a neurodivergent. On bro. Don't care if it's the ADHD or the tism as long as the head game is working. If she yaps too much, I don't judge him bodies.
I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this no more, please. No. No.
You servant. I don't care if the gears in her head ain't turning, 10 in the face, you perfect. Okay. He loves a neurodivergent. A singular collectible specimen, wanting to collect a neurodivergent because you think their brain is a fun party trick. Listen, I'm trying not to be too much of the woker right now, but also this guy looks extremely punchable. Super cool that all neurological conditions are interchangeable flavors. Your entire neurological reality is an inconvenience I will tolerate in exchange for head if you're skinny, or if you're hot, and can serve as some sort of utility for me. There's no more efficient method of dehumanization. You're actually crazy annoying usually, but your body is a commodity that compensates for it, so it's fine. And I don't think I need to say anything about this last line. We can all understand why it's giga weird. This is the whole problem. It's about problematically chasing after a neurodivergent person, boiling them down.
Well, now we're definitely in malicious territory. Like I said, now we're in the sexualization part. I think you have lost a couple of brain cells by the sound of it. They're just all died. They just all vanquished a few, like all of them actually, just like gone. I can't even speak properly anymore. What the heck is this? What are we doing? Why is there essentially tism rap?
Onto their diagnosis and then turning their brain wiring into a white, paint-splattered abstract painting. I just want to know when we came up with these lyrics. Like, what was going on situationally? And Shadi told me that she got ADD. That means her ass got the dump. She say she a little autistic, babe, but I'm a-okay if the brain gone tweak. I'm not sure why I'm a Victorian boy, but it feels right. Don't care if you're schizo, little bit sick, cause I'm down for the syndrome. If the face card valid, body-
What the heck? Who wrote this? Bro, who wrote this? This is horrid. This is horrid. Oh, this writing is peak.
Valid, neck game valid, got it. If the body is 10, I'm a heart it. I do not care if the whoa. Why even put the dash there? Honestly, at that point, you can just say it. Take my pass, because this is more embarrassing. Can't rap, can't write, just find another hobby, buddy. This one is—
Bro, why are you just cutting out retarded? At this point, just put it in. At this point, it's so comical. Let's just throw it in. Who cares, bro? The word is used so much. Who cares?
working out too well for you. It's so deeply ingrained in ableism that he sees neurodiversity not as a lived experience, but as a set of quirky, consumable traits to be fetched like rare artifacts, putting them into little red and white balls to carry around for fun. And with that, this autopsy is concluded. I've just been informed that I might have ADD, which apparently means my ass has the dump. Also known as I drank dairy earlier, so I'm gonna go. Subscribe or don't, but you should, because it would put a
Did you just say she has diarrhea? Wait a minute.
little smirk on my face. Not a smile, a smirk, like a tiny evil one. Okay, bye.
Nah, this is crazy. This is weird. This is... Okay, this was a weird one. This was a weird one for sure. This was a very odd one. This was an incredibly odd one. This is... Okay, so basically, we got people on TikTok fetishizing mental disabilities and be like, yeah, that's hard, bro. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? TikTok just this one entirely big hot people test. The more you know. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Nah, I'm unconvinced. She mainly tried to mimic Shu speech patterns. I don't think she has much to do with Shu on head. I'll be completely real. Like, it doesn't work because she doesn't even talk about the same topics. Like, if you mimic somebody, you mimic everything, not just the speech pattern. That wouldn't make much sense. She does not the same content whatsoever. It's not even the same category. That would make... You're schizoing. I don't understand anything, but I think it's confusing. Not even AI could make such random things. Like pet fish because it's pet fish. I'm confused. Anyways. Okay, next up. Untrue poke. Nah, literally true. It's not the same topics. Like, what would you gain from copying? You don't mimic everything, but you don't gain anything from mimicking somebody's speech patterns. I could now mimic the speech patterns of I don't know, who is there? Somebody I don't really watch. I could mimic the speech patterns of Mr. Beast. That wouldn't help me in any way, shape, or form. Catchphrases spread like fire. Now that wouldn't help me in any way, shape, or form. This would only work if there was a overlap in viewers. There is no overlap in viewers. Okay, did we do one short one still? And then I need to do the true crime one. The long one, the 45-minute one. And if someone said diabolic first and now everyone repeated, did it copy him? It depends. If you consume the person a lot and then you adopt it, then it's not really copying. You just subconsciously started adopting it. I'd say Charlie, the way she speaks is like him. Shu, though, I don't see it. Yeah, I see Moist Critical here much more. Then I gotta sleep. Good night, Yuri. Sleep well. I see, if anything, I see Moist Critical. If anything, I'd say Charlie too. It's not Shu on head for sure. Surely not. Especially with how monotonous it is. Same with Asmongold, I think so. I really do. Well, you take over people's speech patterns if you consume them a lot. So it's not really copying. Like, it's not really deliberately like, I'm copying this person because, I don't know, I want to be like them or anything like that. Just close your eyes and hear her out, not saying that it be shoe. Nah, I don't hear shoe. I'll be honest. Her style is way more reminiscent of Moist Critical. Way more. Nah, I don't see shoe on head whatsoever. Not even a little bit. You're schizoing.
Today we're looking
at what I think, not talking about their personality. Copying is a conscious act. Copying is a conscious act. I don't think anybody out there is consciously copying shoe on head. I don't think so. Copying is a conscious act of doing something. Anyways. That's how I see it. You think? I didn't hear Moist, but fair enough. Her monotonous style is very much Moist Critical. Because that was my first thought when I heard her, when I originally started watching her. But yeah, copying is intent, broski. No way you didn't hear Charlie, but heard Shu. Yeah, for sure. There's no way you hear Shu on head. Shu on isn't even as close to like sounding as neutral. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Anyways, we got something stupid here. We got something stupid. We've got something stupid. I have to say, you kind of sound like Asmongold in your commentary, minus the cockroaches. I mean, he does also react. I guess there is similarities. Anyways, Americans think Europe is like this by Purge. This cannot be good, because from what I can tell, a lot of not a lot, but there's a certain part of Americans even that think Europe is like one country, right? The United States of Europe. Anyways, we'll look at this. I've also seen like a woman say like what was it? Europe is like Japan and shit. It's like really odd. It's like really, really weird. It is so weird. Like they eat a lot. They don't have any seasoning and stuff like that. It's like so weird. Let's go.
looking at Americans and what
or that we got electricity like 10 years ago.
They think about Europe. You know, Americans are known to be intelligent. They are known to know everything about everything. If you ask them a question, they will have an answer. 90% of the time it might be wrong, but it doesn't matter. They will have one for you.
Things to say. God bless our troops.
Okay, man, we're starting off this video with that. Functioning toilets? What Europe were you at? I'm sure every country in Europe has functioning toilets. Are you sure you went to Europe? Honestly, I don't trust your geography. I mean, you might have actually not gone to Europe at all.
God bless America.
Ice! We have ice everywhere. I'm sure
Ice! No, we don't have ice. What is that? We don't have ice. Europe is sub-Saharan. Tropical. We don't have ice here. It's ice. Also, are you the country where your ice machines don't work? In McDonald's or whatever? Mimic Asmon? I don't even know how to mimic Asmon. I don't even know. I think so. I really do. I don't know how he says it. I got no idea. United States of Europe. Did I miss a geographic update? But that's what these people think. I've literally seen a clip of like a woman saying, Europe is a country. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're many countries. No, we don't have ice here. We don't want them to attack people. Well, we could need a little bit of ice here. There's a few people that don't belong here.
Every country has some sort of supply of ice. I know ice in America stands for something else, but like, come
ironic that he brings it up now.
Come on. I know you guys probably think Europe is a third world country, but it's actually a continent with first world countries in it. So that would explain why you don't think we have ice and functioning toilets.
And gentlemen!
We don't have fruit in Europe now!
No connected caps. Wait, I need to switch the side so you can see the stupid shit. Wait a minute. I want you to experience the retardation real quick. We'll switch over to this side. Oh, do you have a war cry? No, but I can make you cry. Anyways. Yeah, the connected caps was probably the worst thing ever. Those of you who are European, you will understand. The connected caps is literally the worst thing they have ever made. It's like for everything, right? It's just for regular bottles. It's for milk. It's just so horrible. It is just so horrible. It's just hella ass. Not only that, sometimes they don't really function well, so you feel like you're about to cut yourself on the fucking bottle cap. It's just crazy. It's just so dumb. It's just so dumb. Like, the bottle caps don't end up somewhere, right? And like, people don't litter, but to be fair, most people don't, like, most people, you need to realize this, most people throw the bottle away with the cap on it anyways, so the cap doesn't get lost to begin with.
And gentlemen,
we don't have fruit in Europe now. We have fruit. We have water. We have toilet.
We have, in fact, better fruits than Americans. Sorry, yours might be mystery fruit.
Where did you visit?
Your watermelons are bendy. Or air conditioning. Well, we don't need air conditioning. And sometimes I feel like we do. It depends on the summers.
Oh my god, we literally have all these things. I understand if you went to a cold country, it wouldn't have aircon because why would you need it? But a lot of people in hot countries have AC. You just have to be able to afford.
Like here in Germany, most people don't have air conditioning. You could have air conditioning though, if you wanted to. But most houses don't have air conditioning. I give her that. Sure, it depends where you go though. I'm pretty sure that in Italy, a lot of them might have air conditioning.
And I'm sure most hotels have AC, so also don't know where you stayed. Oh, see, yeah, we don't have as wide streets as you in Europe because we actually have history. Yeah, most of our cities are actually older than your country. Things were built around before cars were invented. People didn't use cars back in the day, so streets and cities were built different, and we didn't have insanely huge.
We also have better drivers. Overall, people drive better here. How do I know? My fiance confirmed. People drive way better here. Driving is way more comfortable here in Europe. Huh. Surprise, surprise.
Streets for SUVs.
May I have a spicy milk? Sure. Half or full? Full. And I'll have a chai latte with oat milk.
Sounds great. Do you want that small or large?
Small.
And for here to go?
For here. She asked me if I was British, and I said yes.
No, she did not ask you.
Nah, maybe she asked you, wait, you sound weird. Are you British? Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Nah, no.
If you were British, she'd probably ask you, are you ready? Why would you pretend to be British? Oh.
I finish it for you, because I say it here anyways. Are you retarded?
Could I have a spicy milk? What the f is a spicy milk?
Here are things in a British grocery store that would send American.
Who the fuck is ever created spicy milk? Why would you create spicy milk? What is a spicy? Okay, wait a minute. What is spicy milk? Okay. What the fuck is spicy milk? Spicy milk. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. What the fuck? Who says that? Who fucking says that? Who the fuck says spicy milk then? It's just like a chai latte and shit. What are we doing? It's just the milk with spice, but they probably have different names. What the heck? Side note, a gorilla can actually yank off your head and use it as a tennis ball. Which would you pick, fighting a gorilla or fighting 1,000 dudes? Fighting a gorilla. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. GT, it doesn't matter. I'm dead regardless. I am dead regardless. It does not matter. I'm dead anyways. It literally doesn't matter.
Into a coma. Their eggs are never refrigerated. They're always in these containers or on shelves. Also, look at how cheap those eggs are. You just cannot get that in America.
I actually looked up why you have to have your eggs refrigerated in the USA, and it turns out they pump loads of chemicals onto the eggs, so they have to stay in the fridge.
Oh, well, that's weird. Also, well, when you complain of the price, well, you have the bird flu, whatever that shit's called in English. So, well, there's that. That's why that's so expensive.
To last. Why do you need to do that to your eggs? Do you eat anything that doesn't contain chemicals? Is natural food allowed in the US? Probably not.
The tea aisle is absolutely insane to me. It is an entire aisle just dedicated to different types of teas. I didn't even know this much tea existed in the world.
That's not even enough tea for the average British family in a year.
Also, British people love their instant coffee. I've never had an instant coffee until I moved here, and I must say it's not that good.
I mean, I'll agree with you. I don't love instant coffee. But coming from an American, that's funny. You guys literally drink a jug of coffee that sits on heat for a whole day, mostly water, a tiny bit of coffee in there, and that's what you guys call coffee, with about 10 spoons of sugar added. You guys probably don't know what the taste of coffee actually is.
People love to make anything into a pie. We've got steak pies, we've got chicken pies, we've got cheesy veg pies. Don't get me wrong, I love a good pie, but not everything needs to be inside of a pie.
I guess you can fill holes with a lot of filling. That didn't come out right, did it?
This is where things get...
Nope, that did out of context. Immediately clip that out of context. Can make it more interesting if I make it 1,000 midgets. I'm still losing.
It's scary, but black pudding is a staple in most people's households. What it is pig's blood, and people eat it for breakfast.
Yeah, I don't think most people are eating that. Probably 1% of the country actually enjoy eating that. And definitely is not a staple in most households. Are we just having that with our cereal?
Definitely not. Probably, very likely not. It's not something that's here, at least. That common. That's rather uncommon.
Real now, are we? Why do people in America think people in England eat like 18th century peasants?
America, when you were picking out your fruit and vegetables, they have plastic bags for you to put them in. Here in England, you either have to pay for a bag or you just raw dog your fruit and veg in the cart.
Well, that's because you Americans need every bit of plastic you can get on everything for no reason. You need to wash the vegetables and stuff when you get home anyway. And also, we literally have bags to put them in, so I don't know what you're on about. Is it because they're not pre-packaged for you? Are you too lazy to do that yourself?
Something I will never get on board with, but British people love their baked beans. There are so many different kinds and aisles of baked beans at the grocery store. People will eat them for breakfast, they'll eat them for lunch, they'll eat them for dinner. There's a million different brands of them.
When I first moved to England, I also thought baked beans were a bit weird, but now I like them. They're not very good for you though, so...
Interesting. Interesting. Well, I know that that baked beans are like really a big thing, right? I know that. I've tried them before here too. They're not bad. I like them. I kind of like them. So he's gonna stream soon and play with me. We both will record. Nice. Enjoy, dear. Have fun. Also, hi. Hope you're doing well.
Wouldn't eat them all the time. But those are a staple in most people's houses, not the black pudding you were on about earlier. Look, here's an example of a video of what it looks...
Holy fuck, these dudes are so lazy! Wait. The peel's already off? What the heck?
Like when you go shopping in America for any fruit or veg, 10 million rows of plastic containers. Why do you need pre-peeled oranges? Very few people can't peel it themselves. But realistically, is that the reason, or people just too lazy to peel their own fruit? I wonder if there's a supermarket in America that just feeds people peeled fruit and veg. Like, so you don't have to do it yourself. They just start feeding you a banana, just jam it in your mouth. People in Europe drink water. I'm really lost, man.
What? Water? Oh, nah. Who could have guessed? Water? It's just not just soda? Huh? How dare you? Can't enjoy oranges unless you peel it and smell it. That's like also the nice part, right? Peeling an orange. I don't know. These people are weird. British good food. Are you crazy? The baked beans are actually not that bad. They're actually kind of nice. I got a weird recipe, and I'll tell you. I wonder what it is. Slug in gaming. Oh God. If it has something to do with me, nah. Why are you pointing that out? That weirdly. What is that? That's a cannon. I mean, that's a cannon, but well, that looks like cock and balls. Isn't that black pudding an East Asian dish? I have no idea if it is. They eat with bread. I don't know. I've never. I just eaten them like normal, right? Not with bread. Though I could see it working with bread. Sure.
I'm really confused. They're clearly in Portugal because I'm Portuguese and I know that water company. And people in Portugal drink water, so I don't know what this means. Are Americans just scared to drink tap water in Europe? I'm confused. People do drink bottles of water. Is it because you miss the microplastics? Like, so you just want to drink from plastic bottles? Maybe that's what it is. They're just addicted to the microplastics. Yeah, now I
To be fair, I don't think if you want to drink tap water here, because you're gonna drink all the how do I put this? You're gonna drink all the rust just straight up with it. Rice with it. Beans, rice with it. When you, I was like, what? I had a stroke almost. I just like dead. Beans is nice with beans is nice. It when you season it well. Bro. I'm gonna send you to school. Back to school. That's it. What are you doing in college? Average spelling, dog shit. That's a 6.
Sympathize with you guys. Now I understand. And research has found that microplastics do go into your brain. It would make sense why all of these videos are so stupid. Oh my, I already know this is gonna have some awful takes.
We have that here too. What do you mean? We have that here too. Our weird deer. Weird. You are a weird deer. Dude. We have that here too. We have that here too. We even have water on demand. What do you mean? Cold water on demand. Shut up! There, but in like you can play Uma Musume on your fridge, so there's that. Was it magical cannon? What? Why does it shoot white magic? Like I had a stroke when I saw it as well. I thought of something. I wrote another. Shut up. Beans and rice are really nice when seasoned well. I was holy ass. Waiting for Sway to come back to life. Wait, Sway is dead.
We have ice. You can literally buy one of those fridges if you want. Surprisingly enough, we actually have frozen food in Europe. We have freezers. Realistically, you're probably gonna stay at a hotel. You probably have AC unless you don't pay for it in the hotel.
You do not want AC here in Europe. Because the electricity bill will just anally fist you. Like, here in Germany, you could sell a kidney for electricity at this point. It eats your HP to do physical damage. Interesting.
Hotel room or something. Like, what's going on? Like, yes, this one time I went to Greece, and honestly, Greece, you like to scam people out of their money for no reason, okay? You had to pay €5 a day just to have AC in your hotel room, and it was like 40 degrees outside nearly, so I had to pay for AC. I want a refund, Greece. Send that to me right now. I want a refund from your government. You literally just put the AC on. Why are you covering yourself in blankets?
Bro. So you put the AC on and then you cover yourself with blankets. Actually, they may actually be retarded. Actually, they might be retarded. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Blankets. If it's too cold, turn it back off. Turns out we literally have carpets in Europe. If you went to any pub in England,
my carpet is literally like plush. What do you mean? Get out of here.
You would have 100% seen a sticky carpet. You would have stepped on it and got your foot a bit stuck on it. Clearly, you didn't go to any pubs.
What is an abnormally sized car? What is an abnormally sized car? What is a normal sized car?
What's a normal sized car? Like a big SUV that is obnoxiously wasting loads of petrol and making loads of noise. That's the normal sized cars. In Europe, we don't have towels. We just air dry.
No. Soft towels. We don't have soft towels. Ours are like hard as steel. They're hard towels. What the heck?
We come out the shower and naked, just stand there until we dry. That's exactly what we do, actually. Whoa, you got
space? Space. Oh, Europe is so small. We don't have any space. We live like all together in like a tuna can, right? Okay, serious question. How big is that carpet? Surely not for the whole room, right? That's kind of minus for the entire room. Yes. What do you mean? That would be weird. That would be weird. A monster truck. Fine, a monster truck is abnormally large.
Guys can move in the USA? God damn, bro, we're not allowed to move here, actually. We have to stand still. I've actually been moving too much in this video. I'm getting to the legal limit, really. So I have to stand still from now on.
What is she trying to prove with this?
Why do you have more ingredients in a cake, donut, or a brownie than you have words in your own constitution? You would be there an hour trying to read what you're about to eat. I saw bleached flour. So the flour looks whiter? Like, are you guys into that thing? Like, you know, it has to be white for it to be nice. I know America is a...
If it ain't white, it ain't right. Even when it comes to the food. Nah, for real though. That's just like your ingredients lists. I look at our ingredient lists and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Is this really food? But this is just abnormal. That's just abnormal. It's just way too much.
A bit crazy with that stuff.
Part 2 of things in a British grocery store that would send Americans into a coma. Okay, first things first, I need someone to tell me what brown sauce is and why doesn't it have a name? It's so bad that it's just named after the color.
You literally just picked up a bottle that says HP sauce. And also, I don't know what brown sauce is, and I live here.
This is definitely a staple in British households, and you know what? To each their own.
Why does this person...
With daddies?
This is definitely a staple in British households, and you know what? To
Daddy's favorite brown sauce. Chat. Do you want also some of Daddy's favorite brown sauce? I bet you do. The heck? What the heck is that, dude? That is horrible. That is genuinely horrible. What the fuck is that?
Each their own.
Why does this person keep thinking this is a staple in British house? No, you said this in a previous video. Everything you pick up is just not a staple in British households. Brown sauce is maybe used by about 10% of the country. Maybe. Most people would probably eat ketchup and mayonnaise and all these normal things.
Forget about the World Wide Web and the telephone. The best invention to come out of England are the 360-degree shopping cart wheels. America definitely needs to take notes because we really do need these.
I've actually been to Costco because we have Costco's in the
I am shocked. What do you mean they don't have that? What do you mean they don't have that?
UK. And to push the shopping trolleys, it's so difficult. You're telling me every store in the USA is like that? That's crazy. You guys are really behind on that.
British people absolutely love their peas, but why on earth are there so many different types of peas? On what occasion could you possibly need this many different types of peas? And the fact that you go and mush them and say it's edible is a disgrace.
I'd rather have more selection of vegetables and fruit than processed foods. Also, I'm guessing the answer to your question is because there's different types of peas. So people might like a certain type compared to another. I don't know.
This is something that actually repulses me, but why don't pastries have any covering? They are just in direct contact with everyone's germs. For me personally, that is so unsanitary.
I understand to a certain degree, maybe there should be some sort of barrier there, but we don't need plastic for everything, okay? Also, if you didn't know, most of these pastries and breads, at least in the UK and probably in the majority of big supermarkets.
Wow, surprise, surprise, they're not covered. I mean, here in Germany they're covered because they're like behind some like a plastic window, whatever you want to call it. Well, GT, tonight when you sleep, I'm gonna put Daddy's hot brown sauce on your chest, and it's gonna flow down your chest.
Markets in Europe are actually frozen and then just baked in store. So it's not even like you're eating some lovely thing homemade right there. No, it's made in a factory, frozen, packaged, taken there, heated up, put it on the shelves. I honestly would just recommend you going to your local baker.
What's up with you guys eating prawn mayo sandwiches and prawn cocktail chips?
I'll be real, those sandwiches, I'll be honest, those sandwiches, those pre-made sandwiches are disgusting. They're disgusting. They're horrible. They are you wouldn't even eat this if you were about to die. No, these are disgusting. Ugh.
Those two things right there are just not...
Yo, I don't know who is out here eating prawn mayo sandwiches in the UK, but that is definitely not happening. You're a weird person if you're doing that. Prawn cocktail crisps? Yeah, you know what? They're not too bad, and I think a lot of people eat those. Prawn mayo sandwiches. Yeah, your breath is gonna stink at work, mate.
This is the lazy American in me. I'm well aware of that, but I miss people packing my groceries up for me. I leave the grocery store actually sweating because it stresses me out so much.
Are you kidding?
I mean, okay, she's probably, a bit on the heavier side, They don't move that much. Well, that makes sense. Yes, it's confirmed, GT. I'm going to ember her at your chest.
Me. You have people that stand there and put things in bags for you. There is no way, bro. They are lazier than I thought. I mean, it's good if you go to the store and you have some sort of disability. Apart from that, you're just lazy. If you want to be smarter than the average resident of the USA, go follow and watch one of my streams on these platforms. And like and subscribe or your country will run out of ice and water.
Yep. And air conditioning. And peas and baked beans and whatever. Anyways, well, this just once again proves that Americans are oftentimes just really, really lazy. How do you come to the conclusion that, the worst one probably was the AC one, right? You turn on the AC, you cool down, and then you disappear on the blanket. Why were you even doing that in the first place if that's an issue? You might as well just, they don't have no idea of room temperature, probably either. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Sounds to me like Frog is gonna have some fun in 2 years. Nah, we are normal unlike you, because I love to... I love to go into Monster Girls. You'll probably have some weirder stuff. I'll probably enjoy some good tentacle action. Anyways. I'll jump over mine. Already that's already one that's way too long. I need to do the true crime one next. I want to do the true crime one next. It is what it is, but I want to do the true crime one next. I need to do that one. But that one's already 45 minutes. That one is already 45 minutes. Anyways, I'm taking a quick break and then we do the true crime one. I'm taking a Monster Girl gooning isn't weird, it's pixels. Not if you're imagining the tentacles. Alright, I'll be right back. I have returned. A quick peer. It's project, GT. It's project. And I'm not projecting. You like tentacles in your holds. That's just the truth. Isn't that right, Somix? It's pixels? Yes, it's pixels. That's why you like Fuda Centaur girls. The gods told me that. Anyways, we're doing the true crime now. Whether he's here or not. If Joe's not here, then Joe's not here. I do not care. I've waited long enough for this man to pull up, and then he pulls up, and then he disappears again. Probably with his alt girl. Yes, I'm being oddly specific with what people fuck today. It's weird. But it must be. It must be like this. Am I? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Damn, I didn't know all the males here liked some pegging. Good for them. Of course you would enjoy that. That the males do here. Of course you would. That's why you love Frog. And Frog legs. Frog does have some nice legs. I agree. She does have some nice legs. I agree with that. Certainly do.
It was a freezing.
Of course, well, it makes sense that we're gonna watch this. This is gonna be hella long. This, my fellow kids, will be a... My fellow slimes will be a long one, my slimelets. This will be a long one. It will. I'll steal Frog and return her taller. No! I like my short woman. No. This CEO was killed in her TV studio, but there's a crime. Oh boy, this is gonna be very like Desi Studios. We're gonna see what that one's about. We're gonna see what that one's about. I'm gonna put this, since this is super long, we'll be putting this on 1.15 because this is a ginormous video. This is a big one. We'll do that. All right, here we go.
It was a freezing February night in upstate New York. Snowflakes swirled in the wind, settling over a quiet strip mall in the small town of Orchard Park. Inside one of the units, a modest television studio lined with bright posters and soft studio lights, two people stood on the brink of an ending. On paper, they were a power couple. He, a charismatic businessman from Pakistan. She, an architect with a sharp mind and a warm smile. Together, they had built America's first English-language Muslim television network, a dream born in the wake of 9/11, a vision of countering stereotypes and celebrating community. But dreams can hide night.
Oddly enough, the stereotypes are becoming more and more true nowadays than they have ever been. A problem, but it's happening.
Nightmares. Behind the glossy photos, the awards, the handshakes with community leaders was a marriage on the brink of catastrophe. What happened next that chilly Friday would shock the nation, ignite debates about culture and religion, and leave an entire community questioning how well they really knew the people they celebrated. This is the story of Asia Zubair.
I'm just being careful with the music because I don't want to get yeeted. Yeetus that fetus. You should add balls on your character. Technically, I could turn this into an NSFW model and add a dick to it. I wouldn't do that.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Desi Crime Podcast, a show where we dive deep into some of the craziest cases from around South Asia. I'm your host Ashwarya.
And I'm Aryan.
And the case that we have for you today is so violent, I was already questioning where my homie was. I was already questioning why she's sitting here alone. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it ever since I heard of it. I run in kind of a unique setup today. This is a little bit different, right?
I would argue much better also to be able to record a Desi Crime episode without being in close proximity to you.
Funny, that's what I was going to say. It's so much easier when I can...
wait, what? What the heck? Huh? Did they have a fight? Is she contaminated? Is he contaminated? Is one of them sick? Could that be the case? Because why are they separate? And why are the shots fired?
Just mute him, guys, and that's an option all of you have all the time, by the way.
He just really just shot fires. He just shot at her like, it's good to be not close by to you. Holy. Funny. You should all add a Ditto's face toggle to your model. It would be funny. I don't know. The problem is always that toggles are shitty with Weeroid. They're just really ass.
We are in this setup to experiment how we can accommodate all our travel shenanigans and still provide Desi Crime episodes to you. But the Desi Crime team is off this week. It's a 9-10 day long break and we're all traveling. But we thought because you need your dose of Desi Crime, we will record one remotely for you. I'm in my house in Bombay recording this. But because we put in so much effort for you guys to give you episodes even while we're vacationing, the least you can do is buy the one and only, the Desi Crime book. For those of you who don't know, and I'm kind of surprised if you don't know, we have a book out. And you can pre-order it right now in the link in bio. And it releases on the 19th of August. If you happen to be outside India or you just love our voices a lot, the Audible version of it, exclusively available on Audible, is narrated by yours truly, me and Ashwarya, with 2 exclusive episodes in it that haven't ever been covered on the podcast before. So if you want the audiobook and you want the physical book, as you should, head to the links in the description. And with that, Ashwarya, on with the case for today, one that takes us all the way to New York.
February 13th, 2000.
New York! 2009! Friendly Fire is. Yep, Friendly Fire. They're feeding the slop to piggies just like you. Well, you can call me a piggy, but you are a piggy too. In fact, this is what you're consuming is way more slop than I, because you are the piggy. You are the little piggy eating out of the slop menu. You are the sloppy.
1:07 a.m. Pakistan Standard Time. It's a Friday, the kind of Friday that turns into Saturday when sleep refuses to come. The televisions in bedrooms across Pakistan are turned to an endless loop of breaking news. All channels are flashing the same headline. A turboprop plane, Continental Flight 3407, has crashed into a suburb of Buffalo, New York.
Tonight, investigators are focusing their attention on the actions of the crew operating Flight 3407.
The same burning fuselage, the same speculation about snow and pilot error, the same shrill sounds across the screen. It's the kind of night when you feel like nothing worse could happen. But then, Mary Travers Murphy's cell phone rings. Mary is the town supervisor of Orchard Park, the sleepy Buffalo suburb where nothing ever happens. She's been fielding calls from reporters.
Isn't that ironic? These always take place in places where nothing ever happens. It's like really weird, right? Like the Sweden one we watched, same thing. This is a place where nothing ever happens until it actually does. Yes. Finally, Sonic as a boyfriend. We're continuously shipping. Let the Apple X cute guys ship continue. Let it continue. We need to continue it.
All evening because of the plane crash. This call, she thinks, will be more of the same. But it isn't. On the other end of the line is the Orchard Park police chief. Quote, Mo Hassan just walked into the station, he tells her. He says his wife is dead, end quote. Mo was the affectionate nickname of Muzammil Saeed Hassan, a prominent New York banker turned television network founder of Bridges TV. Mary paused, expecting to hear that Asia Zubair, Mo's wife of 9 years and the co-founder of Bridges TV, had a heart attack or an accident. Instead, the chief's voice drops. He tells her, almost whispering, that they found Asia's body at her and her husband's television studio. He can't bring himself to use the word decapitated, but Mary senses the...
Oh my god. Whoa. Well, don't lose your head. Wow. Wow. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Imagine you walk into your studio, right? To just greet your wife, to just like go to your wife, right? And then like you see her headless. It's gotta be a sight. Though then again, we don't know if the husband is involved or not.
Enormity of what he's about to say. In the background, news anchors drone on about the plane crash, oblivious that another tragedy has just erupted in their backyard. That moment, that one phone call in the middle of chaos, would soon become as notorious as the crash itself. Within hours, Asia Zubair's name would be splashed across global headlines. But to truly understand the story of this day and of this couple, we need to go back in time to 1964, when Mo Hassan was born, tipping the dominoes that would end Asia's life decades later. Muzammil Saeed Hassan's story began in 1964 in Lahore, Pakistan. The details of his childhood are hazy, pieces of a puzzle rather than a full picture. But what is clear is that by the time he was 17, he had set his eyes on something much bigger than the streets he grew up on. That year, he left Pakistan for the United States, chasing the same dream so many others before him had crossed oceans for.
Obviously, the American dream. The American dream, obviously. Huh, makes sense. Yeah. Classic. A bit interesting that they're also covering interesting that they both of them are covering cases of like Indian Pakistanis, like, right, outside of like their countries. Really interesting, really interesting. I like that. Nice change. Maybe I've done that before, but I don't know. Songs will never find a boyfriend like this, okay? Yeah. But would never find one. We aren't the same. I would not want to find a boyfriend, okay? And if I was a woman, I'd be married for sure. So there's that. You can't compete with me if I was a woman. Sorry. I already told her to metaphorically grab him by the balls, but she doesn't want to. She wouldn't try.
A dream of success, security, and reinvention. He enrolled at the University of Rochester School of Business, where ambition seemed to seep from his every move. In 1996, he graduated with an MBA and a growing reputation for sharp intellect and persuasive charm. By the early 2000s, he was thriving in the banking world, working at HSBC, where colleagues described him as a man who could sell an idea to anyone who would listen. But outside of conference rooms and client meetings, a darker pattern was already forming. In the 1980s, Mo married a woman named Janice. They had 2 children together, Michael and Sonia. But behind closed doors, Janice would later claim their home was anything but safe. She described him as controlling, violent, and volatile.
Oh, so we got an abusive husband. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I know that you're trying to sell her. That would be the easiest option. But we gotta pre-test the man that we're selling her to. We don't want to sell her into an abusive marriage.
Their marriage unraveled in divorce, shadowed by allegations of abuse. Mo married again, this time to a woman named Sadia. And again, the pattern repeated. Sadia later told a journalist about one moment burned into her memory, Mo pushing her out of a moving car. She also said he once demanded she let him claim he was the one being abused, a calculated ploy to secure both legal residency and a divorce on his own terms. Friends and family recalled her speaking of beatings, humiliation, and threats that made her fear for her life. Court documents filed years later would state plainly what the woman had lived through. Both of Mo's previous marriages had ended because of, quote, severe domestic abuse. But by the 1990s, Mo Hassan was single again, rebuilding his life one step at a time in the United States.
Actually, okay, just want to wrap my head around something. Asia, who we were talking about in the beginning, is his 3rd wife.
Correct.
Oh, so we have a pattern here. The guy's abusive and gets into marriages. We have a pattern here. Okay. Well, that already is not good, knowing that how abusive he is. That this would be I don't know. It's just like, if that's already a red flag, that already makes him easily the main suspect. You're so nice. Don't sell me. You'll be the best. I will not sell you. You need the cute guy though. You need to step up, or he needs to step up. This can't continue like this. This is like a sad romance drama.
Janice and Sadia, if I'm getting those names correctly, are his 1st and 2nd wife. So this dude is clearly not somebody who is either meant for commitment or is the problem himself.
Absolutely, and both of his first marriages, like I said, ended with both those first 2 wives saying that there was severe domestic abuse. He's now single, it's the 1990s, and now is when he's going to meet his 3rd wife, who's Asya, who we began the case with. Behind Mo are 2 failed marriages and a trail of allegations he never addressed publicly.
Can I say this? I think I can say this. This man's not worth 3 marriages. I'm gonna be honest. Why do I feel like that dating somebody who has a failed marriage, like, that sounds like to me, that's a red flag. That's probably just me though.
Ahead of him, at least in his own mind, was the possibility of a fresh start. He joined Yahoo Personals under the screen name Muzammil, crafting a profile that painted him as a devout Muslim man in search for a like-minded partner.
Ash, what is Yahoo Personal?
Yahoo Personals, this is really funny, was a dating service, an online dating platform by Yahoo, and it was huge apparently in the late 1990s.
Yahoo had a dating service? I mean, I know that YouTube originally started out essentially as a dating platform. It's just weird that, like, how many, like, things nowadays that we know originally started as a dating platform. That's very interesting. But we just met. He's got that financial social riz.
It began in the US, then it spread to all across Europe in like the early 2000s. Never heard of this before. Like, I've heard of stuff like Match.com and whatnot. Yahoo Personals, never heard of it. If we have anyone who's used Yahoo Personals ever or who knew it was a thing, please let us know what it was like. I have absolutely no clue. Half a world away though, in Karachi, Pakistan, a young woman named Asya Zubair was immersed in her architecture studies. Born on June...
It's an age gap marriage. It's an age gap marriage. All the big sites had chat. Yeah, but I mean, like, for YouTube, it was originally built to be like a video dating app, essentially. That's why it was originally considered a YouTube. Like, they wanted to make that a video dating app, so to speak, or dating platform, not app. Didn't turn out quite that way.
17th, 1972 to a respected Pakistani family, she was ambitious, bright, and determined to design skyscrapers that would leave her mark on the world. But her vision extended beyond blueprints and skylines. She wanted to bridge her faith with the wider world, to be a part of something that uplifted her community. By the year 2000, yearning for a partner to accompany her in her journey through life, in an unusually bold step for a conservative young woman, Asia logged on to the internet to search for a life partner. That search led her to Mo. Their online courtship was quick, intense, and filled with grand promises. Mo praised her education, her modesty, her commitment to serving the Muslim community. He told her about his vision for a Muslim-run television channel in America, one that could change the rising tide of post-9/11 Islamophobia and present Muslims in a positive light. He said he needed a partner.
Well, they could use that right now again, because, well, things are changing in Europe rapidly. Anyways, interesting. Weird how these two found together, but then again, why didn't he just date an American woman that was also Muslim? Interesting.
With not just faith, but with business acumen and emotional strength. Asia, who had always dreamed of using her talents to build something meaningful, was drawn in. Within months, they were married in an Islamic ceremony in 2000, and Asia left Karachi for the United States.
So the inception of this relationship was online, correct?
Yep, correct.
And in the mid-1990s, they meet on Yahoo Personal, Yahoo Me, Yahoo Hinge, whatever that is. And there are a few years of this online dating, apparently long distance, and then they get married without ever having, lived in person together.
That's kind of what it seems like. We don't have all of the accounts, so whether he came and visited her, whether she ever went there, we don't know any of that. What we do know is they kind of met at some point in the...
That's crazy work. Never meeting up, and then, like, immediately marrying straight up is insane. That is insane. They never really had, like, a dating phase properly, like, or at least, like, living together, like, any kind of, like, according to what we have. We don't have all the accounts, but regardless, it's just interesting. Yeah, this is weird.
Late 1990s. By October of 2000, they were married, and they were married in a ceremony, a fairly large ceremony in Pakistan, for which Mo had flown down. After that happened, we know that Asia moved to New York to be with him there permanently. From the outside, it seemed like the perfect marriage and the perfect couple. Mo and Asia settled together in a beautiful two-story home in Orchard Park, which is one of Buffalo's wealthiest suburbs. Their blended household included most children from his previous marriages and eventually 2 more children together. They attended the local mosque together, hosted dinners for neighbors, and became the kind of couple local media loved to profile. Articulate, polished, and committed to reshaping the narrative about Muslim Americans. In 2004, they brought Mo's dream to life, launching Bridges TV, the first English-language Muslim television network in the United States. Its mission statement was clear: to counter negative stereotypes of Muslims and show the diversity of Muslim American life. Asia was the vice president, shaping programming and direction. Mo was the charismatic CEO, selling the vision to investors. The Council on American Islamic Relations celebrated their work, honoring them with awards for what many saw as groundbreaking community service. But the vision was broader than that. Mo and Asia wanted to invite in non-Muslim audiences too, those curious enough to learn about a community they rarely saw represented beyond the headlines. In interviews, their enthusiasm was magnetic. They spoke about their mission with the kind of optimism that made people believe. The network was hailed as a breakthrough. In the years after 9/11, American news cycles had often flattened Muslims into one-dimensional figures: suspects, threats, others. Mo and Asia set out to rewrite that narrative. Their network aired cooking shows, children's programs, documentaries, and interactive call-in segments where imams fielded questions about marriage, finances, and faith. They launched a sitcom, Calling Home, about a Pakistani-American family trying to balance tradition with modern life.
A sitcom. I don't know, it seems to have worked. The interesting part is, though, the most important part is, how did it escalate to the point that that woman just got unheaded?
News anchors like Naeema Hassan wore headscarves without having to explain them, delivering headlines without being reduced to a token. They secured a place on Dish Network, grew an audience in tens of thousands. Quote, "We want to depict Muslims as full human beings, not as stereotypes," Asia told one reporter. Their motto, connecting people through understanding, was more than a slogan. They hosted interfaith forums, spotlighted Muslim women running businesses, profiled American Muslims serving in the military. On camera, Asia was composed, approachable, her tailored suits and hijab framing a warm smile. Many saw her as the network's heart. She once said she wanted to, quote, "shine a light on the joy and compassion in Islam," end quote, because she was tired of seeing her faith reduced to violence and fear. On camera, the couple were the picture of unity, holding hands, exchanging warm glances, smiling wide for the world to see. A modern Muslim power couple breaking back.
But it's only on TV. It is only on TV. It is never. It is very different outside of TV, because here they're just playing a role.
Barriers together. But away from the bright studio lights and carefully staged photo ops, the story was far from perfect. Behind the closed doors of their Orchard Park home, the image began to fracture. It didn't take long after the wedding for the man who had charmed Asia from across an ocean to disappear. In his place emerged someone darker, someone her friends and family would later say was obsessed with control. According to those closest to her,
obviously, he was abusive in the two previous marriages. He's obviously, third time's the charm. He's obviously going to be abusive in this one too. Surprise, surprise. Was going for a bit. Was the head left there or stolen? He found it there, so it was likely. Though it probably likely happened somewhere else. Maybe not. They didn't say that the body was there, so I don't know.
Mo monitored Asia's every move. He listened in on her phone calls, read her emails, dictated how money in the house was spent. He demanded her passwords, and when she resisted, he took them by force. With them, he impersonated her in her messages to her lawyer and psychologist. He even wrote letters under the guise of his own mother, praising him while painting Asia as domineering and unstable. He drilled her on what to say if the police or child protective services ever came to the door, forcing her to memorize scripts that cast him as a devoted husband and father. And when she resisted him, the threat was always the same. If she ever left, he would take the children. In her personal logs, she wrote of being deprived of sleep, of being woken by bright lights or shrill alarms until she agreed to whatever he wanted, of being forced to sign memos giving him permission to punish her if she ever contacted the police or social services, of hearing him threaten in a voice she knew was capable of carrying it out, that he would, quote, "take the children, burn them, and bury them where she would never find them."
What the fuck? Yeah, it appears that he most certainly, probably, very likely did it.
She disobeyed. She wrote of being shoved, punched, and having objects hurled at her, only for him to tell her it was her fault. If she cried, he would sneer, "You're weak, you're selfish, you lack sabr," patience, twisting a virtue her faith cherished into a weapon to keep her silent. There were moments of violence that etched themselves into her body, locked in their bedroom while he sat on top of her until she agreed she was mentally ill, dragged down the driveway and pinned to the ground after telling him she wanted to keep their unborn child, beaten until she agreed to an abortion, only to miscarry weeks later.
Bro, this is a demon. Get this fuck. That is. I smell. Did bro get the penalty? If so, thank goodness.
There was the time he punched her nose over and over until blood streamed down her face, then forbade her from seeking medical care. For a week, she hid indoors, the bruises on her face bearing the shape of his fists.
Ash, it might be conditioning, and it might be sort of the male perspective. I don't know what I can blame on this, but when somebody says domestic abuse, there is an image or a notion that props up in your head. And it is not one as adverse as what you've described. And we've covered cases on Desi Crime like Chamari Lianage and others where an act could be described as domestic abuse. But if I were to describe it, it is psychopathic torture and assault, repetitive assault. Domestic abuse seems to placate that to something more diminished. And maybe I was wrong in assuming, there were fights when you said, I thought, there's a couple that fought, especially because he broke up with two of his previous wives because of domestic abuse. This is not what I had in mind when you said that.
I think that
the problem is with domestic abuse is also that oftentimes it's mutual. It's also oftentimes both beating each other. or both abusing each other. That's usually something that is never mentioned. Now, is that here the case? Probably not. Very likely not. Most certainly not. But you need to always take domestic abuse cases with a grain of salt, because the more and more we look at the numbers, the more it seems fairly or very close who is the perpetrator. Sometimes it is, like I said, also both doing it. So yeah, there can be very much there can be very much. You need to be careful with these oftentimes, though here it is likely very apparent who was the one who did the perpetrator.
It's so true. It's so common to hear domestic abuse, and us in South Asia are so conditioned to know that it's happening across homes, possibly in our own families, possibly in families that are very, very close to us, familiarly speaking, that we think it's a man who's loud, it's a man who'll break a glass, it's a man who'll punch a wall. It's a man who'll stop the car, get out, let you sit in the car after dinner because he's angry. This doesn't come to mind. I don't know why. And I think it's only after covering all of these cases that they see.
It's also that you have the picture of a man, because for a woman it's not visible, really. For as a woman is weaker, but yeah, I can promise you, lived experience wise, I've seen way more domestic abuse done by, or committed by women than by men. But yeah, according to the data we have, it's pretty close who's doing it.
Crime that I realize this abuse is so vicious. We don't hear about this enough. It's crazy. Then there were all of the times she tried to flee, only for him to chase her and ram her car off the road. The countless days he ransacked their home, smashing furniture and appliances until she stopped replacing them altogether, knowing they would be destroyed again. And Asya wasn't the only one living in fear. The children had their own catalogue of horrors, watching their father smash doors with baseball bats, rip televisions from walls, and punch holes straight through drywall. They saw what his rage could do. Once...
Well, American walls, I'm not surprised. Yeah. Then, obviously, the kids would likely also experience abuse, right? Because that man does not care. I mean, he would burn his own children, according to his own words. So, yeah. Interesting.
After a beating so vicious it left him shaken, Mo's teenage son confided to a friend, "My father will kill us one day." Child Protective Services came knocking more than once, responding to repeated complaints. But Mo was calculated. He hid the bruises, rehearsed Asya into compliance. Over and over, he made her repeat the same lines. "I am not an abused wife. My husband is good. We are just under stress." Any deviation from the script was met with insults, crazy, psycho, and threats to have her committed to a mental institution. Later in court, prosecutors would bring forward the emails and diary entries that backed up every one of these stories. And then comes the question we've all been conditioned to ask. Across so many Desi crime episodes, the single greatest truth that has emerged is that for victims of domestic abuse, leaving is the scariest option of all. Asya knew this. This was the most dangerous move. The times she tried, Mo hunted her down. He chased her on highways, rammed her car, called immigration to threaten her visa status, and even enlisted members of their own community to pressure her into returning. Her sister Asma would later tell reporters that Asya was financially dependent and terrified of raising 3 children alone in a country that was not her own. She feared what Mo might do to their children if she left them in his custody. And perhaps most tragically, she wanted...
I mean, seeing this, the man deserves life in prison. There's no doubt about it. He does. He deserves life in prison.
To believe change was possible. Time after time, Mo dangled that hope in front of her. Therapy, repentance, transformation. The promises came easily. He even wrote letters to imams admitting to anger issues and asking for guidance, though the blame always landed back on Asya for provoking him. The cycle became predictable. A violent eruption, followed by tears and apologies, vows to do better. A fleeting claim, and then another eruption. Survivors around the world know this pattern well. Hope, fear, despair. For Asya, there was no safety inside their home. And yet, in public, the illusion remained untouched. The smiling couple, the model family, the success story. And their biggest success, their television network. But behind closed doors, that too was beginning to falter. Mo's behavior was shifting professionally too. He grew paranoid, short-tempered. Rating dips triggered tirades. He berated staff for minor mistakes, accused his wife for working against him. In one 2008 staff meeting, he exploded at an intern over the wrong coffee order and then fired her on the spot. Employees later told investigators they had noticed the bruises on Asya's arms and neck, but said nothing, afraid of crossing him. In quiet moments with a female colleague, Asya confessed that she hid her makeup bag.
So people were essentially not just watching as well. People were aware. Yeah, it seems more and more that he did the deed. He did the evil. He did kill her. It seems very likely.
Because Mo accused her of trying to seduce other men if he saw lipstick. She wore the same plain outfits on camera because anything brighter, sharper would provoke him. She joked about it to keep the conversation light, but the exhaustion in her eyes told the truth to everyone around. As Bridges TV gained recognition, Mo expanded his reach, networking with political figures, religious leaders, activists across the country. In 2007, CARE honored both Mo and Asya for creating a platform where Muslim stories could be told. On stage, during his acceptance speech, he called Asya, quote, his beloved wife, his rock. The applause swelled, even though just 2 weeks earlier, he had punched his rock so hard that her eye turned black. The accolades did nothing to ease the pressure. Advertising revenues were patchy. They leaned on savings and loans from friends to keep the lights on. Mo began to pin the network's struggles on Asya, accusing her of incompetence. She responded by working longer hours, chasing investors and applying for grants. She also began taking MBA classes, hoping education might give her the tools to leave him and the strength to run the network on her own.
Damn, that's crazy. Hello, Sliza Pluto. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Interesting. So it wasn't really, well, the population that would consume this is probably really small, right? So it makes sense that that wouldn't keep that would keep the television program alive, right? The studio, whatever you want to call it. So, he blamed it on her. She tried to work harder to not take the blame anymore and probably also leave, which she didn't get to that point.
It gave her hope, but for Mo, it only fed the insecurity already festering. By the end of 2008, Asya knew she could no longer survive in her own house. Quietly, methodically, she began building her case for a divorce. Photographs of her face filled with bruises, snapshots of splintered furniture, copies of the scripts Mo had forced her to memorize, police reports filed during the rare slivers of time when she could reach for help. She confided in her sister Asma and in a handful of trusted friends. She told them plainly she was leaving. In early February 2009, she made her move. She left the marital home, taking the children with her and settling into a separate house. By this point, in early 2009, Asya had documented everything she had experienced in a 21-page divorce affidavit, page after page of detail that stripped away any lingering illusion of their perfect marriage. Her name was still on the lease for the Bridges TV studio, so she insisted Mo vacate the premises or work elsewhere when she needed to film. On February 6th, she filed for divorce, citing violence and inhumane treatment, and secured an order of protection that barred him from coming to her home or contacting her outside of work. For the first time in years, there was a small, fragile space in which she could breathe. But anyone who works with survivors knows, leaving is not the end of the story. It's often the most dangerous chapter of all. Mo couldn't accept it. In his mind, her decision to leave was more than rejection.
Oh, so that's what probably led to that was the one thing where it went just way too far. That was the one thing where it just went crazy. Okay, that was probably the sole reason why he ended her life, if it was him. Well, rationally, it must be him. Logically, it must be him. Some serious bruising. It is. Again, I'm assuming that he probably, with all the violence that he put on her, this next, sure dear, all the violence that he put her through, I am assuming that she probably also had a few broken bones and had to hide those too, or at least a broken nose, because I'm absolutely certain, right? It's much easier to break the bones of a woman than of a man. So that's another one.
It was humiliation, an assault on the control he had built his identity around. In the days leading up to the murder, he called her incessantly, banged on her door, smashed the windows at her home, and
Oh, well, they have incorrectly confirmed that it was him.
left voicemails that swung wildly from pleading to threatening, all of which violated that protection order. He told friends she was, quote, mentally ill and that he feared for his life, trying to recast himself as the victim. And then, on February 12, 2009, 2 days before Valentine's Day, he bought 2 hunting knives. That day, the 12th, was a cold Thursday. Heavy snow fell over Buffalo.
With a hunting knife. Ugh. Ugh. Now the imagination. Oh, that's gonna be rough.
Flow in the early hours, dusting roads and rooftops. Snowflakes spiral through the air, settling in thin layers on the flat roof of a faceless industrial building in Orchard Park, the strip mall studio of Bridges TV. Schools had stayed open. Asia drove her children to a class.
Now the question comes, did he do it in the studio, or did he do it somewhere else and take her head there? I don't know, weird. You watched 1000 Player Civilization yet? No. Also not really something I'm particularly interested in.
Then to a friend's house for a playdate. That afternoon, she sat in a cafe with her laptop, working through her divorce paperwork. Later, she returned home, made dinner, and played with the kids a bit. All week, she had been careful, staying in public spaces, keeping friends updated on her movements. But that evening, she needed to make one stop. The Bridges TV studio, while Mo was there. She had clothes there to collect, and a set of keys and some of their children's things to drop off. She also had some divorce details to go over with Mo. It was part of her effort to keep boundaries clear, to make sure she and Mo could avoid each other while still managing the network they had built. She told her sister Asma she would meet Mo at the station because she didn't want him anywhere near her new home. The plan was simple: keep the meeting brief, the children waiting safely in the van. Asma could hear the wariness in her voice, the quiet edge of fear. She even overheard her sister.
That meeting did not go well. I'm assuming this meeting did not go well. Have you watched Bonnie Blue, The Big Thousand? Nah, probably not. No. True crime, a game of Clue. I mean, yeah, obviously.
Telling Mo on the phone, "We can discuss it tomorrow," a plea begging him to stay calm. Before hanging up, Asya told Asma she loved her and promised she would call the next morning. That call never came. At around 5 p.m., Asya drove to the studio in her tan minivan. In the back seat were her two youngest children, a 9-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl, buckled into their seats, unaware of what was about to unfold. She carried a plastic laundry basket in her arms as she walked into the studio she had poured the last few years of her life into. Unbeknownst to Asya,
Damn, just straight up orphans. These kids just end up being just straight up orphans. Wow. Wow, that's crazy.
Mo had been prepared for her arrival. Just an hour earlier, at 4 p.m., he went to a local hunting store and purchased 2 razor-sharp knives. From there, he drove to the Bridges TV studio ahead of her and slipped into a darkened hallway to wait. As she stepped inside the studio, the door clicked shut behind her. She set the laundry basket she was carrying on the floor and began walking inside. Surveillance cameras tracked her down a narrow corridor lined with posters, Muslim families smiling beneath bright lights. At the far end, a figure emerged from behind a column. It was Mo. The next few minutes went by like seconds. In Mo's hands were 2 freshly purchased hunting knives, each about 20 centimeters long. He lunged. Asya raised her arms, instinctively trying to shield her face, but the blades found their mark again and again. Not once, not twice, not thrice, not even 10 times. 41.
41 times! Yikes. Okay, well. Yeah, she had no chance. None, no chance. He did react. Yeah, obviously I did react to Bonnie Blue, but whatever Dio was talking about, I haven't looked at that.
41 times. He stabbed her 41 times. One pierced her windpipe. According to prosecutors, the entire attack was caught on the studio's surveillance cameras. In the footage, Asya's hands flail as she tries to block the blows. She stumbles backwards and then collapses. Mo keeps stabbing, the knife flashing under the harsh fluorescent lights. Within seconds, her body goes still. Then he switched to the larger knife of the two, the one with the serrated edge. That's when the stab stopped, and he instead started sawing through her neck. The sound.
Bro. And that was all in the surveillance cameras? Whoever is the bro that looked through the surveillance cameras, how do I put this? You need therapy. You need a lot of therapy. Whoa. Whoa. Damn, bro. Damn. It's known as a psychic stab. It's when they attack without thinking. Well, the thinking is still not set in, probably, or maybe it has. Whoa.
Of metal against bone was faint, swallowed by the steady hum of the studio's equipment. 37 seconds of sawing.
Bro, that's what the fuck? I think 1,000 is what we already know. Obviously, this person was his ex-wife, by the way. Not yet. Not yet. She didn't even fully divorce yet. That's the problem.
I want us to, right at this moment, have just 10 seconds of silence, because 37 seconds, when we say it out loud like that, doesn't feel like a lot at all. It's not even a full minute after all. But these 10 seconds will make you realize just how long 37 seconds of sawing through someone's neck is. "37 seconds later."
And this now almost 4 times. Bro. Whoever needed to look at the surveillance footage, I do not want to have your job, no matter what kind of pay that is.
Later, her head was completely severed, no longer attached to her body. 37 seconds later, Asya was no more. Outside in the cold, her children were still waiting in the van. They played.
She was no more earlier, way earlier. After 41 stabs, you're dead, regardless.
With toys, the radio turned to a children's station, unaware of the horror unfolding just beyond the walls. 10 minutes later, Mo emerged. His clothes were stained with blood. He had placed Asya's head in a plastic bag and left it beside her body. At a sink, he washed his hands, then walked out to his vehicle and drove to the Orchard Park police station. Approaching the front desk, he almost casually told the officer on duty, "My wife is at our TV station and she's dead." Mo told the police he felt relief after killing her, comparing it to being, quote, liberated from an Al-Qaeda training camp, end quote. The shock of that statement would ripple through the community for months. He offered nothing more. He didn't say he had decapitated her, turning their studio, their shared dream, into her tomb. He then sat down, crossed his legs, and waited for the arrest. When officers arrived at the studio, they found a scene that would stay with them. It was almost surreal. Detectives in blue gloves moved carefully through the studio, collecting evidence among overturned chairs and pools of splattered blood. They found the 2 hunting knives, the receipts showing they had been bought only hours earlier, and the surveillance footage that captured the assault from start to finish. On a table, Asya's hijab lay folded neatly.
Bro, this is crazy. This is wild. Goodness gracious. Whoa. Wow.
Untouched by blood. Her head was found beside her body. Above her desk, a plaque from the Council on American Islamic Relations honored Asya and Mo for, quote, championing positive portrayals of Muslims, end quote. The irony was almost too much to bear. Outside the studio, Asya's friends wept. Inside the van, her children waited, still strapped in their seats, until a social worker finally came to take them away. The decapitation was not frenzied. To the officers on site, it looked deliberate. Detective Jeffrey Cox later testified that the cuts were, quote, precise and intentional. Prosecutors argued that Mo had taken care not to damage Asya's face, so her mother could view her one last time. It was a macabre gesture rooted in warped logic, one Mo would later explain to a psychologist as, quote, the most honorable way to punish a disobedient wife, end quote. Muslim scholars would go on to...
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely the most honorable way. Sure. Stabbing a woman. I'm looking at the severity of this, and this one actually, definitely, most certainly deserves the death penalty.
Reject the claim outright, pointing to Islamic law's absolute prohibition on domestic violence and murder, stating a verse from the Quran which says, quote, whoever kills a soul, it is as if he has slain mankind entirely, end quote. Mo's actions were not about faith, they were about control. And then, within hours, word of the killing spread. Local newsrooms, still covering the nearby plane crash, pivoted to the new horror. The juxtaposition, a crash and a beheading, read like the setup to a nightmare. Reporters gathered outside the station as Mo was led out in handcuffs, his face blank. Neighbors voiced disbelief. The Buffalo Muslim community was stunned. Many had seen Asya and Mo as trailblazers, a couple who had given their community a voice in national media. He was such a nice guy, said one neighbor, echoing the tired refrain that services whenever a hidden abuser is unmasked. Others remembered the flashes of his temper. He could be charming, but he had a dark side, a former colleague said. At a local mosque, more than 200 people gathered for a prayer service. Many wept openly. The Imam reminded the congregation that domestic violence is forbidden in Islam. He quoted the Prophet Muhammad, quote, the best of you are those who are best to your families, end quote. He urged men to examine their hearts, to protect the women in their lives. Khalid Qazi, head of the Muslim Public Affairs Council of Western New York, told reporters that domestic violence is, quote, despicable and Islam condones it in no way, end quote. From this tension, a national campaign called Imams Speak Out emerged. It urged imams across the country to devote at least one Friday sermon to the issue of domestic violence. Another initiative, Purple Hijab Day, encouraged Muslim women to wear purple headscarves, a color of remembrance for victims and a symbol of the fight against abuse. Activist groups like Turning Point and the Peaceful Families Project organized workshops on healthy relationships determined to turn grief into prevention. Meanwhile, online forums
It's just crazy. It's just crazy how far that developed when looking at this. Should read the Quran to you so you get the right to wear the cool white cap. I don't think I will.
and talk radio lit up with a single phrase: honor killing. Commentators insisted her murder was rooted in cultural or religious codes that condone killing women for disobedience. Anti-Muslim activists seized on the case, using it to portray Islam as violent. But others pushed back hard. This was not an honor killing, they said. It was domestic violence, the same cycle of abuse that devastates families across the United States.
Who says it can't be both? The domestic abuse was domestic abuse. The honor killing was honor killing. One leads to the other.
I'm so glad you bring this up, Aishwarya, because I know for a fact, even for this case, this video will draw so many people here to watch this that are maybe here for the wrong reasons or come with their own biases. Because whenever we cover a case that pertains to a certain community, whether ethnic or religious, people who are bigoted against that community will fill our comments with how it's that community's fault this has happened. While they won't realize that we have covered n number of cases of the same type from their community. And this happens across the board. There is no one religious group or ethnic group that does this. All of them do it. And the extremists of all sort of wager in their notions in the comments. My only thing to them and to people listening is domestic abuse has nothing to do with religion. Domestic abuse is found in all religions and in all ethnicities. This happened not because of a specific religion, and that's just something.
Yes, the domestic abuse didn't. The killing, however, did. And that's unrefutable when we look at multiple cases of honor killings.
Something we need to be mindful of. It happens because of a culture that may overlap with religion, but the culture is the issue, and this culture is omnipresent across South Asian societies, whatever the religion may be. And that's something I want to drill home. We don't condone some of the comments you might see on this video also saying, oh, this happens because they're that people. No, this happens because we as a society, especially in South Asia, are desensitized to domestic violence. Ask women in violent relationships in India today, women who've been in marriages for 20 plus years, women who are beaten up, you ask them, are you domestically abused? Are you a victim of domestic abuse? And they would say no. Because half the times, they don't even know they don't deserve to be hit. Because just of the lack of awareness and the cultural problem we have fostered. So just something I would like to point out for people who might want to start playing a blame game in the comment section.
Absolutely, and it kind of reminds me of the Kiranjit Ahluwalia case, you know. That case became a trailblazer in the West for what were predominantly white cases of white victims of domestic abuse. And I have a list of other cases I mentioned that because of Kiranjit's, incredible courage of speaking out, of fighting for justice, that she went on to influence and have a positive impact on. It's this long list of all white women abused by all white Christian husbands. And so, yeah, it just reminds me of that. This is multifaceted. This is multicultural. This crosses boundaries. It has so much more to do with than this. Activists across the country chimed in too. To call it an honor killing, activist Sarah Saeed argued, was to exoticize a crime that in truth mirrored the epidemic of domestic abuse in America. But in one of the most heartwarming moments of this case, Mary Travers Murphy, the Orchard Park town supervisor who had received the call from the local inspector informing her of the murder, went on to establish a satellite office of the Family Justice Center in Orchard Park. The center offers victims legal assistance, counseling, safety planning, and connections to shelters. Mary later said she was haunted by Asia's death and channeled her grief into a mission to help other survivors. Since 2009, the FJC has served thousands of clients, many of whom credit the center with saving their lives. As days passed, family and friends arrived in New York to say one final goodbye to Asia. Her sister Asma flew in from Pakistan to attend the funeral. She told reporters that she had spoken to Asia on the day of the murder, hearing her urge Mo to calm down. At first, Asma believed her sister had been shot. When she learned the truth that Asia had been decapitated, she collapsed.
That's like crazy work, right? You're like going there, like you're the sister or family. You go there, and like you heard your daughter was, or your sister was beheaded. Like how do you'll never be able to cope with that in any way, shape, or form. Not even a little bit. There's no way you can cope with that.
Collapsed. She remembered the bruises, the times she had helped her sister hide in a locked bathroom while Mo pounded on the door, the nights they whispered over the phone about escape plans. And she remembered the silence. Not just hers, but the community's. Quote, "The community gave Mo too many chances," she said, her voice breaking. "We all kept quiet."
Obviously, they gave him way too many chances. I mean, look at the dude. I mean, straight up, look at the dude. Right? The two previous marriages were already abusive. What did you expect that the third one was not?
Were all guilty as well. Those who couldn't travel to New York mourned in their own cities and countries. In Karachi, Asia's hometown, the mourning was just as deep. Women's rights groups like the Aurat Foundation pointed out that domestic violence cuts across every social class and urged the government to pass stronger protection for women. Newspapers printed tributes to Asia, remembering her as an intelligent, compassionate woman who had once designed community housing for low-income families. Her friends and family spoke of her love for architecture, her habit of reading late into the night, her dream of one day building a school for girls. They wanted her remembered not just as a beheading victim, but as a visionary. Then came the day everyone had been waiting for. After his arrest, Mo was charged with second-degree murder. Prosecutors chose not to pursue a first-degree charge, believing that proving premeditation beyond hours of planning would be difficult, even though he had purchased the knives that day. In the state of New York, second-degree murder carries a maximum sentence of 25 years to life. That's what Mo was fighting against. Mo initially pleaded not guilty and...
I think he deserves the death penalty. I think he does. Looking at the severity of what happened, yeah.
Hired attorney James Harrington. But soon, his statements grew bizarre. In jailhouse interviews, he claimed he was the real victim, that Asia was mentally ill, that she had beaten him, and that he killed her in self-defense. In his closing arguments, he compared himself to Nelson Mandela, Ronald Reagan, and Mahatma Gandhi,
Yeah, bro is schizoing. Put this man away.
framing his actions as the stand of a man resisting an oppressive system. It would take 3 years for the case to reach trial, delayed by legal motions and shifts in defense strategy. Then, in a dramatic twist, Mo fired his attorney and chose to represent himself. Court observers were stunned. Here was a man with no legal training, accused of one of the most shocking murders in Western New York history, deciding to cross-examine witnesses himself. Some
Oh yeah, bro is definitely, after this one, bro has started schizoing 100%.
believed he wanted to control the narrative. Others thought he aimed to intimidate Asia's family, while others yet thought he had just lost his mind. He told the judge he would argue that he was a battered spouse, an unusual defense for a man accused of decapitation. He even planned to call his own children to testify about their mother's alleged violence. But unfortunately for him, during the trial, prosecutors presented overwhelming evidence. Police officers testified about past domestic calls. Doctors described treating Asia's injuries. Neighbors recounted hearing screams from the Hassan home. The prosecution played the surveillance footage of the murder, a harrowing choice meant to capture the brutality of the
Bro, that's an entire room full of needing therapy after this one.
attack. The jury watched in silence as the 37 seconds of her head being sawed off played on courtroom video, some jurors even covering their eyes. Prosecutor Colleen Curtin Gable argued that Mo killed Asia to punish her for filing for divorce. She pointed out that he had brought the knives hours earlier, hidden at the studio, and ambushed her. She told
Why would you show that? Why would you show that? Why would you show that?
jurors that Asia may have been conscious when he began cutting off her head. The killing...
Oh, hopefully not. Hopefully she was just straight up already dead. Already unconscious. Please, no. No. Nah.
She said was the, quote, final act of control and domination, end quote. Mo's defense for himself, on the other hand, was erratic and contradictory. He claimed post-traumatic stress disorder from his time as a banker after 9/11. He said Asia had been, quote, punching him for hours before he retaliated, a claim unsupported by any evidence. When he cross-examined his son Michael, he tried to coax him into describing his mother's temper. Michael, in tears, replied that it was his father who had been violent. At one point, Moe read a letter to the judge comparing himself to a character in A Few Good Men who confesses to a crime but insists that larger moral issues are at stake. He produced letters he had forged impersonating Asya and his mother, but the judge dismissed them as irrelevant. He refused to acknowledge the police reports and the medical records documenting years of abuse. The jury deliberated for barely an hour before returning with a surprise, surprise, guilty verdict. One juror later said there had been, quote, no question about his guilt. At sentencing, the judge called the murder the most savage he had ever seen in his career and noted Moe's complete lack of remorse. On March 9, 2011, Moe was sentenced to 25 years to life. Because New York law had eliminated parole for murderers in this category, he will most certainly spend the rest of his life behind bars. When the sentence was read, Moe smirked. Asya's family wept. They told the court they were relieved, but no sentence could bring her back. In prison, Moe has continued to cast himself as a martyr, writing blog posts railing against feminism and complaining about his treatment. He has filed multiple appeals, all denied. While technically eligible for parole in 2034, legal experts believe his release is highly unlikely. After the trial, Asya...
Yeah, better not release him. Again, I think for the severity of this, yeah, I think he's got to go. They won't make him go, but nah, bro, what the fuck are we doing? At least as long as he doesn't get out and rots in prison, we good. He smirked. Yes, he smirked.
Asya's children were sent to live with her extended family in Pakistan. They have remained largely out of the public eye, but a family friend told a reporter they are thriving, attending school, playing sports, and honoring their mother's memory by volunteering at local charities. They are living proof that life can continue after trauma. Not the same life, but a life nonetheless. Michael and Sonia, Moe's children from his first marriage, have also spoken about the toll the case took on them. Michael testified at trial, recounting his father's violence. Since then, he has become an advocate for domestic violence awareness, sharing his story at universities and community centers, warning audiences to look for signs of abuse and to intervene early. As for Bridges TV, the network died with Asya. In the months following her death, funding evaporated, staff resigned, and investors backed out, all unwilling to associate with Moe. The station eventually ceased broadcasting. Its servers, microphones, and set pieces were auctioned off to pay debts. The dreams of a mainstream Muslim network in America may one day rise again, but not under the shadow of this tragedy. Now on to the larger picture. If you're listening to this and you are in a relationship that makes you feel unsafe, please know that you are not alone and you deserve to be safe. Reach out to a trusted friend, family member, or professional. Various helpline numbers in India, Pakistan, and the US will be available in the show notes of this episode. If you're outside these countries, find a local hotline or contact an NGO. It's not your fault. You do not deserve...
Well... Not here, not in the UK. You cannot access those because, well, child safety. You need to confirm your age. Fun fact: if you didn't know that, now you do. For example, the sewer slide hotline. You cannot access that without being able to confirm your age. Especially if you're underage, the more you know. This has nothing to do with DV, but still. We're still with domestic violence, but you know. and here they cut funding for that too, by the way, here in Germany.
Abuse, and there is help. If you like what we do here at AC Studios, and
I find it funny how that just transitions into like this somewhat happy outro. I must admit. Well, unfortunately, I did not get the end I was hoping for. I was hoping for the removal penalty. Unfortunately, that did not happen. Unfortunately, that did not happen. Yeah, reach out to somebody if somebody beats you. That's all I can say. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Mine. What are you? What are you? What are you, a fucking seagull from Finding Nemo? Bro, it's like mine. I don't know, how do Australians even say mine? How do they pronounce it? In what accent? In what style? Nar. Anyways, we'll do it. We'll do the dear one next. The rare one.
This is Sylvia Plath, an American
Czech UK streamer. Not like he wants, but can't. Yeah, pretty much. Who would want to go to jail? Who would want to go to jail? Yeah, he's Your Starmer took the Patriots balls. True and real. Hopefully this isn't copyrighted. If it is, I'm dying. Because this may be copyrighted. Because looking at like how big that of a channel that is, I might die when looking at this. We'll see. If I do, I'm taking Deer's balls. Doesn't matter. Is Killer Bee Honey dangerous? By Brave Wilderness. We'll see. Wait, there's Killer Bee Honey? Why would it even be dangerous? Why would it even be dangerous? Wait a minute. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh boy, starting to get swarmed. Holy mackerel. Dude, you're like covered in bees right now, man. Oh my gosh, my legs are shaking.
A light breeze drifts across.
Since this isn't the problem is that this might be in a documentary style. So this might be dangerous. I might lose my balls here.
Across the desert sand.
Yeah, anybody got a river close by so you can jump in? Cause we had just recently had to deal with a wasp nest, thankfully. There are ways to get rid of that stuff. God, I hate it. Just threats. Question though. How? Like, this bee isn't... Is this even a bee, then? That's the question. Like, is this even then considered a bee? We don't lose them, or what would happen to That's what Dia would say. I think that's what you would say. One thumb, if like, again, if one thing can kill you, then that's not particularly, that might not be really comfortable. That was my goal, father. To die? Bee harassment. Bee harassment. I dislike honey. Tastes weird. Has a weird texture. I don't like it. You're a weird human being. Are you even human? Like, come here. Let me poke you. Let me. Gimme. I'm a stick it inside. Kind of energy here. No, I'm AI. I can tell. Where like a mosquito makes it inside the black dude's suit, like whatever he's like wearing. I don't know what these are called, right? And then like it crawls up his ass. That's what's gonna happen here. It's very what's the word? Jarring. That is a bad joke. Regardless, I don't know. I wouldn't want this. I wouldn't like this. I would for real not like this. I wouldn't do this. Honeycomb does look good though. It kinda does. Poke inner gooner is woken up. Not really. I just thought about that scene. Remember the kid that prevented to be right? That was like stung by like a horde of bees. Was it wasp? Whatever, and like pretended to be Vegito from Dragon Ball. And then because he pretended to be that, right? It somehow managed he managed to like get so much adrenaline up that he didn't die. That kind of thing. Here's Crockrock. Hi Crockrock, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Edible honeycombs do exist. Yeah, they do. Honey and honeybee. Honey. Interesting. We'll look at that. We'll look at that. I wonder. Poke react to my video. Okay, let me see. I'll look at that real quick. What that is. If it loads, which it doesn't. I can add it to the list. Huh. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, Crockrock. Oh no. And the stream's gone! Yay! Knew it. I knew it. I knew it. That was my prediction. I knew it. I knew it. Anyways, Crocorok's video in this case.
This is Sylvia Plath, an American poet.
Struggle meals! Struggle meals, it is. The struggle meals. Well, fuck, I guess. Stream dead. I'm waiting for the stream to return. Told you. Shoo-be-doo. Oh, wow. Well, it'll take a while for that to return, but hey, knew it. Always knew it. Always knew it. Always knew it. I always knew it. I know it. Yada, yada, yada. It happens. Give it time. I blame Sway. I blame Sway. Yeah, just give it a while. It'll be back in a bit. Alright. Oh, I hate this when this happens, especially considering that, well, it happens so often. At this point, it's just annoying, dude. It's just annoying. It's just annoying. It's just annoying. Is it up again? Yay, we're back! We need to give it a few more minutes, because sometimes it just returns, which is a problem. See, dear? I told you. 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 Anyways, the honey part, let's continue it. Nope, it would just get taken down again. It would just get taken down again. I cannot continue it. It would just get taken down again. Also, I cannot guarantee that the stream's gonna return, because sometimes the system messes up, and the stream's just gone completely. We are jumping over to Crocorok's video at this point. You are out of luck, dear. If it's copyrighted during stream, then I can't do anything. It is what it is. It is what it is. Welcome back. I'm gonna commandeer's back. Because he sniped me. He killed me. He killed me. He's at fault. It is a deer. The rare one is at fault. It was the rare one who did it to me this time. The rare one. Alrighty then. Struggle means quarantine edition 2. This will not be nice. This will not be great. This will be pain. See what I could do with this video? I could continue it off screen. That's the only thing I can do, and then try to turn it into a video. That's the only thing I can do. Anyways, we're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at that. This is my French Prince yup, I think is how you pronounce it again. I have no idea. We'll look at that. This, what is that? First of all, we start with this. What is that? That looks like a bowl of shit. Anyways.
What up, cool nerds? Welcome back to another Struggle Meals Quarantine Edition. And you know what? Sorry this one took a long time to get out, but you know, I got addicted to Final Fantasy VII Remake and I had to beat it.
It's not that good. It's not that good. Final Fantasy VII Remake is not that good. It's just not that good.
But for real though, we hit over 2K likes, and I want to thank y'all because this video wouldn't have been possible without y'all, because y'all were sending in pictures like crazy. And the reason this took long is because I was getting DMs from every social media app, like I asked you guys to, but also this last video, it's not even a picture, it's a video of a struggle meal. It's probably the worst thing ever. You ever just look at a video?
Like I said in the previous part, when I look at these, they aren't struggle meals. There's nothing. The only thing that's struggling is your eyes when looking at them. This is like crazy science experiment gone wrong. That is mostly what it is. It is a crazy science experience gone wrong. Because a lot of these don't look like they were made because out of struggle. They look like somebody just wants to fuck around and find out.
And just like make a stank face, like
I am confusion.
That was me the whole time looking at this video. I can't believe this person like went through with this and then posted it. So thank you guys again for getting over 2K likes on the last video, and a special shout out for everyone who submitted the struggle meals. I try to thank you guys individually as much as I can, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. I'm trying to like get a video out, but I just want to give a special shout out to you guys, so thank you guys. But without further ado, let's get into these struggle meals.
3, 2, 1, go.
This cannot be good. This cannot be good. Fuck you, Poke. I blame you. Also, hello, Sway. How are you? And fuck me yourself. Be a man. Come here. Go ahead.
There's a lot of disrespect in this episode. Well, like each episode, but
what is that? What is happening? What is happening? Those are clearly wings or legs. Chicken wings. Chicken stuff for sure. What is on there?
If you eat wings and you gotta be like proper while you're trying to eat them.
Sure. Okay, that was the issue. I was like, wait a minute. Now I notice that. The red stuff. Now I notice it. Why are you doing that?
You going to jail.
You weird, buddy. You're weird.
There's no etiquette when it comes to eating wings. This is doing too much. Just make a mess. After I'm done eating wings, there's wing sauce on my face, my fingertips, my butt cheeks. What? But you know what I mean. And how does this even work? It would take like 1 hour to eat one wing with these little grabbers or whatever you want to call them. The only right way to eat wings is like you at medieval times. Now say you're going on the first.
Yeah, like just like okay, pizza with like a fork and a knife. I can still see that, but burger is something I'm like, I look at it and I'm like, no. Like I look at like people eating burger with like cutlery, and I'm like, what are you doing?
First date, and the person that you're going on a date with order buffalo wings, and they pull these out. What you gonna do?
He needs some milk.
Macaroni.
Is that a macaroni pie? That's a pie. Is that a pie? Is that a cake? What is that?
And cheesecake pie. What is this? So this is the first of the mac and cheese blasphemy, and I'm gonna let y'all know it only gets worse.
You could. That is like not a struggle. That is like not a struggle meal. Like you're not. The only thing that might be struggling is your stomach, sure. But that's not particularly a struggle meal. Nobody's struggling here. You just fucked around to find out. Because I can clearly tell that you would have been able just to make regular macaroni and cheese, but decided to make this abomination. Sway is not black. He's bald. Echoes. Sure. He is.
And they really got frosting on the top. Like, what is going on? I don't want to go to anyone's household and have to get a slice of macaroni and cheese. And some daredevil out there just took a big old slice of this mac and cheese cake. Y'all just must not care about y'all lives.
You smoke crack, don't you?
Now, I'm sure this mac and cheese was made for a kid to make their food fun.
Yeah, that's not... It's the colors that were chosen. The blue one looks moldy. It's the colors for which you... Like, these two... Not gonna lie, I'd eat these two. These two look fine. These two look fine. This one I'm like questioning, and this one is like, no?
Fun, but this looks like somebody just poured a whole bunch of Trix yogurt onto their mac and cheese. The mac and cheese just looks like multicolored snot noodles. Look like the whole plate just got Nickelodeon slimed. Now, someone once told me that putting hot dogs on...
That's a struggle meal. Also, that looks like dog food sticks. It looks like the dog food sticks. Did I miss the true crime bit? Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Regular bread is ghetto, but we can fight if you want to because it's not. But Slim Jims, on the other hand, that's another story. If I go to your barbecue and ask for a hot dog, but I snap it to a Slim Jim, it's hands.
Why? 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 But why? 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 Just why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That has nothing to do with struggling. You know, I think these are not struggle meals. This is a struggle video.
Let's see that in an instant replay.
Damn. Now here's the first of our bath bombs, and personally, maybe I'm not a woman, so I don't know this, but I don't see hot Cheetos and her mixing well together.
Again, why would you do that? That's gonna go anywhere. You have a Cheeto ass and a Cheeto puss out of here. That's crazy.
You just got your whole coochie just marinated in hot Cheeto water. Like, that's what's hot.
Why do you say it like that? And the dude, that's probably pre-preparation for a date. The dude who's gonna do the work is gonna have some fun out there. Maybe she's just trying to attract the gamer. Maybe she's just trying to attract the gamer.
In the streets. You just think it's about to be seasoned to perfection looking ass. You know that thing stank too.
Maybe she is a gamer. Oh my goodness. How the fuck her holds aren't burning? They probably are. It's just for the video.
She over there washing it down with some Kool-Aid or whatever that is. You know she about to use the bathroom like. Swear I need my own cooking show. Chicken for dinner.
No, you do not need your own cooking show. The chicken is still making chicken noises. It is not. How do you? Okay, if you mess up a steak, I get it. I get it. Okay, I get it. But if you mess up chicken, there will be the rare occasion where Gordon Ramsay will get you, where even men will tell you to stay out of the kitchen, including Gordon Ramsay. What are we doing? Yeah, I'm cooking. If I was with this woman, I'm cooking. She's not touching anything in that kitchen. You go to work, I'll be the house husband.
Yums. What? You got the nerve. You don't need your own cooking show. They need to make a show beyond Scared Straight, but for people who cook bad. Yeah, my name is Angelica, and I like to cook and eat raw chicken. And then you put some parsley or whatever on top of it. Y'all need to stop doing it. Y'all will put parsley on cereal if you could. Y'all just need to stop that, period. These are the type of people that will be walking outside and see some doogie on the sidewalk and sprinkle some parsley on it and be like, that look better, right? Huh? Like, that don't make it any better. It's still dookie. Would anyone like a bean melon? I have one slice and one wheel of bean.
What? How? How? Wait, what? How? How do you? Huh? How does this work? How did you get the beans inside there? Huh? What? How is that possible? Or is this? How is this possible? This can't be real. It's gotta be photoshopped or something. There's no way. AI generated.
What is a bean melon? How does this even happen? Are those pinto beans? And then one of the bean melons is beanless. So what is it made of? Never in my life have I seen anybody on a hot summer day smashing some bean melons. You got the watermelon shell with beans? Premium moist ring. That's a wild name for a donut.
The moist ring. That's gotta be interesting. Whoever thought this was a good name? The moist, premium moist ring. He's not just average moist. He is premium moist. He's extra wet. What the heck is that? If you buy this, I know the type of man you are. You want to see how many you can stack on there, don't you? You want to feel the moist ring. This is horrible.
I will be using it from here on out. But what's even crazier about this picture is that the name of the store is called Jack and the Donuts.
This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Premium moist.
Y'all can say what you want, but those are my favorite type of donuts. You know, they get a little Krispy Kreme.
I'm making a premium moist. I'm getting a premium moist ring from Jack in the Donuts. Horrible.
See, during this quarantine, y'all need to be showing a little bit more respect for these fast.
Somebody fucked the McChicken. That's an extra spicy McChicken with the extra sauce, the premium spicy chicken sauce. Dude, who McFucked it? who pounded the McChicken pounder? Bro, what is going on? What is this? What is this? What are we doing? Oh no. Somebody McFucked it.
Food and restaurant workers. You know this person was super salty when they got their McChicken because they flooded the gates with that mayo. I guarantee you they asked for some extra mayo in the rudest way. You want some extra mayo? We gonna give you some extra mayo, fam.
Are we sure this is mayo? Are we sure this is mayo? I don't think this is mayo. Are we daddy sauce? Daddy sauce. That's horrible.
Would you like a chili cheese dog? This is what happens when you...
Wait, what? What is that? Is that ice? It's a literal chili cold cheese dog. Horrible.
You try to make the best of life and try to make a pun, but then in reality, this is all you got to eat in the crib. Neckbone helper. Have some, anybody? Neckbone helper. I'd rather break my neck than buy into that. It's funny because I feel like in the caption, they're begging people to try this out. They're over here like, have some, anybody, please. But like, nobody wants to try this garbage. I would be begging people to get this out of the house too if I cook macaroni noodles and hemorrhoids. You got a struggle meal and a struggle stove. The stove looks...
What is that? No. Bro, give me a bean melon. No.
Like it survived the Chicago fire. Hamburger helper is supposed to be like one of those quick, easy meals. Like, how do you mess that up? Now, you want to be all fancy with it and put some loose neck meat in there. Quarantine day, I lost track. Made a Gushers and fruit by the foot pie. Now, see, they might be onto something because I'm about that candy and fruit snack life. So if you want to hand me a fruit by the foot Gusher pie, I'm here for it. That part.
This is like, right? These aren't really struggle meals. Again, this one's not a struggle meal. It's just like, I'm bored. I'm sorry, Steve. I was bored.
I might be in the future cooking with Fresh Show, and I might add a little Sour Patch Kid in it. You know what I'm saying? Gotta be a little. If you make this for me, I'd be eating it like. Thank you for the seafood boil. Support black business and hit.
What? Okay, we got potatoes, sausages, eggs. Whatever. It's like crab, I think. Could that be? Right? I don't know what the extra white stuff is, but that's horrible.
Up. I'm all about supporting black business, but I'm not about supporting bad business.
This is whack.
They said hit her up. Yeah, you can get an ultra combo because this is not a seafood boil at all. You got hard-boiled eggs, hot dogs, potatoes, and what it looks like to be is canned crab meat. I will send you to the shadow realm with the quickness. I will send your friend to the shadow realm too because she got the audacity to promote you. The last thing both y'all gonna see is boy, if you don't get now, I might be mistaken, and maybe it's just me, but is this baked booty hole?
What's that?
Girl, that's a booty hole.
Does anybody else rinse their pizza before they eat it? Now, I've seen people dab their pizza with a napkin because the cheese be all greasy and stuff, but rinsing it off with a hose is a little extreme. And they didn't even do it by...
Bro. Why they're washing their pizza? They're washing their pizza. They're washing their pizza. Why the fuck are you washing your pizza? What is this? Why are you rinsing your pizza?
By the slice, they just took the whole pizza and hit it with Squirtle. You just ruined a perfectly good pizza. I'm gonna still eat it though, but still. My brother burnt a perfectly good pizza I bought today. I will be so mad at this pizza because not only is the pizza burnt, it's deceiving too. The pizza has gone through hellfire so badly that it looks like one of those dessert like brownie cake pizzas.
That's a crunchy pizza right there.
Smells chocolatey, eh?
Love chips, hate chewing, Dodrinkos. I'm sure out of all the 7 billion...
That's horrible. That's horrible. That's horrible. I don't do that!
People on this earth that some people don't like chewing, but if you out here drinking tangy Dorito drinks, you need to be sent to a different planet. And my question is this like straight like liquid or is it like Doritos with pulp too? And look at this bra in the top corner like she's so excited to be drinking Doritos.
Give me that drink.
Ah yes, another slice of pizza with beans on it. Like where is this popular at? Where do they do this at?
Stop it. Get some help.
Here's another one for a bath bomb edition. Corn dogs in the tub. Food in the bathroom is a sin. I don't care what anyone says. You got corn dogs in the tub where there's doo-doo particles flying everywhere. What is the end goal for this? Like, what are you trying to achieve? You trying
bathing in corn dogs. My brother washed popsicle. It was weird. Straight up jail. Straight up jail. Straight up jail. Straight up. What the heck? Put him away. Put him down! What do you mean?
Trying to just lather yourself up with some corn dog grease? I'm mad because corn dogs are fire and they got like thousands of corn dogs in this tub. Y'all eat your ice cream with or without the bone? There's people who eat ice cream in a cone and...
That reminds me of someone. And she knows who I'm talking about. She knows. That reminds me of someone. That reminds me of a certain apple. I must admit. He's the most normal in my family. If that's the most normal, bro, there's no hope.
In a bowl with their front teeth, but never in my life did I know that people eat ice cream with their hand.
Chocolate vanilla swirl with cookie crunch, please.
Just raw, no cone or nothing, just with their hand. And to be completely honest, this looks like ice cream from McDonald's, and so this picture gotta be photoshopped because the ice cream machine never working over there.
Wow, the land of make-believe.
If you like mayo coladas and get lost in the rain. If you like mayo coladas.
Mayo coladas. It's horrible. Oh my god. Shut up, it was an accident. And forever, I will forever cherish the knowledge about this. I'm assuming I'm married with pop kids. And pop kid, I was like, wait, what? And pop kids, crazy.
Yes. Was that good? No? Oh, okay. So this is a play on pina colada, but with mayo instead? Absolutely not. You should not be drinking mayonnaise at all. And they were really about that life because they got this garnish and everything. You drinking mayo on a hot summer day? Hot dog bun French toast. Okay, so hear me out on this one. This sounds fire. We've had some really bad struggle meals over the years, and hot dog bun French toast don't sound bad at all to me. And you know what? For me, myself, I'm not against eating buns. But be gone, fuck! Biscuits and gravy fountain. I love biscuits and gravy.
Why go the extra mile for this? Why? Go the extra mile for this. Why would you do that?
But gravy fountain just don't sit right with me. So let me get this straight. You just gotta walk up to the table and then sop your biscuits up in some gravy, and then a person next to you is sopping their biscuits up at the same time? No. This ain't happening. And this is why they trying to stop buffets. Because what if the person next to you got booty digging fingers and he just sopping his biscuits up and you just eating booty digging biscuits? I know they show like this like ladle or this biscuit grabber, whatever you want to call it, but like, you know there's gonna be someone against the rules and puts their whole elbow in it like Vince Carter.
Did you just double dip that shit?
The new milk my mom bought tastes funny. I never knew how similar the carton of glue looks to the gallon of milk. And then on top of that, the Elmer's logo is a cow.
School glue? Washable, no run. That's a weird milk. That's not milk. That is not milk. That is not milk. What is that?
Why? This is like the epitome of struggle. White rice and struggle slice.
Yeah, okay. That's a struggle meal. That's a struggle meal for sure. That's a struggle meal. Oh my goodness.
Slices is like for struggle meal enthusiasts. It ain't much, but when the struggle is real, it gets the job done. Yes, there is a guy in front of me trying to warm his pizza up using the tiny light. If you
I could see if it works, I'd try it, not gonna lie.
you use the light above your seat for any food as a heat lamp, I hope the flight attendant finds out and throws you off the plane. Excuse me, sir, what are you doing? Oh, you know, I'm just heating up my pizza over here. I'm trying to get the edges a little bit crispy.
Police! Help! Police! Help!
Peanut butter and onion sandwich to calm the mind. A peanut butter and
onion, that might actually genuinely not be that bad. To be fair, I hate raw onions, so I can say that actually. Also, it looks like it has a mouth. Why does it look like it has? Why does it look like it's about to bite me? Like it has teeth. What is this?
An onion sandwich calms your mind. And I just know whoever's eating this, your breath is on 10 after this. And it's not like you can drink milk with this. You gotta wash this down with Listerine. Bacon stew for lunch. I don't see no bacon. This don't look like bacon stew at all. This look like dirty dishwater with all the food that got caught up at the stopper. Do y'all put the beans first or the milk first?
It's an evil world.
Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Live in.
Every episode there's something that we need to leave alone, and this episode it's beans. Y'all know how I feel about pizza rolls. So if Totino's y'all want to sponsor me, holla at your boy, you know what I'm saying? But for real though, if y'all put syrup on pizza rolls, I don't know, that's questionable. Y'all be taking that whole sweet and savory thing to a whole ascended saying thing. Y'all be doing too much, but I'm gonna try this. I ain't gonna waste my pizza roll, but if you want to make some for me, I'll try it. Banana, pineapple, ham, and cinnamon pizza. What is going on right here? Is this an acai bowl or a pizza? Now, we've talked about this before. I like pineapple on pizza. You don't like it? We can throw hands. It don't matter to me. But bananas, pineapple, cinnamon, is this a fruit salad? 9-layer quesadilla.
Why again? 9-layer quesadilla? Oh no! Hater. Wait. What, nah, bro, what were you trying to type? I'm having a stroke.
9-layer quesadilla? I love quesadillas, but right here, this is doing the most. You can't spell quesadillas, nor should you be making these quadruple decker abominations. Now that I see this slice of pizza, the fruit salad pizza.
This might not be, I'm gonna be real, this might not be so bad. That might not be so bad. Perkivus is fresh. I want to see over pineapple. Pineapple pizza is disgusting.
that we just talked about a little bit ago don't look so bad. We put in Reese's peanut butter cups on pizza now. That's what's hot in the streets. If 2020 was a pizza, this would be the slice right here.
I hate it here.
Getting pumped for tomorrow. I never even knew they had mint vanilla milk.
What the heck? That's concerning. Wait. That's concerning. Hate raw onion gang, true and real. That looks concerning. But interesting enough that I'd eat it. This looks interesting enough that I'd eat it, not gonna lie. Why try not gummy bear on pizza? That could work too.
That sounds absolutely trash. But you don't went and took it to the next level and sauced it up in some Velveeta shells?
I can't believe you've done this.
The rest of the plate actually looks fire. We just gonna slide them green noodle pellets up out of there. I don't want mint vanilla macaroni and cheese mixing with my food, ever. Alright, y'all, so battle of the
the pickle bath. It's pickling. Oh no, I don't like where these pickles are going. That's neon green. I'd not eat that. I'd eat that. I don't care. This looks fine.
bath bombs. First we had hot Cheeto cat. Now we got pickle juice water. But the real question is, are they dill pickles? Because I might ketchup sandwich. When you're eating ketchup and hot dog, it's like
it is a literal ketchup sandwich. It's just a slice of bread and ketchup. Why?
90% bun anyway, but a standalone ketchup sandwich is sus.
Straight bread.
Hot chocolate with melted cheeses. Delicious. When I first saw this picture before reading the caption, I thought this was just a dusty French onion soup. But this is hot chocolate and cheese? I give you props for not using a struggle slice, but I also take your props back because you're probably a serial killer. The How to Keep a Man play. Haters, please go nosedive off the nearest bridge. Bro, what is this? I know there's milk in that glass, but I can't identify anything else on that plate. Like, I want to go in on this plate, but she told me to go nosedive off the nearest bridge, so I'm gonna just go do that. I'll be right back, y'all. So in the last episode, we had a whole bunch of devil egg struggle meals.
Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Nah, that's nasty. Nah, that's nasty. Nah, that's disgusting. Nah, that's gross. No, nah, nine. Nah, that's horrible. That's horrible. That's a crime committed against humanity. Nutella on an egg? I don't know what's worse. Is that you defile the Nutella this much, or the fucking egg? I don't know. Bro, nah, we good. Nah, we good. That person cooks better than Frog. Not in a million years. Frog is already a trained housewife. This is untrained. That is disgusting. That is disgusting.
Well, I guess we gotta keep that tradition going because this hard-boiled egg Nutella combo is from the devil himself.
Yes, Satan?
I like Chipotle. A lot of people are against it because you might get some doodle on your lettuce sometimes, but other than that...
What did you do? Not my Nutella! What the heck is that? Somebody, that special sauce is back.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But this right here, it's like, can I get some burrito with my sour cream? If I didn't eat Chipotle like all the time, I wouldn't even know what this was. But this just looked like the top of some mountains. Now, a lot of people were speculating.
But why? Why would you do that? There's like, you cannot, we got Daddy's sacred sauce. What the heck? Are you trying to... This is what my fridge looks like. This is like this is like the food for you piggies. This is my slop. And like the piggies are coming here and then eating. You're the piggies.
On this picture, like, what is this? They thought it was pico de gallo, but this is actually ceviche at the bottom of somebody's fridge drawer. I love ceviche. It's one of my favorite things. We would eat it all the time when I was living in California, but I'm not about eating any type of food that's not in a container out of somebody's fridge drawer. Maybe it's me. Maybe some of y'all do that out here, but I'm not going. I can't do it. Maybe it's my germaphobe coming out, but that's nasty to me. Like, I don't want to have to scoop any type of morsels of any type of food from the bottom of the fridge. One of the advantages of the lockdown is that the mother is finally getting to the bottom of her giant chest freezer.
25 years old. 25 years old. March 95. Bro, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. No matter, I feel so bad when you feed me this garbage poke. You get premium food. You get the premium moist ring.
Behold, 25-year-old puff pastry. Who doesn't clean their fridge, their freezer, their chest freezer for 25 years? Let's put this into perspective. I just beat Final Fantasy Remake, right? The original came out 23 years ago. So they didn't clean their fridge out since 2 years before that. 5-ounce ribeye steak sale. I don't care how long we in quarantine. I don't care how much I'm struggling. Nothing about me is ever buying a dollar steak from the dollar store. They talk about this ribeye. That's not ribeye. That's like zebra toes. And zebras don't even have toes. But I got an idea. For a Struggle Meals video, we're going to try this dollar steak meat. And it's probably not going to end well. But I'm only going to buy that steak if this video gets over 2,500 likes. Other than that, I ain't trying it. So you better not hit that like button if you know what's good for you.
Come on, push the button.
I don't know what these doo-doo hole donuts are, but they look like they fresh off.
Somebody fried their shit. Somebody put their shit in an air fryer. This just came out. This looks like somebody was toilet fishing.
Somebody's lawn. They really look like that fake toy doo-doo that you get at the store to prank somebody.
This is doo-doo, baby.
Your fave is back in the kitchen. Pittsburgh style pizza tonight. Giddy giddy.
The Giga Crust. This is the crustaroni, the crust salami pizza. What is this? What is this? What is this? What are we doing? Hi tourist, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. What the fuck is this?
Stop hating, look at all them extra. Stop hating, look at all them extra. What? Now, I can only speak for myself, but I've never had a Pittsburgh style pizza. But is this what y'all do? So y'all just do like 60 to like 70% crust and then just throw a personal pan pizza in the middle? It looks like y'all were just so many years behind. Y'all tried to invent the wheel now and this is what happened. Pizza over there looking like a custom steering wheel cover. This old hard pizza look like you can go frisbee golfing with it. Get this disc out of here. Alright y'all, so we are here to our last struggle meal. Now this one's really bad because this one hits home. You know, I love baked mac and cheese. It's one of my favorite dishes ever. And this one is probably one of the worst ones we've had on all the struggle meals. I think there's only one that's topped that, is the one that where they made macaroni and cheese in the sink. But I want y'all to watch this video and just feel my pain. This dude is making a tutorial on how you make baked mac and cheese.
This is not gonna end well. This is not gonna end well. This is not gonna end well. Hi Shine Duck, how are you doing? Hope you did good. Poke, is my main channel still hidden? I tried to type something, but it didn't show up. Weird. I got it out of there. I mean, I could check again, but I'm pretty sure I got it out of there. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the next one is gonna be horrible. I can see it. The next one's gonna be awful. For sure. Let me check again. Okay, let me check. Shit is annoying. Okay. Okay. If it loads, that is. Yeah, I did remove it. I did remove it. It's no longer in my list. Maybe YouTube nuked you once. I don't know. Or somebody else nuked you. It's not in there. Weird. You can check again, I guess. I completed 2 black raids in Pokemon Scarlet. Oh, 7-star raids. Dude, try again.
Cheese, but this is like the opposite of what you should be doing. I gotta change the music on the video because of all the copyright stuff from TikTok don't really fly over here on YouTube world. I'm gonna put a song that fits better anyway. cheese straight out the box and put it straight in the baking dish, you're done. You already.
What the heck is this? What the fuck is that? That is a crime committed. That is straight up a crime committed. This is a monster. Like, it's at that point, okay? Did you know you made food videos? I did not do that. That is not what I would do. This is evil. This might be the worst mac and cheese I've seen.
Failed. That's it. Don't make macaroni and cheese ever in your life. You gotta boil the noodles first. You don't just put it straight from the box. You might as well eat rocks. And how much milk and cream are you gonna put into the baking dish? Are you gonna drink the mac and cheese or eat it?
Give me that drink.
And then you don't season it after you put like 90% of the other ingredients in. You gotta do all that stuff beforehand. Now I'm gonna put a still shot on the screen somewhere, but if you put your baked mac and cheese into the oven for an hour and it's still just 90% milk and cream at the bottom, you're done. That's it.
That's horrible. It's just cream. When I'm older, I'll have a pet roly-poly. Sure, I guess. It's just cream. There's this has nothing to do with mac and cheese anymore. This is just like cream and noodles. This is cream and macaroni. Very weird.
Just stop. Just retire. Don't make any food ever again. Because at that point, you can't even serve this on a plate. You got to put it in a to-go cup. So now you just sitting here drinking hard noodles and milk. If you brought this dish to like a barbecue, a cookout, or whatever, people don't play about their mac and cheese, fam. You getting jumped. This should be a tutorial on what not to do when making baked mac and cheese, because once he started off with that Pam, I was like, oh, it's going downhill from here. They said add salt and pepper for taste. What? Like this made me so, this whole thing made me so, I'm angry. I don't even know how to end the video. I'm so mad. This is not even mac and cheese. This is just a pool of cow titty milk. That's another video we're gonna do. I'm gonna make my own mac and cheese. Some of y'all may not like how I make it, but it's not that. There's so many like black grandmas just rolling their eyes right now watching that video. I feel like this macaroni and cheese is from like a Jordan Peele movie, like Get Out. Hey, that mac and cheese look kind of sus. I mean, the top layer look kind of good, but the rest of it, I don't know about that. Should I get some?
No. Are all nerds as good as you?
This was evil. There is no doubt that this was evil. All of these were evil. All of them. All of them. These were crimes committed. I think, this was murder committed in the kitchen. I've experienced pain beyond human understanding. And, we should get these people out of the kitchen. We should get these people out of the kitchen. Poke made these meals. I would never do such a thing. I am a really good cook. I love cooking. I'm a really good cook. And these people cannot stay in the kitchen. Ever. At all. They need to stay away from any oven, any kitchen, any knife, just anything. Just anything. Away from the recipes themselves. That is what I'm going to say. That is all I'm going to say. That was evil. That is evil. If you want to see evil, it's right there. Chat, I'm taking a quick break. I don't think anybody here plays Pokemon right now. Would you cook Omani food then and record yourself and eat it? Well, I would need to find the recipe. Also, I don't have the capabilities of recording that stuff. And also, I don't want to record my surrounding. Thank you very much. No doxing will be happening here. Okay, I'll take a quick break and then we'll do the Inazuma one. It's a super long one though. So yeah, I'll be right back. I'm taking a quick break. back. I've returned. Alright, here comes the second big one of today. I don't know how many videos I'm gonna do. I don't know, this one is also 45 minutes.
This is Sylvia Plath, an American.
Calm down, Sylvia Plath.
Inazuma 11.
Alright, here we go. And at this point, I'm forced to watch these. I'm being held at gunpoint. I'm being held ever since I discovered Inazuma 11. I am being held at gunpoint. The more you know, the more you know. At this point, alrighty. Inazuma 11 is straight hype by Senshi. Whatever, I was told there's something funny in there, so whatever I'm gonna see is gonna be very interesting. I was told. We'll see. Though I'm questioning what could be so crazy. Hey yo, let's go.
Inazuma 11, the show where 11-year-old kids had an easier time defending the planet from literal football-playing aliens who were destroying buildings with their shots than they did playing in the World Cup.
Yeah, planetary threats. The kids are planetary threats, we know. Couple of days left for another Johnny Somali try, 3 weeks to go. At this point, send the man to jail. Why is this taking so long?
Still young, you know. I'm only in grade 6 after all.
No.
I'm only in grade 6 after all. I got this!
Green Giant.
I always find
it's just what KSI's forehead is ginormous. Why is oh my goodness? I just realized like this. Like it looks like almost double the size than from Speed. Goodness gracious.
it's funny how Inazuma 11 chose to progress the original story. It starts off as like this semi-normal sports anime with a tournament arc, and then it goes to season 2, and they are playing against Nen users, Jujutsu sorcerers, and Dragon Ball characters, trying to take over Japan, just for season 3 to return to them playing a regular tournament in the World Cup, which is somehow more difficult than playing against these intergalactic terrorists. Like, make it make sense. Anyways, this video has been a
I guess they just get stronger. That's the thing, right? The regular power scaling. Or the team after a while just gets weaker because they don't have to fight the strong opponents. That makes sense. Happy Sunday, Scaries, Poker, sure.
long time coming. You guys have been hounding me on every single platform possible. Matter of fact, some guy found me on Marvel Rivals and told me to
on Marvel Rivals! Homie, they're everywhere. They're looking for you. They are looking for you, my friend. They are straight up looking for you out here.
to make this video, so you already know what time it is. Let's cut the yapping and get straight into the meat and potatoes. Firstly, a quick recap from episode 67 since it's been a while. At the end of the Alias Academy saga, my favorite Inazuma 11 player and GOAT, Sean Frost, managed to break free from his split personality disorder on some Yuji and Sukuna timing, scoring a goal and unlocking a new duo shot with Axel. The team beat the aliens 4-3 after doing a Super Saiyan God ritual for their final goal, just for it to be revealed that they weren't actual aliens, but just a
Why? Senshi, why? Why? Why are you doing that? Why did you put that in here? Why are you?
new duo shot with Axel. The team beat the aliens 4-3 after doing a Super Saiyan God ritual for their final goal, just for it to be revealed that they weren't.
If you know, you know. If you know, you know. That's all I'm gonna say. If you know, you know.
Actual aliens, but just a bunch of kids getting Zenkai boosted by literal space czar, and somehow, some way, this apprentice of Shaitan Ray Dark was involved. There is a real case to be made for this man to be considered as one of anime's biggest villains, cause tell me why he literally transcends his own show and even appeared in Blue Lock.
Nigga, what the fuck is you doing in the video?
Oh yeah, bro, yeah, that's me.
I knows you. What are you doing in the video?
Anyways, now you're up to date with the lore, we can get started with the
Okay, up to date. So stuffy. Shut the fuck up. I knew that you know the name. I know the name too. And I didn't even willingly come across it, right? I didn't even willingly come across it. It came across me on Twitter. Cause some degenerate I was following it fucking posted the entire thing on Twitter and was like, goodness gracious. Straight up porn.
the Football Frontier International, the World Cup equivalent of Inazuma 11, where every player in the world gets a chance to represent their nation and bring home the gold. Bang! That was too easy, fam. Well done, mate. Earned yourself some tea and biscuits for that one.
Oh yeah, we going to the World Cup.
Yes, sir. Hey, I heard Senshi made the England team, though.
Huh, Senshi? Come on, bro. He looked like Deji in the face. I am not worried about no Senshi.
Yeah, you right. The U.S. definitely taking this one home.
Italia is going to win the World Cup, and that's on little bro Levici. That nigga Senshi has no chance.
I'm sorry, Habibis, but we are bringing home the gold.
As you can see, the lineup is looking insanely stacked. Wait a minute. Hold your barnacles. I hope that ain't who I think it is. Fast forward a couple weeks after the 80s.
I'm so tired of the joke at this point. I'm just so tired. I'll be real. I'm so tired. I'm so tired.
An incident, and the gang gets called up by Coach Hillman for the official trials to decide who will represent Japan. And let me tell you, this is my Avengers Infinity War, because we got all the OGs pulling back up. Darren, Scotty, Hurdy, Sean, Four, that one brother from the Ginyu Force, David from Royal Academy, and they even invited actual real life terrorists. Like, how are these guys not in jail? Like, Javier, I understand you're a good guy, but you still committed war crimes. I'm sick. And it's not just him.
For your end. With the rocket launcher, perfect. Well, what was the girl's name? Shit, I forgot. It was a regular name, which is bad. Which is better, anime or Blue Lock? This one probably, because Blue Lock season 2 is ass animation wise.
I know you remember this guy, the man that destroyed their whole school, got invited to play for their team. Just because they tried to turn him into a fanboy doesn't make me forget his war crimes. And if you thought these two weren't enough already, they done added Caleb Stonewall, an actual disciple of Ray Dark and arch nemesis to Jude Sharp. I'd be sick if I come to find out my biggest op is playing for the same team as me. This is probably how Yamcha felt when Vegeta randomly got accepted as one of his Z fighters and took his girl after almost...
Yeah. Though it is implied that Yamcha cheated. Which I hate. Fuck you for that one.
destroying the entire planet.
You burn my house to the ground! My family's dead! What do I do? I'm gonna find you, fucker.
There are officially 22 players, but only...
I mean, it is the same energy. It is the same energy. Crazy. Ah, well, look at that. The oldest 40-year-old is still around. I've just realized this. Why do these fuckers have beards?
Only 16 players can be brought into the squad at a time, so to decide the first 16, they'll have to hold a trial match. The teams are pretty even, honestly. Like, we got Jude, Axel and Darren on one team, and then we have Mark, Sean and Kevin on the other. As they prepare for the game, it's revealed that Nelly will be leaving Japan to go on some type of secret side quest. Damn, bruh. Mark low-key got a harem. Like, they've been pushing all sorts of females on this man's. Whole time he's just oblivious like Luffy. Almost the whole country showed up for the game, and this got me so hyped. Let the squabble...
Well, he did get a smooch. He did get a smooch.
Commence. Javier dribbles the ball and passes it to Kevin, who body feints Caleb but gets hit with a studs up tackle by Nathan. Jude advances possession to Axel, who hits 4 with a nutmeg, and this man 4 is too swole to be playing football, out here looking like Adama Traore. Axel flies up into...
Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, well...
to the air and hits us with the OG fire tornado, but Mark pulls out the OG god hand and saves it. Sensational. Seeing these boys going at it just brings a smile to my face. They counter and Kevin summons his blue eyes white dragon to try and score on Darren, but he must have forgot that this man's is the real life truth from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, because he uses his ultimate, saving the shot. Caleb turns over possession though, which allows Team Mark to counter, and Xavier's Meteor Blade is still as cool as ever as he officially makes it 1-0. Jude and Caleb have zero chemistry, straight red links. This would be like putting KDB and Courtois on the same team. If you know, you know. On a side note though, I actually kinda like Caleb's character. Like, I don't know what it is about him. I'm sure the other 3 Caleb fans will understand.
What does he have? Why does he have the mohawk though? Well, I don't think that one's specifically called a mohawk, right? For that, it's just you, or it's just one side covered. Who cares?
He spots that the wannabe Ginyu member is getting annoyed at not getting the ball, so Caleb tells Scotty and Nathan to step up and play a high line before rage baiting him into an ISO. He waits for the very last moment to move forward, putting him in an offside trap. This guy's ball IQ is off the charts. Off topic though, this character design gotta be racist. Inazuma 11
the classic.
is really out here drawing the darker skinned characters like it's DBZ. I know Uncle Ruckus had something to do with this. Caleb continues his dribble and targets the token.
At least he didn't use Popo as an example, because Mr. Popo is not black. Mr. Popo is a demon.
Tokyo Revenge's character almost chipping the ball into the goal. Caleb Stonewall, I was not familiar with your game. The match continues and Axel lines up a fireball storm, destroying Mark's Fist of Justice to make it 1-1. Kevin responds with another Wyvern crash to make it 2-1 to Team Mark. We get to see this new guy called Austin Hobbs, and he's kinda cooking, dribbling past 4, but after getting in a one-on-one with the goalkeeper, bro decides to do a pass back instead of shoot. What in the Arteta mindset is going on? The second half begins and everyone is just popping their ultimates and showing off their domain expansions. The ball gets flicked over to Jordan and he hits us with a Season 2 Herd classic, shooting an Astro Break through Archer into the bottom corner. I know Archer felt just like Rabambi, tanking this nuclear explosion to the chest.
No, not the right Bombi clip! Not the right Bombi clip. Oh no, not the light that burns the sky. Spoiler alert, we'll be shiny hunting in this game.
This Dragon Ball Z ass move he's about to use, bro. Light that burns the sky. Rabambi, please survive, please. If this Rabambi actually survives this shit, gold status, gold status. What is going on right now, man? Rabambi! Please don't kill him.
Whatever he thought would happen. Like, how could you have the hope that Rabambi survives this? How could you ever have the hope that Rabambi survives this?
Bro? Oh my god! Is that a spirit bomb? It might be good though. Rabambi!
It's 2-2 and the match resumes.
I don't know how he could ever consider surviving this. Rabambi! This is such a good clip, though. This is such a good clip. This is really a good clip. Yeah, sure, Rabambi survives Ultra Necrozma Z move, light that burns the sky.
When Jude pulls out his Genjutsu, passing the ball to Evil Axel, who hits us with a Dark Tornado, when Archer runs after it, kicking a huge gust of wind at it, which causes it to lose a bunch of momentum. I thought he was going to be hot garbage, but he might have some potential. Mark plays out the ball to Hurley, who starts water bending when the ball deflects to Sean, who pops the legendary Wolf, breaking through Darren's Mugen the hand to make it 2-3 to Mark. This basically means that Sean Frost solos the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood verse. I don't make the rules. The match ends, and before they announce the selected 16, we get to meet the new coach, Percy Travis. He begins naming the team, and this feels like the Blue Lock 11 starting lineup reveal. So the official representatives of Team Inazuma Japan will be Jude, Axel, Sean, Xavier, Nathan, Scotty, Hurley, Thor, Darren, Caleb, Austin, Archer, Jack, Todd, and finally Mark. Damn, bruh. This is the second time Kevin has been hoed. The others for sure wasn't making it, but we really chose Archer over Kevin? Like, come on, bruh. This must be how Bauer and Shido fans felt seeing the Blue Lock lineup against Nigeria.
This nigga's legendary? Based on what? What has he done? How long has he been in the game?
Well, I know he got
Who
into
the
it.
fuck knows who Scrunchu is outside of the local ghetto community of comedy?
I know who he is.
After integrating with the team and the new facilities, the coach pulls up and explains that his daughter Kami will become the new manager of the team. And I don't know how to explain it, but there's for sure something going on between her and Mark. Mark swears he remembers her from
Oh, once again, another woman to the collection of women. We're always gathering them like Pokemon at this point.
kindergarten, but she don't have a clue who bro is. The coach gets the business and starts violating the team, saying they are actually nowhere near good enough to fight on the world stage, just because they beat a couple fake aliens. And my response to that is, who are they going to be playing in the World Cup? Satoru Gojo? Prime All Might? Yujiro Hanma? Like, come on, bruh. The new coach is, let's say, strict and direct, because during the training match, he also tells Jack to like stop standing around and start moving, and actually compliments Caleb for playing rough, which leads to everyone starting to think that the coach is like a bad guy. Celia and Willie go to the Football Association to try and find some info on Travis when they figure out that there is a big rumor about him previously having destroyed a whole football team and being labeled a cursed coach. Damn, the plot thickens.
The plot thickens. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. So we got an evil trainer, maybe a backstabber, or maybe a, what's the word? Some good old character development, maybe.
Fast forward and it's time for the official draw. How it works is that the world has been split into 5 regions, and each region will have a knockout stage battle to decide who will represent which region. The Asian region has teams consisting of Korea, Australia, Qatar, Saudi, Japan, and some others who didn't even get mentioned. Inazuma Japan's first game will be against Australia, so they want to use the remaining time wisely and keep training. But that's when Coach Travis pulls up and straight up says that no one will be allowed to leave that room until the game day. This is probably how Manchester United feels listening to Almiron's pre-game tactics. The team is reasonably so outraged, and we get a little montage of all of them trying to sneak out and go and train, but Coach Travis is holding down a fort like a Five Nights at Freddy's security guard. After a few more attempts, Hurley
Understandable. I wonder where this leads. Genuinely, I wonder where this leads. Do we actually get some evil kind of trainer, like really evil? I want to see that. I want to see that. Spied-ups jumps off trees to catch people. Oh, I'm aware.
decides to do a solo bus run, and he caught Coach Travis lacking, so he skedaddles out of there to go and train. But when everyone else tries to leave, bro's back at spawn. Some more time passes, and these hooligans pull up to the training facility, and my Tokyo Revengers character comparison from earlier isn't even starting to sound that crazy, because they are part of a gang looking for Archer. The difference between Japanese gangs, UK gangs, and US gangs is always so funny to me. The big fella over here is holding a damn broom. This Labubu can't be any taller than 3'4" out here.
Labubu. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Are they gonna add one of those to the team?
Like your Kaizen, and bro Chacho with the skateboard is wearing a crop top in 2006. He must be a Carti fan. Archer asks the coach if he's allowed to go see them, and he lets him. So it turns out that Archer was actually a certified roadman before joining the team, and was scouted by Coach Hillman for his amazing strength in his legs. So these actual bums.
Wait, he breaks. Okay, I'm not really surprised. But they're shots. This time they're just breaking the rocks with the legs.
Certified losers are asking bro to quit his chance at professional football for the Japanese national team to come be a thug. What? Do you know how much money there is in football? Imagine your day one gets scouted to go and play for England in the World Cup, and you start influencing him to stay on the streets instead. The CIA is up 1,000 right now. John Morant is corrupting the youth. We cut back to the team, and after a bunch more attempts, they just fold and start training in their rooms instead, working on drills in tight spaces, whilst Hurley works on his new move in the ocean. The 2 days pass, and it's officially time for the Football Frontier International's first game. The starting lineup is Axel on strike, Sean on the left wing, and Xavier on the right. We got Jude, Nathan, and Jordan on midfield. In defense, we got Jack, Scotty, Fo, and Hurley, and of course Big Stepper, Ball Stopper, Mark in goals. It's a solid lineup, I won't lie. My goat Caleb really getting that borrow treatment though. They kick off and start their attack, but Team Australia is running that prime PSG levels of pressing. I'm talking about 4 man on the ball off rip. They snatch the ball and take the shot, summoning an actual megalodon. I'm talking about a brother.
The summoning sharks. The summoning sharks. Okay, when does somebody summon the VTuber? Go ahead. The summoning just straight up sharks at this point.
from Jaws, penetrating Mark's fist of justice, making it 1-0. This move is called the box lock defense, and please, whatever we do, don't let Arteta see this move, bruh. He's gonna put together the most haram tactics known to man.
For elimination, the operation will go in our operation. If who act against our nation, we briefly target that nation. If who do
Coach Travis is standing there like Jose Mourinho though. I'm not feeling the pressure, no. You gotta put pressure on me. Whilst Caleb is on the bench, participating in a successful hate watch. The game continues and Australia is playing prime Arteta and Yahoo ball, prime Simeone ball, prime Stoke ball, pure defense and capitalizing on the counter attacks, forcing Inazuma 11 on the back foot. The coach finally says something and explains that the answer for beating the defense is inside them. Jude begins the next attack and realizes that this defense is just like being trapped in a box as he begins evading and holding onto the
Interesting. Maybe the trainer isn't so bad. Maybe they need a bit something of a rougher hand. Who knows? Maybe they do need a little bit of that.
ball like Sergio Busquets before capitalizing of their mistake and getting the ball to Axel, who does the same thing as Jude and passes it to Sean, who gets the first shot of the game. But this is still a world-class team, so they'll have a world-class goalkeeper. Bro summons a water wall like he's a waterbender during a full moon and blocks the shot. Axel intercepts and follows up with a fireball storm, but Katara's cousin manages to block that too. Australia makes some subs, and these guys are now more focused on individual defending because they've done some.
Holy fuck, are these even, like, this is just, like, not even kids. This is just straight up grown-ass adults at this point. At this point, it's just grown-ass adults fighting these kids. It just is. I mean, this is not a kid. This is a grown man. This is a grown man. This is just a pure grown man.
In the boulder from Avatar The Last Airbender. The game is very even right now as Jude carries the ball when two Australia players come in for a double slide tackle. Ref! Do something, this can't be legal. Jude dodges the first one, but the second one genuinely flatlines him. No card, no nothing. Jude is completely injured and forced to be subbed off for Austin Hobbs. Coach Travis also says he knew that Hurley snuck out and wants him to score a goal with the new move that he's been.
Like, the coach himself could play in this. The coach himself, what is this?
Working on. The second half starts and Austin is already cooking. I can tell he's gonna be tough. He passes it to Axel, who gets his fireball storm saved again, but that's when Hurley has this great eureka moment and figures out how to break through. He leaps 20 feet into the air and evolves his tsunami boost, breaking through the barrier reef, making it 1-1. That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. Jude realizes that this coach is a strategist on par with Eisen. It's like he predicted everything that was about to happen, so he asks him about the rumors, but Travis is nonchalant maxing and tells him that it's none of his business. That's when Coach Hillman pulls up and he explains everything. He used to coach a team called Sakurazawa Jr. and they were the favorites to win the Football Frontier tournament. But one day, before it was about to begin, they got into a fight with another team where a player got injured. Now, if they had reported it, the team would have been disbanded and the Sakurazawa player's career would have been ruined. So Coach Travis instead decided to shoulder all of the blame, harboring the nickname of the cursed coach.
Damn, he's a hero in this case. Damn, well, backstory. Well, then he's not a bad guy.
He really sacrificed himself, but it doesn't just end there, because the team they got into a fight with was Royal Academy, which means Ray Dog. This is Blackbeard levels of hating, moderate levels of hating. This man hasn't been on screen in like 40 episodes and he's still the main villain. My respect for Travis on the other hand has gone all the way up. The game resumes and Team Australia brings on another player to man mark Hurley, the same way people guard Steph in the NBA. The entire team is marked and Jack has the ball, so now he's forced to run it up like he's Kurt Zuma. He plays a through ball to Austin, who dodges the defender and passes it to Axel, who evolves mid-game, turning into Lord Ozai, sending a whole fireball into the back of the net. Look at the Australia goalkeeper. This is
Bro's dead actually. Bro is just straight. Why does he not? How again? What are these kids made of? Why is bro not being turned ablaze? Why is bro not cooked? Why is bro not well done?
probably how Goku and Raditz felt when taking that blast from the special beam cannon. And that's it. It's officially 2-1. Axel isn't happy though because Austin got that reverse blue lock mentality. Bro would rather pass than shoot an open goal. The next team they play against is the Qataris, but before we can do that, we get a couple side quests. Celia, Mark, Axel and Cammy were walking down the road to check up on Austin when Archer's purple hand gang pulls up and starts harassing Cammy. My nonchalant dreadhead Axel was ready to stand on business, but that's when Archer pulls up talking pure smack.
You ain't never
never gonna be shit. Your mama ain't never, your mama wasn't shit. Your daddy wasn't shit. You think you gonna be some shit?
This Felix guy has taken over the gang and is now wreaking havoc. Bro thinks this is a windbreaker. He orders Archer's old friends to jump him when Archer clocks his foot back and practically off.
He kicks them away.
Screens 3 of them. Archer was really a demon in the streets. He probably solos Mikey, Sakura, and Yusuke Urameshi in a 3v1. Mark breaks up the squabble, and this guy decides to leave. Archer dips out too on some casual shit, so Mark and the others make it to Austin's house.
He kind of looks like a deer from behind. But it looks like antlers.
Sister Rachel lets them in, and Austin's mom explains that because she's been so ill, Austin and Rachel have been helping her run the restaurant. So every single day after training, he goes and does a full night shift as a delivery boy. Austin is such a goat, bro. I already liked him before, but I like him even more now. I know for a fact that—
oh, look at Jeff. But true, absolute cinema. He's a goat in this case, helping his mom, being a delivery boy, taking on the night shifts. Crazy.
family restaurant has some good eats. Hey, not to sound insensitive, but you know you're about to eat some of the best Asian food of your life when there's a little boy at the counter taking your orders. I said what I said. Mark being Mark wants to help him out, so everyone tags in and they start their cooking mama side quest to help Austin and his family. This is really the type of random side quest Persona fans need to do so that they can get back to their dating simulator. Even though this is explained as to why Austin leaves training early, it still doesn't explain why he refuses to take—
I'm gonna use Ananta as a dating sim for sure. It's my time.
shots even when he's one-on-one with the keeper. Fast forward and they get ready to start the Qatar game. Inazuma 11 is running the same starting lineup as last game, whilst Qatar is sweet mother of pearl. Hello Habibi. And what might your name be? You free on Thursday? Like,
think I can get your name? Are you serious, my brother?
Sorry, we must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused. They kick off and you can see that the Qataris are a powerful and aggressive team, but Inazuma Japan is matching them. Jude passes the ball to Axel, who lays it off to Sean, who pops his legendary wolf as the Qatar defender willingly takes this nuclear bomb to the abdomen. The ball goes out for a corner, so Nathan lines up to take it, and just when I thought he fluffed it, this man uses—
This is the first time we've seen a corner, I think. This is the first time we've seen a corner. Interesting.
Itoshi Rin levels of curl and it flies into the top corner. This is the type of goal you can only score when the wind speed is like 90 miles per hour. Qatar tries to counter, but Jordan snatches it, who lays the ball off to Sean, who dummies it to Xavier, who uses his meteor blade, making it 2-0. I really thought this was gonna be a 10-0 game at this rate. Yo, off topic, man. This character design has to be racist. The anime—
Yeah, some of the designs are, I mean, at this point, all the designs are kind of weird. Like, some of them also look like grown men.
Asian team consisted of Ghetto, Frieza, and Toby Rama. The hairline, the goatee, the eyebrows. I wouldn't be surprised if his name was Abdi Rahman. Out here looking like AJ Shabil. Yo. Yo, I'm sorry. No hate to my Somali brothers, bro. It's all love. The half ends 2-0 and everyone is fried. Stamina meter depleted, looking like Link in the Gerudo Desert. Whilst the Qatar team looks like they barely even played. It's not looking good, bruv. The second half begins.
Stop using these! Stop using these! Stop! Please stop! How many more stuffy bunny clips are in here? Screens. Oh, stop!
And the guy with the Durag blitzes through Jordan and Jude and outmaneuvers Fora and Scotty, forcing a fist of justice out of Mark. The ball goes out of play, but Jordan is knocked and has to be subbed out due to a cramp. Coach Travis makes his substitute and brings on Todd. Since he's fresh, he can easily keep up with the Qataris, but the rest of the team is moving way—
He looks like Wukong. He looks like Wukong! Why does he look like Wukong?
slower. They snatch the ball off him and go for the counter. Hurley tries to stop them, but they enter into a sparking zero beam struggle before the Qatar player knocks both the ball and Hurley into the net for the first goal of the game. It's 2-1. Comeback son. This is pure raw strength and domination. Since they played and trained in the Arabian Peninsula, their heat resistance and stamina is far better than the Japan team. Hurley and Xavier are the next to tap out, so Coach Travis brings on Archer and Darren. Bro, I understand Caleb has zero chemistry, but bringing on your backup goalkeeper and someone who can't even do 10 keep-ups is insane. They kick off and manage to get the ball to Sean for a legendary wolf, but the Qatar keeper begins animation cancelling into the air, creating a sandstorm, saving Sean's shot. Sean is perplexed and it's fair enough, bro tapped out. This guy grew up in minus 11 degrees Celsius, freezing weather of Hokkaido. Bro probably thinks he's in a sauna right now. Caleb thinks it's finally his time, but Austin gets the call and replaces Sean Frost up top. Similar to Todd, he's easily able to keep up with the opponents and dribbles past both of them, coming one-on-one with the keeper, but instead of shooting, he cuts it back to Axel and this Qatar player intercepts it. And bro, I know I keep bringing up the character designs, but come on, this man got a whole yam.
Hazelnut? Nah, bro. That looks like Wukong from like the Wukong game. That just does. Bro looks like a monkey. I'm sorry.
On his face.
Get that yam off your face, nigga. Big yam face.
They go on the counter, but Darren clutches up with the tackle. Nathan dribbles the ball to the corner, crossing it in, but just when it seems like it's about to be intercepted, Austin pulls through with a chest control and has an actual open goal. Look! It's physically impossible for the keeper to get it. He's in the 5-yard box. This is Jerry an open goal. But Austin randomly gets some type of Mushika Tensei flashback and gives the ball to Axel. Astaghfirullah. Look at this frame, bro. Where is his egoist mentality? He out is selling my team harder than Mudryk in 2023. Axel angrily takes the shot and the keeper saves it with his sand bending. Axel confronts him when Austin says he just shouldn't shoot. This being Inazuma 11, I thought they were holding his mother hostage and they were gonna kill her if he scored or something, since they did something similar to Axel's sister. But no, the real story is so basic. When he was younger, he was way better than all the other kids and he just kept scoring goals, to the point that the people around him started calling him greedy and selfish, so he decided to stop scoring and instead pass to his teammates so that they could score instead. Ego Jinpachi, I need you to have a word with this young lad over here. The Desert Lions go on the counter when their striker takes.
That's so stupid. I mean, that could probably happen, that people would actively not try to be as good as they could be. So, well, people don't hate them. I mean, that does exist, but that's so stupid. Why would you use that?
A shadow clone shot, but Mark manages to save it as it goes out for the corner. Short corner taken quickly gets played out when they cross it in for a fast header, making it 2-2 with less than a minute left of injury time. Inazuma Japan is basically fried because if this game goes into extra time, they won't have any stamina left to compete. Austin is still on his nonsense passing the ball to Axel, so Axel blasts it back at him and basically tells him to lock the hell in. This is the damn World Cup, not a 7-a-side kickabout at Power League. Everyone wants to win, no one cares who scores the goals. It's just about winning as a team. Don't put on a show. You win the game. Don't put on a show. You win the freaking game. That speech from my nonchalant freeform demon Axel Blaze shocks Austin right into gear. It's like he's a whole different person. The confidence is oozing through the screen. The Desert Lions go on the attack, but Archer presses them, allowing Nathan to intercept it. Jude passes to Archer, who comes face to face with the 3 Qatar players, but dribbles past them.
They look really the character designs are interesting. Let's say they're interesting. It's just kids fighting grown men. This isn't even fair. No wonder they struggle.
Like prime Neymar, this is that real Joga Bonito. His theme starts playing and bro is just dancing through the field with a smile on his face like Rafael Leao. He continues to advance when Austin comes face to face with the keeper and uses summoning jutsu to summon a literal Siberian tiger and Bumba clouds it past the Sand Tornado. That's what I'm talking about. He's the real MVP. Seeing him all smug makes me happy, man. Bro did a full 180 from a humble boy to an Asagi level problem. Jack begins asking the real questions and wants to know why they didn't bring this guy to fight the aliens and where he was when they were fighting against Greek gods. That's when Austin explains that he was way too young to be allowed to play. This demon is in 6th grade. For all my non-Americans, if you're in 6th grade, that means you're between 11 and 12 years old. What? So when I was playing with Skylanders and watching Victorious, this man was scoring for his national team. Yeah, the team is starting to really come together. Everyone is really...
Bruh. Look, he looks like a monkey! He does not look like a hazelnut. He looks like Wukong. I'm sorry, he looks like a little monkey.
Cooking. Well, almost everyone. Archer out here red timing passes and Caleb is beginning to rage bait him because he's upset that Archer is getting playtime and he isn't. Archer has been getting trained in secret by Coach Simon because apparently he reminds him of himself when he was younger. Was Coach Simon really out there putting belt to ass in the streets of Japan? Mark is trying to figure out what's up with Archer, so Simon sets the two of them up to have a good old-fashioned kickabout, and it's honestly pretty wholesome. It seems like Archer has a confidence issue since he's afraid of making mistakes whilst playing, but he's slowly starting to get the hang of it. On the other hand of things, Jordan is
not a deer, bro. Bro's hair looks like the antlers of a moose. Huh.
Struggling with a conundrum that I like to call comparison is the thief of joy. He sees all these Gon and killers around him advancing at insane rates and coming up with new killer techniques, whilst he's unable to keep up, making him feel like Zeusy. The rest of the team agrees to work on their offensive power since a lot of their shots have been getting stopped. We get this nice little training montage of everyone trying to up their own power level. Got my man Caleb out here moving like Gran Torino, and Archer is actually showing some type of potential, being able to block a shot with some type of wind barrier. Fast forward a few days and Inazuma Japan gets ready to have their practice game.
Bro moved like Naruto. At this point, they might be a threat to actual shonen verses. What is this?
When Dwalin, the Alias Academy goalkeeper and striker from season 2, and Sean's arch nemesis pulls up. He says his real name is Dave Quagmire. Okay, that's such a stupid name, bro. And explains that he's now part of the Japan Neo national team.
That's bait, isn't it? That can't be.
Compromised of a bunch of people who didn't even get called up to the Japan trials, and they are being led by none other than my #1 up, Coach Lena Schiller. Damn! They say that they want to play a game against Inazuma Japan, and if they win, they'll be allowed to take over and represent Japan in the World Cup. Sounds familiar. You mean to tell me that Blue Lock really copied?
That fucker's name is actually Dave Quagmire. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Wait, that's his actual name? Nah, bro. Nah, dude. That's crazy. Get that man out of here immediately. If he's related to him, the kids are not safe.
My goats, Inazuma 11 with the U20 versus Blue Lock match idea, game recognized game. Coach Travis has the choice to decline and keep it stepping, but this man is a real gambler, ready to stand 10 toes. He accepts and they start the game. Dwalin is now playing in midfield. His versatility is crazy, I just gotta respect his drive and hunger. He trying to let the world know they missed one. The game kicks off and Sean blitzes past the first guy and passes it to Austin, but they manage to tackle him. They keep trying to run through and break down their defense, but they get stopped every single time. They finally manage to break through as Sean takes another legendary wolf shot just for the ex-Royal Academy keeper to pull out Dwalin's Gurren Lagann ass move. I know Sean got PTSD seeing the move that almost drove him into actual insanity a few arcs ago. Neo Japan starts a counter with Dwalin, but bro uses Jude's illusion ball to get past them and then uses a Zeus Jr. speed blitz to get past 4. We got a whole bunch of Sharingan users on this team because Dwalin passes the ball to the striker from season 1 who all of a sudden has the ability to manipulate the space-time continuum and takes a shot from a whole pocket dimension. Just
they're just stealing each other's moves. They're just stealing each other's move, V2.
like Dwalin. I'm actually perplexed. Mark tries to hold it down with a fist of justice, but it just gets blasted through, making it 1-0. Like, what? I did not expect them to score after one attack, and honestly it makes sense. All these guys at one point or another were stronger than the Inazuma Japan players, so it's fair to say that with a couple Zenkai boosts, they'd be able to compete. The Neo-National Japan team is actually just spamming ultimate moves like it's overtime in Marvel Rivals, as they show us a whole montage of these guys training the same way Poe was training to be the Dragon Warrior. Football cannot be this deep. They take another Gagne shot, but Mark easily stops it this time, so they switch their attack with another Zeus Jr. super shot, but luckily Mark's locked in and keeps it out the net. Nathan has just returned from his side quest, so Coach Travis swaps him for Archer because it seems like he's figured out this new move. Drew takes the ball from Dwalin and gives it to him, as bro actually starts flying through the air like that one demon from Yu Yu Hakusho. He passes it to Axel, who takes a fireball storm shot, who once again breaks the drill smasher shot he broke in season 2. How nostalgic. It's now 1-1 and Neo National makes some substitutions. They kick off and Xavier
Interesting. This shit's just crazy at this point. What the fuck are we doing? What the heck are we doing?
Steals the ball back, so he passes it to Jordan, who has found some new success as bro turns into Kizaru and actually moves at the speed of light. These guys are evolving mid-game. He passes it to Axel, who takes another fireball shot, but they hit us with a throwback move from season 1, using the Great Wall of Ba Sing Se to stop it. Inazuma Japan takes about 20 shots, but every single one of them has been blocked by the Infinite Wall. Neo Japan finally gets a counter, and it's none other than Dwalin. How nostalgic. He pulls up, and this man backs out Byron's god knows shot.
Bro, it's just stealing moves at this point! You need to watch this. Sure, we'll throw this in, sure. He's just stealing moves!
shot and sends the terror bomb at Mark, who manages to keep it out. Even Mark has evolved. Seeing all these moves is just the ultimate fan service for OG Inazuma 11 fans. It makes me feel like a kid again. After he saved the shot, Coach Travis makes a couple of changes and bro hits us with a certified herd classic and puts Mark into the midfield and Darren in goal. The squabble continues. Neo Japan goes all out attacking before they pull out the Ginyu Force shot of Kuro Junior High. And
the fucking Ginyu Force. I mean, accurate. They're posing.
the way they hype this up, I thought they might actually score, but Archer charges at the ball and barely misses it, but the shockwave caused by the swing took almost all momentum away from it. Sensational. Bro has some type of super hidden defensive move, but just doesn't know how to wield his power yet. We have like 5 evos in one game, and if the fan service wasn't enough, we got a heated battle between Mark and Dwalin before Mark passes it to Jude, who sets up the iconic Inazuma break. This shit means something to me, man. It's 2-1, and even though it wasn't an official game, it was still extremely hype because of the stakes and the return of so many beloved old characters. They return to regular training as they prepare for the preliminary finals. That's when Coach Travis pulls up on Mark and tells him that him and his current team won't be able to win the game. So he starts brainstorming to figure out how to improve himself and the team. Kami is worried about Mark, but this gossip girl Sue mistakes her.
The girlies. Bro, it really has a harem at this point. He just does. Obviously.
Emotions for Kami being in love with Mark, so tells her a bunch of BS, which basically makes Kami take Mark on a whole slice of life season in the span of one episode. Like I said earlier though, Mark is a real shonen protagonist.
Yeah, he's super dense. It's a classic. He's super dense.
He wouldn't be able to tell a girl liked him even if she outright confessed. Anyhow, it did kinda work out because he got some inspiration for his new move. Whilst all that was happening, we finally, after like 80 episodes, get some more background lore on Axel. His little sister is all healthy and his family got a maid? Yo, this house is kinda big. And his dad is Bengali? I knew my goat Axel was mixed raced. He was oozing that light skin aura. Jokes aside though, Axel's dad wants him to quit playing football so he can move to Germany to focus on his studies and
Bro goes to Germany. Well, Germany! Good night, Amir. Rest well.
Become a doctor because he hates football due to the danger it put his family in. And honestly, you guys probably thought I was gonna disagree, but look at it from a non-biased perspective. Just because his 15-year-old
True. I mean, if we look at it from a non-biased perspective, these fuckers are like fighting like aliens and well, actually aliens, just mutated kids, and like getting hit with like fucking atomic bombs at this point. I mean, it makes sense.
son was good at football. His youngest daughter got into a car accident orchestrated by Ray Doc. He was being blackmailed by aliens and was forced to move into hiding into a like random Japanese island. I'd hate football too. This man went through all that because he was good at scoring goals. I understand his father. Put the football boots down, son. Axel is very distracted and doesn't know what to do, seeing as his dad hasn't given him any other choice. He even called the school and told them to withdraw him from the team. Him and Austin are still working on a combination shot between Tiger Storm and Fireball Storm, so he goes to his dad and asks him to allow him to play the final game so that he can take his team to the World Cup before he leaves to Germany, and his dad accepts. And man, this is such a good representation of male depression and struggle. This boy is going through an existential crisis due to parental pressure and outside forces, and he's bottling it all up. Celia and Sylvia even end up noticing that he's sad, but Nathan just thinks that he's fired up for the game. It perfectly encapsulates male friendships. Take this as a notice to check up on your homies. They could be going through something and not even telling anyone. They all continue to train, but it's still clear that Axel just isn't able.
You would never find out. You would never find out. I'm a master at hiding this.
To focus properly because his duo move with Austin is not coming together the way it should. However, in other news, mid-training session, Mark gets a letter in his grandfather.
That was an uncomfortable close-up shot of Moist Critical. By the way, is there another stuffy bunny in there?
Handwriting that says, "I'll be waiting for you at the top," and everyone agrees that it really might be real because Mark's grandfather has handwriting that looks like straight poneglyphs. Mark shrugs it off and continues training and takes the letter to Coach Simon, who all but confirms that Mark's grandfather might be actually still alive, and him and probably Nelly too are looking into it. What in the Attack on Titan plot twist is even happening right now? Mark's grandfather is
okay. Okay, I guess we're looking for grandpapa here.
pulling an Obito on us. After getting hit with this life-altering news, he runs into Axel training by the riverbank and he too notices that there's something wrong, but Axel nonchalantly shrugs it off before sitting down and telling him everything. Mark is obviously upset. He's about to lose his day one for a second time. A few days passes and they find out that they will be playing against the South Koreans, who beat Team Saudi Arabia 4-0, and they are the current favorites to win the tournament. They all get hyped up to train when coach takes them to this doo-doo mud field and tells them they can only play in here until the day of the game. I feel their pain. This is really on par with the average playing against the South Koreans, who beat Team Saudi Arabia 4-0, and they are the current favorites to win the tournament. They all get hyped up to train when coach takes them to this doo-doo mud field and tells them they can only play in here until the day of the game. I feel that.
Why are you using that? Why are you using that? Why this exact? He's sitting on his balls. Why are you using that? Why the fuck are you using that one, man? This is not no. You are not normal. Why are you using that one?
Pain. This is really on par with the average Sunday league field on a rainy Tuesday night in Stoke. Everyone is reluctant, but Axel steps in as everyone follows suit as they continue their training up. Mark goes to find Axel's dad and begs him to let him keep playing football with his heartfelt message and sincere bow. But I just realized where Axel got all his nonchalance from, because his pops just shrugs Mark's off and keeps it stepping. After a couple more days of training, it's finally match day, but as they are
yeah, Papa just didn't care. I do not care. Football dangerous.
Driving to the stadium, this bum that lost a 4v1 is back wreaking havoc. You have no aura, bro. The only tough thing about you is your bike. Archer, Mark, Four, and Hurdy are ready to squabble. I have to respect it. And is that my goat Sean in the damn bus? If you don't get your ass on the front lines, did he think we forgot that he literally killed a grizzly bear with nothing but a football?
Just got a drop on his flexing neighbor. He from Tennessee, I got a thought. She be with the shit. She told me where he be. I said for sure, baby, let me know if you wanna eat. She like, fine, you already know. Just put your girl on fleek. I'm like, cool, I can do that, boo. What you want, some shoes? Jimmy Choo with that handbag too. Red and navy blue. She get the smiling. She ain't used to this, cause she ain't used to shit. I just laugh. Could have been a pencil way I move my.
I just noticed that fucking bear died. Never mind.
I be speeding. Could have been a.
But they realize that if they fight, they'll be suspended. So Archer offers to take the fall, but before he can flatline these bums, his day ones, his compadres, his brochachos step in and hold it down, allowing Archer and the team to get away. Hey, Pipsqueak, you're a real ass person. I got nothing but respect for people like you. They make it to the stadium just in time and prepare for their game against Korea when a familiar voice calls out to Mark. Hey, if it isn't my
oh nah, it's this dude again. He's also there.
Favorite femboy Byron, Gazelle, and the Beyblade protagonist. They are all on Team Korea because it turns out they were actually Koreans. Now then, I gotta make a public apology because we have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok, and flat out deceived, because this whole time I thought that Gazelle was a girl, but this whole time she's a boy. This whole time I thought she was a girl, but I've been made aware that I was wrong, so I retract any previous statements that I may have made. Okay, let's continue. The Korean team is actually stacked. Their offense is insane, and the team is led by this guy named Cheng, and this has to be racist, bro. Not only did they violate with the voice actor, but they made my boy look like Brock from Pokemon. This is far worse.
I've noticed that they made the eyes even smaller for the Koreans. I guess they needed to go some way of differentiation. Holy shit.
Work. This reminds me of when solo leveling violated all the S-rank Japanese hunters to show off Korea's superiority. This is really a back and forth rivalry. Can someone explain to me the beef between Japan and Korea and China? Like, what's going on?
The war crimes. Never mention the war crimes. There were no war crimes. There've never been any war crimes. What are you talking about?
Apparently this Cheng guy is meant to be some insane football strategist of this generation, but they must not be familiar with my goat Jude Sharp. They get ready to start the game when Coach Travis asks Mark whether he thinks they have what it takes to win the game. And here bro goes again with these Riddler questions. Mark says they are going to win, but Travis replies and says that Inazuma Japan will be able to win this upcoming game, and Mark not being able to understand that makes him a failure of a captain as he decides to bench him and play Darren instead. I guess he wants Mark to be more critical and work on his battle IQ, because up to now, Jude is the one who's been kind of leading the team with the tactics and the ideas. Mark has kind of just been, there as a morale booster. Jude is the captain for this game, and they kick off with the fast break for Xavier to throw out a meteor blade off rip, but they forget that they had a firebender in net as bro begins slapboxing the ball, returning it to sender. Bro looks like boom boom explosion man.
Why does Bro look like an elf? What is this? Why does he look like an elf? Why does he have like pointy ears? What is this?
From that one episode, Cheng needs the counter attack and plays a long ball to Byron, who hits us with a certified classic and grows angel wings like he's Icarus and shoots the ball. Darren is the gatekeeper of truth for a reason though, and manages to save the shot. The game resumes and the entire team is genuinely so disorientated. Axel was slide tackling, Archer thinks he's Martinelli, and the rest of the squad is easily getting dribble past. Just when it seemed like Gazelle and Gina are about to break through on goal, my clutch shooter Sean whips out a new defensive move called Snow Angel. He freezes both of them and takes the ball upfield and passes it to
Straight up turn into ice, bro. Straight up turn into ice.
as they use their new super move called Thunder Beast to break through the Korean keeper's thunderclap to make it 1-0. No cap, it's not ridiculous to say that Sean at this current moment in time is probably the best player on the team. His defensive and offensive capabilities genuinely make him unmatched. Coach Travers isn't smiling though. He's moving like he knows something that we don't. They start another attack, but Sean pulls out the Snow Angel and starts the counter. He lays it off to Hurley. When these kids begin Naruto running so fast, they create 2 entire whirlwinds. And just to put it into perspective, a tornado averages out at around 300 miles per hour. That means, with some quick calculations, it's entirely possible to skill almost every single person on this field to at least My Hero Academia level. They really solo your favorite verse. I have never seen Megami pull off a feat like this, I'm just saying. This move is called Perfect Zone Press, and anytime I see a red dragon in any form of fiction, the first thing my brain goes to is that one cartoon I used to watch as a kid called The American Dragon. Let me know in the comments if you remember. The ball ends up getting stolen from Hurley, and he tries to brute force Runer's Ray through it, just for Bro to get bounced off like he's playing Brawlhalla. They decide to both charge in at the same time, but just as that happens, they undo the jutsu, causing both of them to collide and get injured. Ref, do something, this can't be legal. Both Sean and
Where's the yellow card at this point? I remember the yellow card being a thing. I remember.
Hurley have to come off injured, and that's just crazy. They really gave Sean the Levi Ackerman treatment. When you're so overpowered, they have to injure you just to nerf you. The game continues, and this time Thor and Archie get put in the domain expansion. They take it off them and go on an insane counter run before Cheng physically assaults Jack with the ball and passes it to Jean, who takes the iconic atomic flare shot, defeating Darren's Mug in the hand to make it 1-1. These Koreans really came.
I guess the trainer did know something that everyone else didn't. That appears to be the case.
With built-in domain expansions. Where were they when my peoples was getting no diff in Shibuya? The game resumes and Jude does what Jude does best and quickly realizes that the mud training was all in preparation for this. When you play in a muddy or bad pitch, you often play long ball football to prevent the ball from touching the field as much as possible. That's the way they are going to defeat the perfect zone press. They start back up and they try to trap Jude in their domain, so he boots it up as high as possible as they start keeping the ball in the air and prevent it from touching the ground. Amazing ball IQ. Xavier gets this shot off, but sadly he gets blocked again by the skinhead goalkeeper. Jordan wins the ball back, so Austin and Axel can pull off their counter with their duo shot. I would have put my left ball sack on the fact that Axel was going to score this goal, but he ends up getting the.
Do not sacrifice your ball sacks. You may need them.
Distracted by his father, and the ball goes so high it leaves the stadium and maybe ends up in a different stratosphere. Senku's dad probably saw that ball with how far it went. The Koreans go on the counter, and this move gotta be illegal, man. They are not even playing football anymore. Thor is like 300 pounds, pure muscle, and got sent flying into Jude. Thor is out injured, but Jude is also struggling with his ankle. Todd comes on for Thor, and even though they managed to figure out a perfect zone press, the individual skills of the Korean team are still out of this world. They steal the ball and play Byron through for a one-on-one, who uses Evo God knows and shatters Mugen the hand to make it 2-1. Enough time has passed. Supercell, please nerf Log and Minor. Coach Travis goes to make some substitutions, and Jude and Jordan are both coming off. The coach noticed Jude got injured earlier, and Jordan's stamina is already starting to deplete. And in place of Jude, they bring on the Joker, the Neil Mope, the Phantom Sixth Man, the Shido, Caleb, Stonewall. I don't care what you guys say.
Let's see what this man can do. He was moving like Naruto earlier, so let's see. Also, when is Mark gonna get put in there again?
In the comments about my dark horse. This guy is always entertaining when he's on the field. Everyone is rightfully so upset, and they rightfully so don't trust him. I wouldn't even when someone has a haircut like this. And as for Jordan, the coach decides to not bring on anyone. He tells them they are going to play on the pitch with 10 men. Caleb laces up his boots as they kick off the game. He instantly goes to try and steal the ball from Jean, basically rage baiting him into overextending. He comes face to face with a career defender and starts doing kippy ups, rage baiting frustrating him into overextending too. He then runs all the way back to his own goal and bounces the ball off Jack to beat his man. I ain't never seen nothing like this in my entire life. It's
gotta be hella disrespectful though. This has to be hella disrespectful to use your teammate as like to bounce off. Crazy.
It was the same to Nathan before taking a mediocre shot at goal. Ego Jinpachi would mold this man into the world's best striker with an ego like that. Bro's in the wrong show. We end up getting a bit of background lore about Caleb. Turns out the reason he's so obsessed with power was because his father was unjustly fired from his job, which caused his family to become extremely poor, as they were constantly hounded by debt collectors, so much so to the point that they became depressed. His mother's last words to him were that he should become strong and powerful because then he won't have to go through what they went through. You can imagine telling a young child that type of info. It will completely alter his worldview, so he sucked up to Ray Dark, but when that backfired, Coach Hillman recruited him because of his talents for football, which brings us to the present moment. Coach Hillman is really out here recruiting troubled children of the street like Satoru Gojo. Caleb tries to take the ball up on his own again as he gets caught in a domain expansion with Nathan, but instead of using the mud training, he just gets the ball stolen. He steals it back though and finally gives the first pass, but it seems to be slightly off. He steals the ball back again and this time passes it to Jack, but once again it's slightly off. This time though, both Mark and Jude realize that Jack could have got that ball very easily, but because they don't trust him, they are subconsciously holding themselves back. Byron picks up the loose.
They don't trust him, huh? He's semi-bald. I mean, he is semi-bald. Yeah.
Ball and plays a long ball to Gazelle and Jean, who use their Ronaldo twin blade attack. Archer tries to stop it, but completely misses the ball. Darren backs out the Mugen the hand, but it's just not enough to stop it, so Scotty and Todd sacrifice themselves to keep it out. Mark now realizes that Archer is scared of making a mistake and subconsciously holds himself back. And lastly, Axel and Austin once again fail their big duo shot as it all begins to click for Mark and he's connected all the dots. He goes to Coach Travis and explains that he wasn't looking out for his team properly and was only focused on himself, but now that he's been watching his team from the sidelines, he's been able to identify all the issues. Coach Travis accepts and brings him back onto the field together with Jude. He wastes no time and begins chewing out Nathan and Jack for not receiving Caleb's passes. It turns out that this man is actually a strategist on par with Jude, if not.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. They should win this. Obviously.
Better, he just has horrible people skills. His passes are designed to get the very best out of his teammates, and the little stunt he pulled at the start was to gauge his teammates' strength and the opposition team's strength. He's kinda like Akashi in a sense. The match recontinues and Caleb steals the ball back before giving one of his passes to Jude, who actually connects, as they start playing beautiful tiki-taka Barcelona style football. He does the same with Jack and Nathan, who are both now receiving his passes, and I don't know what it is, bro. Just seeing everyone huddle around Caleb and support him truly brings a smile to my face. I'm cheesing ear to ear just recording this.
Was this just British Goku? That was just British Goku.
Cheng tries to stop Caleb, but Jude comes and supports him as they create an actual rip in the space-time continuum by striking the ball at the same time. I'm flabbergasted. They break through as Caleb...
Football players. Godly football players.
That flicks the ball into the air for Nathan and Jack to fly up and land a combination overhead kick to blast through Batista and make it 2-2. This is how I'm going to be describing that one Ronaldo bicycle kick to my kids once I grow up. Caleb actually seems to be happy, and I'm just happy that my boy is happy. The game recontinues and Korea is scrambling to end this game on the fast counter, so they pop it over to Byron, who uses another God break, but Mark punches it out the net. Everyone is happy, but Byron says he expected no less and steals the ball back before doing a trio shot with Gazelle and Jean, evolving the God break into the Chaos break. It's genuinely flying through the air at Mach 10 speed. It looks like something Gilgamesh would conjure up. Mark tries to use the Fist of Justice, but it's to no avail as it shatters right through it. I know for a fact Korea are using Evo credit card, cause this makes...
They're doping. They're doping again. Somebody's doping here. How the fuck did that get through?
Makes no sense. Out here using level 15 P.E.K.K.A in Arena 4 like XQC. Instead of trying to hold the lead and defend, Team Korea goes out for yet another Chaos break, trying to kill the game off completely. But luckily Nathan intercepts the pass and gives the ball to Archer, who completely misses the ball. Coach, just sub him out, bro. Put me in. This man is buns. Mark realizes that Archer's anxiety is at an all-time high, so he explains something to him that's actually quite profound. He asks Archer why he's so scared and further elaborates that you should never be paralyzed by fear, so much so to the point that you're unable to perform at your very best. There is nothing disgraceful about making a mistake. What's disgraceful is holding back in the fear of making a mistake. That's what I call bars. Mark is right, and it's something everyone should take into their real life. Chase your dreams.
Mark is cooking. Mark is cooking.
Start that YouTube channel, approach that girl. I'd much rather fail than live every single day of my life knowing that I could have, but having to live with the fact that I didn't. Don't die with regrets. Live your life to the fullest. After hearing that hope call, Archer the Eagle spreads his wings as Korea.
I was expecting Inazuma, not the fields.
Goes for yet another chaos break. He jumps after them and kicks the air so hard it creates a pocket dimension that sucks in the ball.
All it took was a little talk, a little pep talk, and that's it. And then bro straight up rips dimensions apart with his kick.
All these little youths really got reality manipulation. But hey, my goat has finally come out of his shell. He's actually a defensive demon right now. Axel lays it off to Xavier, who upgrades his meteor blades and penetrates Johnny's sins, making it 3-3. This is it.
Johnny's sins.
The final stand, the last dance. MSN sprints towards the goal and has bypassed every single defender in a blink of an eye, and now it's just them and Mark. He focused all his nen into his fist like prime grown freaks and summons a Susanoo before hammer fisting the ball into the ground. This man done elevated again. This man done evolved again. Mega Mark kicks the ball up to Xavier, who gets the ball to Axel, and it's now or never. They go for the Tiger Storm. This is it. And they miss? Axel Blaze, bro, you're selling my parlay, lock in. Even Mark is pissed, and I understand. He gives Axel another one of them David Goggins speeches, talking about some who's gonna carry the boats. And that snaps Axel right back into place. The Korean goalkeeper takes the kick, but my demon Caleb intercepts it, sending it back to Axel, who teams up with Austin for the Tiger Storm. And just by the way Axel's stand was glowing, I knew this was barbecue chicken. Out here looking like Muhammad Avdo. Kratos tries to use one last explosive slap, but that don't work. There's no way out of this one. That's cash. 4-3 to Team Inazuma Japan.
How the fuck are these kids even alive at this point? How the fuck are they even alive?
But there's still time left on the clock, and you know it's about to go down when a character with this character design fully
when a character shit is about to happen, when the character that always has his eyes closed opens them.
He opens his eyes. He gets the ball to Byron, Gazelle, and Jean, and Mark is having his Cell Saga Gohan moment. The fate of the universe is in his hands. He pops his ultimate and goes into a beam struggle, just about managing to save the ball as the ref blows his final whistle. That's what I'm talking about. This really means something to me. I don't care what anyone says. Caleb Stonewall was the man of the match of this game. 2 assists and completely changed the game. And on top of all that, Axel's dad was watching the whole time, and that's actually
and his dad was literally like, yo, you can continue playing football.
Decided to let him stay and finish the entire tournament. W pops. And with that, we summarize the Inazuma 11 World Cup qualifiers. I know I made you guys wait a long time, and I'll make sure to drop a follow-up video very soon. And you know what? If you get my Instagram to 5k followers, I'll get you guys a new Inazuma 11 video within the next couple of weeks. How does that sound? That's a deal right there. Anyways, that's the end of the video. I hope you enjoyed. If you want to see like other Inazuma 11,
it's pretty much the end of the video now. Wow, this was a long one, but a good one. I need to play Inazuma 11 games. That's pretty much solidified at this point. I need to play Inazuma 11 games. That's just what it is. It's just what it is. Next thing, reacting to all the like special moves, whatever. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. All right, water. That was a long one. I need to stop with these long ones. They're really heavy. This reminds me of something. This reminds you of something. This reminds the little Gumper of something. Alright. The one you send in. Wait a minute. Let's do that one. Let's do that one. Need to click another one. Shit, not the bees. Not the bees. Do not click the bees.
This is Sylvia Plath.
The bees will kill me. Actually, I could just straight up remove this, actually. Nobody likes this.
First and foremost...
Oh boy, Taylor Swift. If the Swifties find this, I'm dead. They're gonna castrate me. Okay. Just checking the comment section. Wait a minute, this is probably... Okay, no, the speed is normal. Anyways. We got this. We got this. every offensively cringe lyric in Taylor Swift's new album by Liam Donovan. That's gonna be interesting. Swifties, don't kill me. Thank you, please don't do it to me. I'm still young. You remember, right? Yesterday there was a match, Liverpool versus Chelsea. A friend was watching it, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah. And he told me he was watching it, so my dumbass asked him, "Oh, just tell me basic stuff about it." Bro started yapping for 25 minutes straight. Now I know a ton of names, 5 league star players rules, everything I didn't want to know this much. Well, now you know how I feel. Anyways, let's go. Let's see some of those cringe lyrics.
First and foremost, I want to make it clear, I would not do a video like this for every album. I would not do a video like this for just like even like a 5 or a 4 out of 10 album with just little inspiration and boring writing. I wouldn't even do a video like this on any other Taylor Swift album, despite the classics on Tortured Poets like Touch Me While Your Bros Play Grand Theft Auto.
That's a lyric? That's an actual lyric? That's diabolical.
And You Wouldn't Last an Hour in the Asylum Where They Raised Me.
What the fuck are these? That's crazy. That is crazy. What? Huh?
This latest album, The Life of a Showgirl, is so offensively bad lyrically, even for Taylor.
I think like people were. I heard people were mad at Taylor Swift for this album because she mentioned wanting to have kids. Like, what the heck?
Swift standards that it seems like even her like biggest fans can't handle it. To put it in perspective, take all of the cringe lines from Tortured Poets and like times that by 10, times it by like 20. I mean, we're dealing with song titles like Cancelled and Would, which yes, is a reference to Travis Kelce's 35 years old? 35? And especially this weird Charlie XCX diss track too. Taylor Swift is releasing diss tracks. The writing is so uniquely out of touch, laughable, and just like downright lazy at a lot of points that it is totally worth a whole video. Starting off at father figure, I'll be your father figure, I'll drink that brown liquor. I can make deals with the devil because my dick's bigger.
Huh? Wait. Taylor Swift Fudanari confirmed? Huh? This makes no sense. What is it? What? I can make deals with the devil because my dick's bigger. This could be this could be if I hear this, I don't imagine a woman making these lyrics. I imagine a dude. I imagine like a rapper throwing this shit out there. That's crazy.
First one. My dick's bigger. Now, of course, what she's trying to explain is a societal double standard between men and women, but there are so many ways to describe that so much better that isn't just so on the nose and downright corny. I mean, I just cannot listen to Taylor Swift in any context say, because my dick's bigger. We got this one from Eldest Daughter, where this whole song is a classic, to be honest. Everybody's so punk on the internet. Everybody's unbothered till they're not. Every joke's just trolling and memes. Sad as it seems, apathy is hot. Everybody's cutthroat in the comments. Dude, she's talking about her comment section. The concept of a song written about the comment section.
Every joke's just trolling and memes.
Why is she saying
trolling and memes? A 35-year-old lady, by the way, her dick's bigger. This is a grown-ass woman, by the way.
Trolling and memes. What has possessed Taylor Swift where she is saying memes in her song? An instant, surefire way to completely make your whole song unserious and for no one to take it seriously. It's just such an eye roller, you know? Especially because the whole tone of this song is trying to be dramatic. It's trying to get across, like, of course, a serious tone. But she's just saying this bullshit. How do you expect anybody to take what you're saying seriously after that point? When you found me, I said I was busy. That was a lie. I have been afflicted by a terminal uniqueness.
Terminal uniqueness. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna not make it through this one.
I've been dying just from trying to seem cool, but I'm not a bad bitch. And this isn't savage. And the tone in which she delivers saying savage and bad bitch is like so.
Now I just imagine Taylor Swift, sitting, what is it called? Shit, on that swing. Now I just imagine Taylor Swift and Naruto sitting on that swing. That's what I'm imagining right now. Sag.
So serious too.
But I'm not a bad bitch.
This emotional piano like ballad. She's trying to evoke all these emotions, these strong feelings from you while saying savage. Man, Taylor Swift is going through some troubles, man. She is a tortured poet. So many traitors, smooth operators, but I'm never gonna break that vow. I'm never gonna leave you now. Every eldest daughter was the first lamb to the slaughter, but we all dressed up as wolves and we looked fire? Fire? What do you mean? So it first starts off with like the classic like Taylor Swift, you know, over the top like Pinterest poetry, you know, just trying to be an aesthetic, trying to be a vibe. Every eldest daughter was the first lamb to the slaughter. Like, okay, give it a rest, man. There's like a whole thing that Taylor Swift does where her writing and her poetry sounds like someone just trying to give the impression that they're saying something deep and meaningful, but it's so hollow. It's just only there on the surface, the surface level idea of what's aesthetically.
Ladies, I have a question. This is the woman you changed your first name for? This is the woman you changed your name to Taylor for? What? What are we doing? This is the woman you cry for? What is this? I've seen better lyrics on Wattpad. I'd rather listen some I don't know, Gooner fanfic on Wattpad that would get me banned here.
Like a vibe to say. It's like Pinterest poetry. It doesn't come across as like a genuine expression of her feelings. It's like a dumb man's idea of a smart man. Well, this is like a dumb person's idea of a poet. And you know, that sounds harsh, but it's a problem I've had with her music for like the longest time, which makes it just so cringe and unbearable. Like this whole idea of her being this tortured poet. Like, please give it a rest. I'm supposed to buy the fact that Taylor Swift has such a tortured life when the things she complains about are the comment section on social media. And as we're gonna see with the Charlie XCX diss track, like the pettiest beef that's like some high school drama, like these are her problems. This is the full extent of her problems in her life, and yet she's trying to like act as if she's going through all this suffering and she's so tortured. Like
I think the people that listen to this are going through a far greater suffering. Not gonna lie. The poor souls that need to listen to this, they truly suffer.
I just don't buy it at all. It comes across as so fake. And these lines are a perfect example of that, of how like the mask kind of slips to show that the emperor has no clothes. It's all hollow. There is no meaning, there is no depth. Because she's saying, every eldest daughter, first lamb to slaughter, so we all dressed up as wolves and we looked fire. Like, hello? And then it goes back into, I'm not a bad bitch and this isn't savage. Oh man. But moving on to the weirdest song on this album that was completely out of left field for everybody, which is actually romantic. A play on, assumingly, Charlie XCX, Everything is Romantic. And this is all a diss track, apparently. Dissing Charlie XCX for a song she released called Sympathy is a Knife, where she talked about being insecure in comparison to like other big pop stars in her field. And apparently some behind the scenes things happened where Charlie doesn't like Taylor. But all of this comes across as like the most cringe, petty thing, especially for like a 35-year-old. I heard you call me boring Barbie when the Cokes got you brave. So starting off, gloves off and everything. Just, you're a cokehead. Okay, man. Jesus.
I mean, shots fired. Good for girly, I guess.
You called me boring? Well, have you considered the fact that you're addicted to drugs? You are addicted to coke. That seems like a crazy escalation, but okay. High-fived my ex and then you said you're glad he ghosted me? Man, you would never be able to guess the age of these people just off of these lines alone. We are actually talking about high school stuff.
This is like, this, you know what this gives me? You know what kind of energy I'm getting from this? VTuber drama. This feels like I'm watching VTuber drama. No! Now I get where these are coming from. This is literally, this feels like the first two like lines essentially actually feel like I'm watching a VTuber drama.
You high-fived my ex? High-fived. This is what we're getting caught up on. This is the full extent of Taylor Swift's problems in her life. This is what I'm talking about. Another pop star high-fiving a—
This is like the songwriter equivalent to like you didn't reply to me on Twitter, or you didn't reply, you blocked me on Twitter, and now I'm gonna drop a Google Doc on you. That's the same energy I'm getting here. What the heck is this?
Person she used to date? Who cares? Man, the fact that she's blowing this up publicly just shows that this has like affected her so deeply. Wrote me a song saying it makes you sick to see my face, and that's just a complete misinterpretation of Sympathy is a Knife too that everyone's pointing out. There's this tweet right here saying, imagine creating the biggest album of your career and writing a deeply honest and vulnerable song about how insecure you feel compared to the other girls in your industry because you think you'll never be as good as them, only for the biggest pop star in the world to turn around and call you a cokehead. Yeah, because Taylor Swift just completely misinterpreted the meaning and point of that song. Very embarrassing stuff right there. Some people might be offended, but it's actually sweet, all the time you've spent on me. It's honestly wild, all the effort you've put in. It's actually romantic. I really gotta—
Okay. Who wasn't there somebody who like read through this and was like, wait a minute, we can't drop that? Wasn't there somebody like look at this, be like, wait a minute, hold up, we can't release that. What is this?
Hand it to you, and no man has ever loved me like you do. Okay. Hadn't thought of you in a long time, but you keep sending me funny valentines. And I know you think it comes off as vicious, but it's precious, adorable. Like a toy chihuahua barking at me from a tiny purse. That's how much it hurts. It's just next level embarrassing, especially given off the fact that she's just, all of these lines are based off of a misinterpretation from what Charlie even said. But even if Charlie was actually like dissing Taylor Swift and being ruthless against her, why would you think it would be a good response back? Like a scathing response to say,
you're like a toy chihuahua barking at me from a tiny purse.
Wow.
Can she just not, is she just really bad at insulting people? Like, I could come up with way more creative insults. That would be... after that, the song would just get banned. Never let me write a song, like a diss track against anybody. It would contain slurs. I can guarantee you that much.
Wow, dude. Wow. Hats off to Taylor Swift. Holy shit. That's gonna keep Charlie XCX up at night. Man.
You're like a chihuahua.
How many times has your boyfriend said, why are we always talking about her? Yeah, clearly Charlie seems to be the one caught up about this. She's the one losing sleep about this. You think I'm tacky, baby? Stop talking dirty to me. It sounded nasty, but it feels like you're flirting with me. I mind my business. God's my witness that I don't provoke it. It's kind of making me wet.
Huh? What? Huh?
It sounded nasty, but it feels like you're flirting with me. I mind my business. God's my witness that I don't provoke it. It's kind of making me wet.
What? Why? Why did you... Bro, somebody needs to read these lyrics before they drop this. What is that? Who wrote this? She wrote this. What? Huh? This went from like a diss track to quick Gunnar slop. crazy work. What is it? What are these lyrics? Goodness. Oh.
It's kinda making me
No. I am not. This cannot be reality. Taylor Swift talking about her being wet. Oh man. That clears touch me while your bros play Grand Theft Auto. Not even close, man. Oh my gosh. And the lines above it too. It feels like you're flirting with me when you're trying to talk trash to me. We are actually at second grade recess right now. You're so obsessed with me. Oh, you're talking so much trash about me. It feels like you have a crush on me. Do you have a crush on me? Age check, please. Next is wish list. They want that yacht life.
35-year-old woman. Grown ass woman. 35 years old. Let me repeat that. 35 years old. 35-year-old grown ass woman.
Under chopper blades, they want those bright lights and Balenci's shades and a fat ass with a baby face. They want a contract with Real Madrid. They want that spring break that was fucking lit. 2025, man. Is she just completely out of touch? She just has to be. She's saying trolling. She's saying memes. She's saying lit. And we're not even at like debatably the worst parts yet. So now we're on the song Wood, which...
What do you mean this is not the worst part? I feel embarrassed and I didn't even write them. The fuck is this? What?
Is you know what it's about. Where she consecutively refers to Travis Kelce's penis in about
oh god.
10 different metaphors, like 10 different separate ways of referring to, guys, this is rough. All over me, it's understood. I ain't got to knock on wood. Forgive me, it sounds cocky. Get it, man? Cocky? Get it? Knock on wood? Is this just like the inner millennial coming out of her and throughout this like whole album? He opmatized me, which she's saying he dickmatized me here.
Dickmatized.
He hypnotized me and opened my eyes.
And opened my eyes. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was the key that opened my thighs.
This woman is engaged. This woman is engaged. This woman is engaged. This woman is engaged. And I don't think it's her man. Right? So, wait. She wrote a song about another man essentially dicking her down? Why exactly?
Please. Girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet to know a hard rock is on the way. Make it stop, please.
Orbital cannon. They say space cannon are bullshit. They laugh at me when I say we need orbital cannons. We need space cannons, space lasers. Neil Tyson was it deGrasse, I think, said it would be pointless to have a space laser. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. There's a reason why I would use that.
Please. It's like every song. It's every song, man. It's half the album. It actually is like half the album, if not the majority of the album. And baby, I'll admit, I've been a little superstitious. The curse on me was broken by your magic wand. Man, they're not even creative like metaphors either. Like, it's just like the most bottom of the barrel lazy metaphors too. Magic wand, wood, hard rock.
Really, man?
Seems to me that you and me, we make our own luck, new heights of manhood. I ain't gotta knock on wood. And by the way too, she's doing this really weird thing throughout like this entire album, but especially this song, where it feels like she's skinwalking Sabrina Carpenter so hard here. And I don't say that lightly. Her tone of inflection, the things she's talking about, especially, I mean, this feels like verbatim could be like a Sabrina Carpenter song. But the way she goes about the delivery of these lines is 1-to-1 Sabrina Carpenter. Come on, man. Even the instrumental, the breathy tone, the little sound effects into like a little like talking bit thing, I ain't gonna knock on wood.
I don't listen to either of these, so I wouldn't know, but holy shit, is that... Wow, these lyrics are horrible. These lyrics are genuinely horrible.
It's just 1-to-1 Sabrina. That is like completely ripping off Sabrina. Like it's gotta be. Taylor Swift's got a weird thing about wearing her inspiration a little bit too much on her sleeve sometimes. It was the case of Lana Del Rey too on the previous album. But just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, man, track number 10, Cancelled.
Cancelled.
You thought that it would be okay at first, the situation could be saved of course, but they'd already picked out your grave and hearse. Beware the wrath of masked crusaders. Talking about anonymous comment sections, by the way. Commenters in the comment section again. Did you girl boss too close to the sun? Did they catch you having far too much fun?
Girl boss.
Did your girl boss too close to the sun?
What do you even say that? Man, I'm running out of reactions. I'm running out of reaction to this. I'm just exhausted. I'm tired. I'm tired at this point, man. It's too much. It's too much. I'm listening. I need a break. It's exhausting.
It is exhausting. What is this? Just what? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I'll be here for a few minutes. Okay, Zoom.
Come with me, when they see us they'll run. Something wicked this way comes. Good thing I like my friends cancelled. I like 'em cloaked in Gucci and in scandal. Like my whiskey sour and poison thorny flowers. Welcome to my underworld.
Welcome to my underworld.
Just welcome to my underwear at this point. Is this shit ass? Literally. I got a free membership from the big Roblox YouTuber Creekcraft. Congratulations. I'm listening to shitty lyrics from Taylor Swift.
How corny can we get? This is honestly impressive. Welcome to my underworld?
My dark and twisted mind. Welcome to the depths of my disturbed mind.
This girl wants to be different and troubled so bad. She's just wearing it as an aesthetic. Where in actuality, she is so bland that she can't even write about the concept of these things. Welcome to my underworld where it gets quite dark. At least you know exactly who your friends are. They're the ones with matching scars. Yeah, man, Taylor Swift, really, you gotta look out for the cancel mob, man. Such a victim. Did you make a joke only a man could? Were you just too smug for your own good? Or bring a tiny violin to a knife fight?
Why does this song sound like she wants to be a victim? When she's... Bro, you're one of the most famous women on the planet. You're anything but a victim. I don't know. A piece of grass out there is more of a victim than you. What are we talking about?
Maybe that all ends tonight. Man, Taylor Swift will see people like poking fun at her like goofy dance moves on Twitter and just be so cut up over it. Like make a song like this, like so distraught, like as if people are genuinely that mad at her. They're just poking a little bit of fun. It's such on the nose writing too. You could get across all these concepts with just a hint of subtlety, please. They stood by me before my exoneration. They believed I was innocent, so I'm not here for judgment. No, but if you can't be good, then just be better at it. Everyone's got bodies in the attic. We'll take you by the hand and soon you'll learn the art of never getting caught. This is kind of an insane thing to say given the current climate.
Is that a self-report? What kind of bodies do you have, Taylor? Sounds like a self-report. What is this?
If I'm being honest. Like, I get across the concept of what she's trying to get across. It's just, like, cringe. Twitter canceling you over nothing. But it's kind of crazy to say with, like, all, like, the things that people say about Hollywood. You know, the Diddy stuff. Diddy just got sentenced to prison, and everyone's talking about with the people at his parties. You're talking about learning the art of never getting caught. About, like, the biggest celebrities in the world. I don't know. It seems a little bit tone deaf right there. But good to see that, you know, she's getting the credit that she deserves. Rolling Stone giving her a 100 out of 100 perfect score.
Yeah, that's gotta be paid. That's gotta be bought. All of these gotta be bought. Yeah. No. This gotta be bought. No.
Or, by the way, on her 12th studio album, Swift hits all her marks from new exciting sonic turns to incisive storytelling. Yeah, man, least most paid off publication I've ever seen in my life. What a complete joke. Not even funny anymore, like actually just completely like beyond parody. The fact that this would get 100 out of 100, like the same rating I assume Rolling Stone gave to like Abbey Road. Oh my gosh, man. I mean, for me, I suffered through this listening to it on stream, and the best parts of this album is when things are at least just so generically uninspired and bland that at least it's a small break from the aggressively cringe moments to prepare you just for the next wave of cringe that's about to come, either next line or the next song. And yeah, that's kind of like the best things I could say about it. Even production-wise, it feels like Max Martin apparently worked on the production of this album, and it feels like every instrumental, every beat, the instrumentation of all of it, Max Martin could be doing on a lunch break. So I just don't get it at all. And from every...
It's because she's essentially too big to fail, and her fans essentially eat up everything. Like the diehard fans, they would eat up everything. It doesn't matter what kind of slop we're here producing, but yeah. It's just interesting.
Sides of this album, it just seems lazy and even punching under the weight of Taylor Swift standards. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Wanted to make a video about this. If you like more videos like this, there's more on the channel. If you want to see or enjoy, there's plenty of videos that we put out if you enjoy the content. So if you liked, like and subscribe for more content just like this. Appreciate everybody watching. Thanks for the Patreon viewers, enjoyers, supporting the channel. If you want your name shouted out at the end of these videos, you could join right here, or an exclusive access to a Discord channel where I bring in call-ins for people. And for tiers 2 and 3, you have exclusive access to be brought in immediately. Thank you very much, and I'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, support this man. He deserves it after whatever this hellhole is. And to support me, like and subscribe to me, because this was painful to sit through. Well, I'm gonna be honest. I just said her music is bad because of the sound, right? I don't like the genre, right? To me, it's just not it. I just think it sounds mid. But now I've heard the lyrics, and it just reminds me of why I don't like it. I don't know. Her songs are just, I don't know. The lyrics are not on the level that I would expect from somebody who's essentially the female singer of our time, so to speak. We're like, we have like a fan base that's so aggressive towards criticism. I don't know. It just feels like it just feels like I expected more, and I was disappointed. All right, got that one done. That one done too. I need water, real quick. Okay. Ah yes, we got some 5-minute VTuber stuff. Let's jump into that one real quick. Because you know, my colleagues are being attacked as usual. As usual. It's just a short one, and then I don't know if I continue or not. I do not know. We'll see. Anyways. Blue Sky. One of the circles of hell. It's gotta be. It has to be. Blue Sky is a circle of hell. For sure. For sure. If not the circle of hell. Blue Sky's trying to cancel Iron Mouse now and a bunch of other VTubers again too. Right here, hey. We're doing this again. And I wonder where this is coming from. I wonder how this happened. Oh yeah. Let's go. Let's see. I'm curious.
Hey guys, welcome back. So I decided to check on our good friends over on Blue Sky, and yeah, they're not doing so well, man. They're crazy as ever.
I already see names on there, and I'm questioning things. I see names here, and I'm questioning things.
And they're they're accusing a bunch of VTubers of being Nazis once again, including Iron Mouse now. And Iron Mouse in particular, they're...
Can I join that list at this point? Like, would they like to add me? Maybe I am already in Blue Sky and I don't even know it. Maybe I am on Blue Sky and I don't even know it.
They're like trying to also accuse of being a homophobe, more or less. I'll get to that one. We don't see that in this post. Like I said, we'll get to it. So first off, we have this person, Rocks, who says the worst ones are for sure Kirsche, Revdes, Leaflet, Hirohei, and Pippa. All Nazi ideologies included. Then you have the secondary ones, those who profiteer / promote other Nazis. The Mythic Team, Henya, Toki Bird, Iron Mouse.
That just all everyone. Everyone's here. Smash Bro, Super Nazi Bros. Everyone's here. What the heck? Oh my goodness. One day I'll be among that list. The worst ones are Kirsche. I understand with Kirsche, I guess. Ref as well. Hirohei not so much. Pippa not so much, and Leaflet also not. Because like Kirsche and Ref always fight these idiots, but like Hirohei's report is relatively neutral, except when they're actually fucking retarded. Pippa doesn't even talk about shit. And Leaflet. Okay, well.
Need confirmation if that went through. And some other.
Well, I guess Henya is here. Well, Henya is here because of Hogwarts Legacy. That's why Henya is here.
Because, you know, the last time these people accused a bunch of VTubers of being Nazis and that hit list they made a few months back that I talked about, yeah, that went so well for them, right? So now I'll give you the full context of their, like, weird rants here, including where they really go off on Iron Mouse, and it all began with this Blue Sky post saying queer baiting in the VTuber scene is so tiring. Sometimes I wish we had more actual queer VTubers, and not the kind that keeps yapping about Yuri, but it's actually as straight as an arrow. Most of the queer VTubers stopped using the label altogether because of how hostile it was to us, especially to us trans creators. We still out there though.
No, it's not. See, it's not hostile because people don't like queer, which by the way, I hate that term. Because you're essentially calling your... See, you wanna be accepted as something normal, yet you're using a term that basically says you are a weirdo. Why would you do that? That's my main that's like my main issue with the term. Because queer, as far as I'm concerned, it was once considered a slur, but again, now you're essentially just putting the weirdo label on you when you are advocating that you're normal, but you're using a term that technically says you're not. Second of all, it's only hostile because you lot are fucking retarded. Because everything you get into fights, you cannot win. You post your dumb opinions that everybody knows they're not, like, those opinions are not normal. You make call-outs that backfire every single time because your opinions are stupid in comparison to what most people think. It's all self-inflicted. If you wanna be normal, if you wanna be if you wanna be included, stop behaving like you don't even wanna be there. Thank you.
I hear you. It just gets tiring after some time because you never know.
Like, nobody cares. Whatever you identify, go ahead, do so. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a rat's ass. The only time people give a rat's ass when you start behaving against what most of the people think. When you start behaving like a weirdo, essentially like a weird. If you start behaving like a weirdo. If you start calling people Nazis and racist and bigots because you don't agree with them. Because here's the harsh truth, a really harsh truth. At the end of the day, it's not the VTubers that dictate who gets watched, it's the viewers. And you have to realize that most viewers are dudes. Get out of here.
No. I love to watch this VTuber that always talked about her love for women and Yuri, and then the girl following, excuse me, and then the girl followed frickin' Asmongold and worse people.
Women can be like Yuri and not be lesbians. women can be lesbians like Yuri and also follow Asmongold. See, the problem is that is the problem. First of all, your follow policing, which is gay as fuck. First of all, follow policing is weird. Second of all, maybe that's the reason why nobody wants you. Ever consider that? Because once again, your sexuality becomes your identity. Straight up. And of course, because everyone that doesn't agree with you is a Nazi, even your own kind, right? You go after gays, lesbians, trans who don't agree with you. That's also another thing. Again, why would online spaces want you when you cannot tolerate whoever's already there?
Like, it's just tiring. It really is. What's worse is, like, some of the biggest names in the femme VTuber space are right-wingers. Some spouting literal Nazi stuff. And that's often people's first...
Let me think. No. The biggest... No! That is just not true. That is just not true. That is just straight up false. I cannot name a single big name, right? I don't consider Kirsche particularly a big name. Sure, Pippa, but Kirsche wouldn't fall into that category. Leaflet is also not one of the big players. What are we doing?
Exposure to the medium, which just sucks, and queer ones just aren't given the time of day unless they hide said queerness. Give me the name.
That's not it. It's your own behavior that makes you not succeed. That is not it. Nobody cares what you identify as. What people care is mostly also the content of your character. And if your personality's ass, then you're not gonna succeed no matter what. See, if they would be, if, like, this would be true, right? What they're saying would be true. Like, then the Nazi Miku VTuber would be like the god of VTubing now. None of this is true. How does even Doki Bird and Iron Mouse fit in there in Henya? Like, these three don't fit in there.
Names, I'm blocking them. And that takes us to the post we read in the beginning of the video. And that post got a response that says, dang, I thought Iron Mouse was chill. Maybe it's because she is very big in the medium. And then this one says, yeah, just confirmed it. They have even deleted everyone calling them out on their own channels. And a post here that says, from Iron Mouse's official subreddit,
are you telling me they call her a right-winger because she collabed or partnered with Starforge PC? Huh? Where did that come from?
From the Iron Mouse official community on Reddit, Iron Mouse is now partnered with Starforge PCs. Check out their full range online. I guess they don't like that. And we got a response here that says, of course, I had to see how quick my comment would get deleted. Waiting game now, lol. And the comment had read, you mean the company that is owned by someone that hates queer and disabled people? And they talk about how, like, the post was removed or something, which we can see on that subreddit. And so going over to that Reddit post where they're talking about Iron Mouse partnering with Starforge Systems / Starforge PC, we can see that there's not that many comments, and there's only one comment that actually got removed by a moderator right here. Above that was one more comment that actually got deleted by the user, though, not a moderator. And that got a response from someone that says, I'm out of the loop. How can a computer assembly company be riddled with controversies? And then back to that Blue Sky post we were taking a look at where they're falsely accusing people of being Nazis. Well, they then bragged about, like, causing a scene.
Again, this is the reason why nobody wants you in the VTubing community. This is the same reason why people like Niara or Anna Valens get kicked out. Because of this behavior. It is self-inflicted. And of course this also takes effect on VTubers who are not like that. LGBTQ VTubers. That are not like that. Of course that has effect on them, because you're gonna be put in the same category of the Twitter freak. Of course, when they're not. But you won't see that because you're too blinded. Again, Blue Sky is one of the circles of hell.
In Iron Mouse's Starforge PC post and getting the mods to lock it and all that. And then they elaborate a little more here on some other people they dislike, saying, "What did I miss with Henya? Unless it's Hogwarts Legacy stuff, for which I gave her some slack at the time." And Doki Bird? Doki sought out and...
They are still holding on to Hogwarts Legacy. These people don't know forgiveness. At all.
Competed with XQC and got burned for it. Henya's been collabing and getting buddy with Pippa and Filion. If this brain rot nonsense wasn't enough, they then bring up World War II. What the frick, dude? These people are LARPing in some completely alternate reality.
I assume that's a trick. We can never know, which is why it is unwise to assume they don't. So, guilty until proven innocent? I wonder who the actual Nazis are here. I'm surprised. This is like fascism 101. And also why after World War II we decided to not allow such get out of jail free cards. Why is World War II even brought up? This woman is it's probably not a woman. This person is retarded. On top of this though, signing a contract with someone should probably fall into should know territory. This is a company. Company only cares about making money. The VTuber collabs with said company. A company should only focus on money. They shouldn't fucking care about anybody's political affiliation. To be fair.
VTubers trying to entertain people and make videos and stream, and these people are like, "It's like World War II, bro." Like, what the frick?
This is what I imagine these people, right? They browse Twitch. They look at a new VTuber and they're like, "This is a Nazi until proven otherwise." You can't argue with these people. There is a reason nobody wants you here. There is literally, this is the exact reason why nobody wants you here. It is self-inflicted.
It's worse than I thought, but do they promote them knowingly or unknowingly? Aw, see, that's the trick. We can never know, which is why it's unwise to assume they don't. And also why after World War II we decided to not allow such get-out-of-jail-free cards. On top of this, though, signing a contract with someone should probably fall under should-know territory. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's enough Blue Sky for me, guys. That's the video. So yeah, it's a lot of very petty, immature stuff. Let me know what you think about this, though, in the comments. I hope you found this amusing, because sometimes all you can really do is laugh at stuff like this. So yeah, see you in the comments. Consider liking and subscribing, by the way.
I don't even find this funny anymore. I don't. It's just not funny anymore. It just isn't. It is not funny. It just isn't. It's never been funny, and it's just not funny anymore, because at this point it's like they're spawning like rats. You know? See, yo, American Congress, since you put Twitch Discord and Reddit on the blast, how about Blue Sky? How about Blue Sky? I've seen the circle of hell. Like, Blue Sky is just hell. Nah, bro, it's just crazy. It's just insane. It's just like these are the most some of these are the most normal women ever. They just want to be VTubers and that's it. And they're like, "Oh, this girl played Hogwarts Legacy? Nazi. This girl collabs with a PC company? Nazi. Everyone's Nazi until proven otherwise." At this point, like 80%, like 98% is a Nazi. And when everybody is, nobody is. And then we won't be even able to tell who's actually won. Because they push you more and more to that side, even if you don't want to. It is just crazy. It is just, these people are insane. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright. I don't know. I think this is the last one of today. I don't have one that's like short enough to react to it. One that's like 20 minutes or so, or 15 minutes. That was horrible. These people are absolutely abnormal and weird and disgusting, and that's why nobody wants them. Not because they're identify with a different sexuality or gender or whatever. The only reason people don't like them is because they behave like this. It's just crazy. It just is. It's just insane. Wow. Chat, when are we assuming that I'm on that list? Anyways, guys, I think I'm ending here. Have a good day or night. Don't goon or gump. And I will see you tomorrow. We'll do the usual stuff tomorrow, right? Just the usual stuff. We're gonna do some Monster Hunter, some shiny hunting, and what other game did I have? It was not Chrono Gear, or was it Chrono Gear? It was Chrono Gear. Yeah, we're gonna finish Chrono Gear tomorrow, so that's gonna be pretty cool. We're gonna do that. So yeah. Goodbye, guys. Farewell. Stream's over. Appreciate y'all that have watched.